Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2401, Inexorable. The emergence of 15 expert candidates came as a very welcome surprise to Ves. Some of the figures he had long marked out as promising had finally taken the critical and most difficult step of realizing some of their spiritual potential. For a long time, Ves was completely clueless about what allowed regular mech pilots to become expert candidates. Mech pilots with spiritual potential were fairly rare, but there were plenty of them in the Larkinson clan. Part of this is due to the high recruitment standards. After all, those with spiritual potential usually enjoyed some modest advantages in piloting mechs. Many people interpreted this as an aspect of talent. Those with talent enjoyed greater resources and attention, which also prompted them to put more effort in their training in order to meet the expectations of their peers and teachers. In prior months, the Larkinsons recruited quite a good amount of these talented mech pilots. Yet so far, none of them had succeeded in breaking through the critical barrier to expert candidate. As far as Ves was concerned, this hurdle was as pivotal and arduous to overcome as the jump from apprentice mech designer to journeyman mech designer. It was for this reason that Ves was surprised that not only the Ingvar siblings, but plenty of other Larkinsons broke through. He noted that a fair amount of the new expert candidates piloted the bright warriors he had recently enhanced. Not all of them were 100 or 75% saturated. In fact, the expert candidates from the other mech forces such as the Sentinels piloted commercial mechs that Ves had nothing to do with. These expert candidates broke through without the help of LMC mechs. This caused Ves to make some guesses. Piloting spiritually enhanced mechs clearly helped, but they were not a critical necessity. Certainly, the astounding battle that involved multiple overpowering godlike entities must have certainly pushed them over the edge, but getting 15 new expert candidates all at once seemed a bit too exaggerated. Ves speculated that there was another factor that eased their breakthroughs. Something that applied to all of them, not just the mech pilots of the Bright Warrior model. His eyes snapped to the huge but opaque vortex spinning lazily throughout space. This damn vortex was an enduring mystery of the Nixian gap and something that might even be the cause of the spatial warping. Could bringing the imaginary realm closer to the material realm be the primary reason why so many mech pilots advanced to expert candidate? Was the main reason why most spiritually active pilots never found their opportunities to advance because they weren't in the right environment? Aside from stimulating their potential through life and death battles, perhaps a better and safer way to help them advance was to bring them to areas where the imaginary and the real overlapped with each other. Of course, that was easier said than done. The Nixian gap was an abnormal region where the imaginary realm was already pressed to the material realm. In civilized space, the two realms were more strictly divided, as they should be. Anomalies almost never took place in normal space. At this time, the mechs piloted by the newly advanced expert candidates exchanged their first blows against the dark god known as the Inexorable One. The ranged mechs had already veered away and were firing their laser rifles at the giant gray bird with coordinated attacks. Hot laser beams struck the head of the Inexorable One. "Aim for the eyes!" Captain Casella Ingvar commanded. "It might not do anything to this huge monster, but it will give us an easy way to concentrate our firepower." Usual ranged attacks did nothing to the materialized spiritual body of the Dark God. Not even the enriched nuclear missiles launched by the Bright Warriors inflicted any serious damage on the giant bird. This was different. Though the laser beams fired by the handful of mechs seemed weak, each of them were empowered by resonance. This gave the attacks some bite, just enough to inflict some real wounds on the Dark God. One mech in particular caused Inexorable One a fair amount of grief. The resonance infused in the beam caused it to darken to an extent. These less eye-catching dark red beams did not light up the surrounding space as much as the other attacks, but they pierced deeper into the dark god's spiritual body. Not only that, the insidious attacks also contained a corrosive element, causing the wounds to grow more severe. The eyeballs of the inexorable one were taking quite a beating. The inexorable one intimidatingly spread her wings and released a sharp cry. Though the shrill spiritual waves buffeted the incoming mechs with violent oscillations, the resonance shields produced by forced resonance provided them with adequate protection. "Cry all you want, you overgrown chicken! We Larkinson shall never falter!" Ayman Ingvar roared as his swordsman Bright Warrior was the first to arrive. With a sweep of his mech's bright, glowing sword, his mech struck the left wing of the inexorable one. His blade had barely cut into a giant feather before a small but intense explosion rocked the wound. Though Ayman briefly wondered where the explosion came from, he was too caught up in the struggle to pause. His Bright Warrior agilely moved back as the huge wing attempted to slap his machine aside. Though the inexorable one tried to distance herself from the annoying mechs, the melee mechs constantly assaulted her wings. Empowered by forced resonance, the damage output of these mechs had reached a level where the wings were steadily taking more and more damage. The inexorable one released another angry shriek. She flapped her wings regardless of the mechs assaulting them. At the cost of incurring some damage, she managed to free her wings long enough to flap them in a peculiar way. A large amount of vortices emerged around her. The temporarily empowered mechs all got caught in them. The resonance shields did their best to shield the mechs from these traps, but none of them possessed Venerable Tus's ability to ignore them outright. Only Ayman Ingvar managed to free his mech. His bright golden resonance shield burned like a star. The spiritual vortex that trapped his Bright Warrior steadily weakened until the mech finally came free. "Ha! Your tricks don't, URK!" His mech got caught in yet another vortex. While his shield slowly caused it to burn, it took too long for his mech to regain its freedom. In the meantime, the inexorable one managed to slip away. After she finally managed to gain some distance, a rain of empowered laser beams kept hitting her eyes. Her mounting rage caused her to direct her ire at the ranged mechs. Perhaps sensing the challenge in the inexorable one's stare, Ves Ingvar abruptly stopped her fire. "Careful, the big bird is targeting us. Spread out and don't get hit." The ranged mechs hastily split up from each other, but that did not stop the inexorable one from flapping her wings and darting forward. With a vengeful shriek, the inexorable one raised her talons forward and caught an unlikely Vandal ranged mech in her grasp. "No! Eject! I can't!" After catching her prey, the inexorable one increased the force applied by her feet. Her sharp talons pierced through the weakening resonance shield of the trapped mech. As soon as the resonance shield finally popped, the talons cruelly sliced through the mech, instantly slicing it into pieces. Ves and every other expert candidate momentarily hitched their breaths. A new expert candidate of the Larkinson clan had died just a short time after breaking through. The ranged mech the Vandal expert candidate piloted was just an outdated military mech. Its defensive parameters were not much different from regular third-class mechs. Such low defense was completely useless against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Buoyed by her success, the inexorable one repeated her attack. She swooped in on another ranged mech and caught it with her talons. The living sentinel's resonance shield lasted even shorter than the last one. With a powerful thrust of her beak, the Dark impaled the cockpit of the fragile mech and instantly crushed the body of yet another valuable expert candidate. "Damn it, we need the help of our melee mechs! Help them get rid of the vortices!" The ranged mechs no longer focused their fire on the inexorable one and shot at the traps, keeping the melee specialists in place. The melee mechs for their part actively attacked the vortices as well, allowing them to get free a bit faster. Ayman Ingvar was the first of the batch to get free. His mech bravely flew forward like a bright golden comet. "Your opponent is me, you damn bird!" "Ayman! Wait!" Casella called out. Her brother did not listen to her words. To her, he was acting foolhardy again. Normally, that wasn't much of a problem if the only enemies he faced were pirates, but this time they were fighting against something greater. The violent approach of Ayman Ingvar's mech quickly attracted the big bird's attention. The inexorable one gave up chasing after another ranged mech and instead swooped in the direction of her latest challenger. "Help him! Shoot the bird's legs!" Powerful laser beams raked the bird's legs, but the attacks didn't cause enough damage to dissuade the inexorable one from going through with her attack. As the dark god and glowing mech clashed, Ayman managed to chop into one of his opponent's feet. A bright explosion exacerbated the damage and crippled the limb for a moment. Unfortunately for him, the other Talon managed to grasp and lock his mech into place. The inexorable one already began to apply a lot of force. Ayman screamed as his forced resonance rapidly faded. "Ayman!" Casella Ingvar grew more desperate and poured more power into her attacks. Her crude methods did indeed result in greater damage to the inexorable one's leg, but her forced resonance faded even faster. With a cruel glint in its damaged but regenerating eyes, the inexorable one crushed the mech she grasped with her foot. While her talons managed to dig into the mech, they failed to slice the mech into pieces. A bright warrior was vastly more resilient than a third-class mech. Though the mech was slowly being compressed, the cockpit and some of the internals still remained intact. Seeing that her grip failed to crush the golden mech, the inexorable one reared her head back as if she was about to peck it with a single, crushing blow. "Let my brother go!" In desperation, Casella exceeded the safety limits of her mech's laser rifle. She poured all of her will and urgency into the attack. As soon as she pulled the trigger, a dark beam sliced across space and impacted the inexorable one's damaged leg. The powerful attack not only inflicted more damage upon impact, but also corroded and froze a modest portion of the spiritual flesh around the wound. The damage quickly grew severe enough for the limb to snap. Even though Casella felt more tired than ever, she smiled as she saw a fellow bright warrior mech picking up the damaged wreck of her brother mech. The fight wasn't over yet, though. Angry at the loss of her leg, the inexorable one attempted to regenerate the limb, only to be stopped by the dark corrosive energy exacerbating her wound. Seeing that these annoying mechs had dealt more damage than they ought to, the gray bird furiously flapped her wings and attacked another glowing bright warrior mech with her beak. The first peck dimmed its resonance shield. The second peck popped the resonance shield entirely. The next pecks after that rapidly caused the chest of the mech to cave in. Just a few seconds later, the inexorable one's pointed beak rose with a smidgen of blood marring its tip. It had not taken long for the dark god to fell another promising expert candidate. She was truly inexorable. Chapter 2402, Discord. The inexorable one's slaughter underscored the might of a dark god. Regular expert pilots were not strong enough to contend against an existence of her caliber. Ves froze in his chair as he witnessed the fall of several expert candidates in quick succession. These lucky Larkinson mech pilots had received the opportunity of their lives in this battle, yet they barely had a taste of their power before the cruel gray bird snuffed out their lives as if they were nothing but insects. Such an outcome was intolerable to him. How could he let this malicious Nixian entity toy his ill-prepared expert candidates to death? The problem was that he no longer had any moves to make. The penitent sisters that previously swept the pirate mechs had all exhausted themselves. Once their connections to the battle network faded, the energy projection of the superior mother had faded away. The same went for the sword maidens. Just like the other recently advanced expert pilots, Commander Dice was no longer able to sustain her elevated state. Respa, her mind soared, shut off its battle network, causing the Sword Maiden mechs to fall out of their battle formation. Though the mech pilots still wanted to fight, the overwhelming pressure emanated by the dark gods suppressed them to the point where many of them lost consciousness. Both pirate mechs and Larkinson mechs drifted aimlessly in space. It was no different from most of the starships. Even the powerful pirate destroyers had gone silent despite not suffering any powerful attacks. All of these incidents reinforced the notion that only gods were qualified to take part in this battle. Of all the Larkinsons currently trying to defeat the Dark Gods, the newly ascended expert candidates were by far the weakest participants. Their breakthroughs temporarily gave them the power of an expert pilot, but this outburst was fleeting and temporary. In some cases, their mechs couldn't handle the increased stress and cracked after their pilots pushed them too hard. In other cases, the attacks of the inexorable one caused the expert candidates to rapidly deplete their shallow reserve of energy. Their force of will may be strong, but without an abundant reservoir of energy, they weren't able to sustain their state of forced resonance. If this battle went on for a few more minutes, his clan would lose all of the expert candidates. Ves rapidly thought. What could he do? He suddenly turned his attention to the battle criers. He had largely kept them in reserve up until now. While he intended to employ them against special opponents, the suppression emanated by the Dark Gods had knocked all of the battle crier pilots out before they could even show off their new capabilities. Wake up! He shouted through the communication channel. It didn't work. As long as the suppression was in effect, the ordinary Kinner mech pilots were unable to shake themselves loose. Since their minds and spirits couldn't withstand the pressure, Ves figured he should do it in their stead. He tried out something new. He connected to the Larkinson network. Different from last time, the network was in a bad shape. The damage the Golden Cat sustained in her duel against one of the Dark Gods had damaged the true core of the Larkinson clan as well. Fortunately, the network was still intact enough for Ves to perform his next actions. He pressed himself into the network and tried to connect to the battle crier mech pilots. It took a bit of time, but he finally managed to pinpoint their cluster. He then attempted to shield them. This was very difficult, especially when he wanted to accomplish this from a distance. He consumed his spiritual energy at a rapid rate, so much so that he was forced to draw a spare peastone to supplement his dwindling energy reserves. Fortuna tell why his efforts yielded quick results. The temporary shields he cast over their minds caused the battle crier mech pilots to feel unburdened. After they slowly woke and gathered their wits, Ves quickly issued his next command. Activate your battle formation and assist our new expert candidates in fighting against the giant gray bird. Dietrich and the Kinner mech pilots haltingly obeyed the instruction. Though the circumstances weren't ideal, the great urgency of the situation caused every battle crier to devote their utmost into accomplishing their task. They calmed their minds and began to commune with an entity that they had only recently learned about. Soon, a battle network came online. Connections engaged and the battle crier mechs slowly adopted a dish-shaped formation. As the recently woken mechs approached the inexorable one, a winged energy silhouette formed above the machines. Projectors built into the battle crier mechs shortly filled up the silhouette, thereby introducing an angel to the battlefield. Exorcise the enemy! The dish-shaped formation did not approach the Dark God. Instead, its mech pilots kept concentrating until the giant illusion of Lufa thrust out his palms. An invisible beam struck the Dark God just as she was about to swoop onto another failing expert candidate. The inexorable one shook in mid-flight and let out a pained and furious bird cry. Ves contacted the expert candidates that remain battle effective. She's weakened. Work together with the battle crier battle formation to kill or cripple that big bird. The battle network that Ves reserved for the battle criers was finally making its debut. When Ves quietly conceived of it before connecting the battle criers to the new network, he discovered that it came with two different formations. The Discord formation that the battle criers adopted at the moment was geared towards weakening any spiritual entity or phenomena. Though it was clear that the inexorable one was too strong to succumb from the effects of the battle formation, her spiritual body experienced a lot of difficulties all of a sudden. Not only did she lose a lot of speed, she also found it harder to perform her moves. The change did not give the Larkinsons an advantage. It merely equalized it so that the remaining expert candidates weren't as weak as prey anymore. However, Ves knew that this was only temporary. The longer-lasting expert candidates were already reaching the limits of their endurance. The battle criers alone weren't sufficient to take down the inexorable one. They needed more power. He shifted his attention to the other duels. The reinforcements that he inadvertently called were holding their own, but the dark gods they fought against weren't taken down so easily. At the start, the unending one and the blinding one both experienced significant difficulties in fighting against their respective opponents. Ves was very impressed by how his mother fought. She summoned a continuous army of plants and animals from somewhere while hacking the dark god's tentacles from a distance by releasing energy attacks with her words. With all of the summons entangling the large but unwieldy dark god, the unending one could only respond in kind by releasing dark energy beams which Cynthia's monstrous energy projection easily evaded. As for Wrinkle Larkinson, his devil tiger was steadily dismantling the blinding one's defenses. Unlike the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, the Dark Cleaver piloted in real expert mech. Embedded with compatible resonating exotics, the extraordinarily powerful Tiger Mech possessed the capital to challenge the blinding one. While the Luminar Dark God actually possessed a lot more power than V's father, he happened to face the wrong opponent. Like a rifleman mech being harried by a light skirmisher, the blinding one's huge and tall form was highly unsuited to fight against a small and agile opponent up close. His robe began to look increasingly more ragged as the devil tiger broke much of its crystals. If this went on, the blinding one would lose all of his defenses against an opponent that he should by all rights crush by virtue of his overwhelming might alone. Faced with this awful prospect, the besieged dark god made a decision that surprised everyone who was still conscious and paying attention. The blinding one forcefully endured the devil tiger's attacks while flying closer to the unending one. No! Stop them from pooling together! Seeing what was happening, the uncomfortable inexorable one decided to join the party as well. She fought against the weakening effect exerted by the battle criers and flapped her wings towards her fellow peers. No matter how much their opponents tried to stop them in their tracks, their momentum couldn't be stopped, especially as they were finally beginning to feel desperate. Ves watched with a sinking heart as the three dark gods finally gathered together. Soon, they began to coordinate their efforts. The dragonwolves and vines entangling the unending one were wiped out in an instant after the blinding one pelted them with a succession of powerful light beams. The devil tiger attempted to stop the blinding one from doing so, but the expert mech almost got caught by the unending one's tentacles. The inexorable one stared ominously at the mechs piloted by the expert candidates. She slowly healed her wounds and accumulated her power. The Discord formation kept up by the battle criers didn't have much effect at this point. The spiritual interference induced by the battle formation was being diluted across all three entities. The monstrous, scaled form of Cynthia Larkinson paused and frowned at the sight. This was a tricky situation. Just as she was about to resume her attacks, something unexpected took place. While the blinding one and the inexorable one put up their guards against the humans, two powerful tentacles pierced through the center of their bodies in an instant. The white luminar alien and the gray bird widened their eyes. Power escaped from their spiritual bodies as they attempted to blast themselves out of their predicament, but more tentacles quickly swept up to entangle them, preventing them from getting free. While the two betrayed entities doubtlessly possessed enough power to get rid of the tentacles if they gave in their all, the unending one did not let them do so. The tentacled whale quickly popped his prey into his endless maw and ended their lives in an instant. What? Ves couldn't believe what had happened. Different from the time he ate Nixie, the unending one gained a massive and immediate boost of power. His huge spiritual body expanded while a number of white and gray stripes appeared on his body. The unending one let out pained roars as his strength grew explosively. Though Ves and many others hoped that the whale would explode from his gluttony, it was not to be, as the whale eventually managed to stabilize himself. Incredibly, the dark god radiated at least twice as much power as before. Cynthia's giant energy projection looked even more grave this time. She waved an arm at the mechs piloted by the battle criers and expert candidates. A gentle but irresistible push caused the mechs to tumble away. She stared pointedly at the devil tiger, the ferocious-looking masterwork expert mech that had just put up a good fight against the blinding one. Meekly tucked its tail while beating a retreat. The unending one was not an opponent they could fight against anymore. Ves suddenly heard his mother's voice. "I see you've picked up something nice while I was gone. I love it when you give me presents. It's your one redeeming factor as my son." A bad feeling swept his mind. Oh no. Not again. His mother's giant energy projection suddenly stretched out her arm towards the scarlet rose in the distance. Somehow, her arm stretched forth unnaturally across many kilometers until her index finger poked straight into the cockpit. The tip of the finger briefly brushed against his body. His unending regalia offered some resistance against the giant limb, but his mother merely applied a little more force before she managed to breach the bee-stone layer. Surprisingly, his mother didn't suck him dry this time. Instead, she took something else from him. As her finger left his body and her arm rapidly retracted back to her giant form, Ves was dazed for a moment before he made a very alarming realization. He checked one of the hidden storage compartments of his combat armor and carefully withdrew a very precious vial. Different from before, the liquid inside the vial looked dull. It no longer glowed as before, and Ves couldn't feel any life from it anymore. The high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum that he had carefully hoarded all this time had lost its value. That single poke stole all of the life-attributed energy that made it special. Mother! Though his loss was enormous, his mother benefited enormously. Pure pleasure and bliss engulfed her face as she integrated her bounty in rapid tempo. Her monstrous body glowed as new mutations grew out of her already alien body. Her hair turned into tendrils and her legs turned into hooves. An aura of pure life burst out of her energy projection, causing it to swell in size. The copious amounts of high-quality energy she took from Ves was exactly the tonic she needed. Chapter 2403 Savage Nature. Unlike the unending one's power-up, Cynthia did not show any difficulties. This was not a surprise to Ves, as the life-attributed energy derived from the serum possessed a property that made it universally compatible with everything. Even accounting for this condition, his mother took all of that energy in with remarkable ease. Her strength swelled multiple times, yet Ves did not sense any indication that she was losing control. This was incredibly remarkable. If it was so easy to become stronger by absorbing life-attributed energy, then Ves would have already absorbed the serum's energy for himself. From what he observed with his spiritual vision, he saw that his mother did not absorb the energy in the most direct fashion possible. Instead, she transformed it, causing it to take on different attributes that were compatible with her. She smoothly managed to absorb the abundant amount of energy. In fact, her smooth growth made him feel a little suspicious. Was she growing to a new level of strength, or was she merely regaining some of her old power? Whatever the case, it was good that his mother regained the capital to fight against the treacherous unending one. The tears flowing from eyes were tears of happiness. Yep. The wry smile on his face reflected his sincere belief that his mother did not disappoint his expectations. She truly loved him if she was willing to go through extreme lengths to bail him out of his predicament. The only price he had to pay in return was to give her a single present. The vial held in his armored grip no longer held any life. Losing all of its potency was but a small price to pay to safeguard his life and the lives of his remaining clansmen. From a logical point of view, this was a trade worth making. Since his mother had already taken action, he put the vial away and resolved to forget about it. Instead, he turned his attention back to the two active combatants. Both his mother and the unending one had boosted themselves by drawing upon different sources of power. The unending one backstabbed his fellow compatriots and devoured them whole. It seemed that eating the wounded dark gods was not an easy endeavor. His swelled whale-like body was still in the process of shifting back and forth, as if it was schizophrenic. In contrast, his mother smoothly grew much stronger. Though her energy projection mutated even further, she had finally reached a level of strength that was comparable to the dark god she faced. Ves studied her closely and paid special to her attributes this time. Though she seemed unfathomable every time he met her ghostly form, this time she wasn't hiding her domain. She manifested it to resist the unending one's domain. Though it happened out of almost everyone's sight, the two powerful entities had already begun to fight against each other. Their domains grinded against each other as they tested their strength and understanding of their domains. The unending one's domain was like an abyss. Anything that entered its range never appeared again. Somehow, Ves sensed an unending hunger from the depths of the domain. As for his mother, her domain was filled with vitality. Just as he guessed, her domain revolved around life. It seemed that he had his mother to thank for his exceptional aptitude for life. Still, as Ves studied his mother's domain and attributes even further, he felt that she had developed into a very different direction than himself. As a mech designer, Ves was attempting to fuse life with mechs. He developed the life portion of his domain in a path that enabled greater symbiosis between mech pilots and their mechs. His focus on life was purely facilitative. Ves enjoyed creating products that helped his customers grow stronger, fulfilling their desires and providing them with solutions that they couldn't obtain anywhere else gave him a profound sense of satisfaction. Apparently, his mother was different. Her life domain shared a lot of similarities with his own domain, but its interpretation was entirely different. Ves sensed something predatory from it. Her domain was much more primal and reflective of the savage side of nature. Growth required sustenance. The weak died and the strong thrived. The former solely existed to provide substance to the latter. Ves shivered and retracted his spiritual senses. Just looking at her domain already made him feel as if he was about to become her next prey. Fortunately, Cynthia did not direct any hostility towards him. Instead, she focused on the unending one. The removal of the blinding one and the inexorable one had made this battle much simpler. Even though the final dark god had rapidly grown stronger, he didn't appear to be fully in control of his current self. To his opponent, this was a crucial difference. She slashed her sword at the unending one, launching an energy wave that was at least 10 times sharper and more powerful than before. The wave quickly crashed against the dark god's side and sliced off half a dozen tentacles. The unending one roared and began to fly towards his opponent. Rather than trade blows at a distance, the tentacled whale thought he stood a better chance if he fought the woman up close. Due to absorbing the inexorable one, the surviving dark god's speed and acceleration had received a major upgrade. His huge bulk soared forward at a pace more fitting for birds than whales. "Careful, mother!" She didn't need the warning. In fact, she did not exhibit any panic at the rapidly approaching whale. Instead, she raised her palm and pressed the space in front of her. A large and elaborate diagram formed in space. As soon as the unending one crashed against the diagram, a net made out of giant vines appeared and instantly blocked his way forward. The net soon enveloped the whale, causing the unending one to be trapped yet again. Though the dark god attempted to cut and remove the net from his body, the vines that squeezed his body were not so easy to remove this time. The large vines were not only tougher, but regenerated any damage that managed to get through their defenses. With the net temporarily trapping the unending one in place, Cynthia performed some other abilities. More diagrams showed up which she imprinted onto the body of the tentacled whale for some reason. The unending one's roars increased as his huge bulk violently thrashed against his bonds. Yet no matter how much power he unleashed, Cynthia remained fully in control. He never expected his mother to gain such absolute advance after absorbing the energy of his serum. He already thought highly of its value and potency, but it turned out that it was even more precious than he thought. His pain of losing such a valuable asset intensified. After his mother one-sidedly placed numerous strange diagrams on the unwilling dark god, she began to fly to the giant creature's side before raising her sword in a reverse grip. Her alien lips moved as she recited some sort of incantation, but like everything about her, Ves could not hear or record anything of what she did. Her entire existence seemed to defy every recording method. Her sword glowed brighter as she spoke her inaudible words. When her sword had become almost blinding, she stabbed into the flank of the unending one. The trapped creature released a roar that rattled everyone's spirits. While the dark god had grown powerful enough to crush the remnants of Task Force Predator in a single blow, he was rendered helpless by an even more terrible opponent. The sword that Cynthia stabbed into the whale was actively draining his energy. The side bearing the wound visibly deflated as the unending one finally experienced what it was like to be devoured. Cynthia's monstrous face grew uglier as she exhibited pure rapture. Raw energy of incredibly high potency poured through the sword and into her energy projection. She absorbed only a portion of it while sequestering the rest for later processing. After all, unlike the energies donated by Ves, the unending one's dark spiritual attribute was not very compatible with her domain. Even so, Ves was astounded to see that she was able to convert a substantial portion of the unending one's strength on the spot. The amount of skill and technique this required was beyond his imagination. He began to grow jealous of his mother's capabilities. Minutes passed as the unending one unceasingly grew weaker. The fact that it had descended onto the battlefield with his main body may have allowed him to exert greater strength, but it also opened him up to dangerous consequences. Right now, an even scarier predator in the form of V's mother was eagerly draining the giant whale until his tentacles dried up and his immense bulk deflated like an old balloon. The sight was incredibly horrifying to see for the few remaining people who remained alive and conscious. Was this powerful dark god that had lived for eons really going to die in this fashion? The whale hadn't even fully exerted his new strength. If not for facing an opponent as perverse and monstrous as Cynthia, the unending one would have been able to prove why he was one of the oldest and most dominant entities of the Nixian Gap. "It's over," Ves whispered. Eventually, the unending one had met his end. The vines no longer bothered to bind his bulky body tight. The dark god had lost too much strength to resist the drain. When the sword stabbed into his flank was no longer able to draw out any energy, its wielder smoothly pulled it out and let it dematerialize away from view. Cynthia looked incredibly satisfied with her gains. She thought she would suffer a lot of losses when she went through the portal. Instead, her son had not only prepared a lot of compensation, but she managed to earn a sumptuous bonus from her latest meal. She turned her gaze towards the scarlet rose. Ves could feel the glowing purple lights in her eye sockets landing straight onto his body. Despite his protective armor, he felt utterly naked and exposed in front of her transcended sight. "You have grown so much, my son," she spoke to him on a spiritual level. "While I am distressed at many of your decisions, I still love you with all of my heart." The devil tiger sedately flew towards his mother until it had reached her side. The tiger mech faced the scarlet rose as well. "You have been up to a lot of mischief, Ves." His father's voice sounded as he piggybacked on his wife's connection to their son. "What possessed you to enter the Nixian Gap? Its danger is very real. What you have faced right now is not the extent of this region's dangers." I'm sorry, father." "Forget it. As long as you get out as soon as possible, we'll both be happy. You aren't supposed to be here, Ves. There is an enemy in the heart of the Nixian Gap that will hound you to the ends of the galaxy and beyond if it becomes aware of who you truly are. Your mother and I have been running interference for you, but all of our work will become for naught if you take the initiative to knock on its doors." "Are you talking about the compact?" His mother flared with power. "Don't say that name! In fact, don't even think about it. Just leave and never come back. This is not your fight. We can't protect you if you stay in the Nixian Gap. Heed our warning. It's for your own good, my son." His mother's giant projection and the devil tiger simultaneously moved to the scarlet rose. When the pair reached the ship, his mother threw something insubstantial in the direction of the ship's vault. "Since you have gained the habit of collecting trash, here's something for you to play with. I hope it will help you protect yourself better." Her mother and the devil tiger then proceeded to fly towards the unstable portal that had initially brought them to this battlefield. "Wait. I have too many questions, Mother. Can't you stay and answer them for me?" Ves desperately asked. "It's better if you remain ignorant," his father sorrowfully answered. "Some knowledge is too dangerous for you to hold. It's better if you stay away from our affairs." His mother nodded. "You aren't young anymore, Ves. You're an adult now. While we both regret not being there for you when you needed us, you are more than capable of taking care of yourself. Well, as long as you don't provoke enemies like the Alidus Alliance, that is. You still need to adjust your behavior. Be a mech designer, Ves. That is all you need to do to make us proud." His parents left for the portal. Ves wanted to plead and beg them to give him answers, but he knew that his parents were too determined to keep their mouths shut. However, just as his mother began to cross through the portal, it suddenly discolored. Some kind of blue glow shimmered around it as Ves felt a huge amount of spiritual energy trying to change its properties. "What? Who?" For some reason, Ves felt an intense threat. His entire being shook with fear as he felt the onset of a powerful presence that posed a very great threat to him, and evidently his parents, as well from the way they reacted to this development. "He's here!" His mother spoke with a horrified tone. Chapter 2404 Failed Vow. Ruination spread across a wide area of space. Several enormous clouds of debris spread in every direction and collided against each other. Broken wrecks of both mechs and starships floated lifelessly through space. Whether they still contained living beings was still a question, but even if the vessels still contained sparks of life, the titanic clash that had just taken place had knocked everyone unconscious. The only ones who remained alive and conscious were those with the strongest spirits. Aside from Ves and some of the expert pilots, no one else was in a condition to fight. Even the pirates had all fallen silent. The crippled and bleeding Gravata Narlax floated listlessly in space. This should have been a moment of celebration for the Larkinson clan. Though Ves could already tell that the material and manpower losses had been tremendous, the gains more than made up for the sacrifices. The clan welcomed 4 new expert pilots. The Larkinsons also gained at least double the amount of expert candidates. Ves could personally claim the astronomical bounties on his enemies. The warships of the Alliance Alliance definitely contained a lot of useful salvage. As for all of the trouble and complications that ensued from this costly battle, Ves didn't think too much about them. Any outcome was better than dying or getting captured by the vengeful pirates of the Alliance Alliance, or worse, the crazy cultists of the Hallowed Abyss Temple. Yet just as his mother sucked the unending one dry until she couldn't squeeze any more juice from the once terrible dark god, an even greater enemy approached. Though Ves felt that his mother had reached an entirely new height of power that he had never witnessed up until now, her monstrous mutated expression only exhibited pure terror. The enemy that had hijacked the portal must be far more frightening than he could ever imagine. Already, the portal began to transform before his eyes. Its diameter grew and various alien runes and patterns appeared around it. As long as Ves probed it a little with his spiritual senses, he experienced an immediate and acute threat of death. Every fiber in his body, mind and spirit warned him that he would die 100% if he probed the hijacked portal any further. Whatever influence that managed to hijack it was so powerful that just a casual spiritual sneeze from such a giant was enough to snuff out his soul. "Who is coming, Mother?" Ves asked through his spiritual connection with the giant energy projection. "He is the enemy that your father and I fear the most," his mother answered in a hollow tone. "He is older than the Age of Mechs. He has witnessed the fall of the Age of Conquest but has managed to outlast most of his peers. His strength is so overwhelming that he can kill every human on a planet if he so chooses. You have no idea how terrible he truly is. Now that he has caught our trail, there is no escape." "What?" Ves widened his eyes. "How can any human be so powerful? Only warships have this power. Is he a god?" "No. He's worse. He's immortal." "Immortal?" Ves shook. There was something special about this word. "Gods such as the Unending One are but ants in his presence," his mother solemnly said. "To be immortal is not just about possessing power. It's about mastering it. This is why he is able to take over this portal and change it to suit his needs. He is already moving towards us. As soon as the portal is powerful enough to accommodate passage, our fates are sealed." "Isn't there anything we can do? This guy isn't here yet. We can still collapse the tunnel and block his way forward." His mother raised her sentient sword and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Ves sensed the lethality behind the attack. He was sure it could split the Scarlet Rose in half if his mother wanted it to. He was amazed that she was able to unleash such an attack without relying on mechs or ships. Yet as soon as the deadly energy wave crashed against the portal, it dissipated. What happened was not much different from a drop of water splattering against a solid wall. The strength disparity was too big. His mother looked sad. "Someone this powerful can't be stopped, my son. I am as helpless before him as the Unending One was to me. Coming here was a mistake to both you and me. If you didn't come to the Nixian Gap and entered into a feud against the pirates, your father and I wouldn't have been forced to leave the core regions. We were safe there, Ves. The unique environment there allowed us to cover up our traces. I thought it would be fine for us to leave for a short time, but I underestimated his alertness. It only took a short time for him to catch our trail. Though his mother didn't explicitly admonish him, Ves felt incredibly guilty. He ruined his mother's arrangements by screwing up. If he controlled his greed well enough to leave Ulamos Citadel alone, he wouldn't have turned the hallowed Abyss Temple into an enemy. Regret filled his mind. What about the merits? What about the Beastone? None of these gains were worth it if he, his parents, and all of the surviving Larkin sons of this battle were about to die at the hands of this so-called immortal. He clenched his teeth. A growing sense of anger and unwillingness flared up from his heart. He did not want to die like this. He did not want to drag his parents down with him either. He narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the projection of the changing portal. This powerful person hadn't arrived yet. So long as the enemy hadn't actually emerged through the portal, they should still have a chance of making it out alive. Who is this immortal, exactly? You've been talking about him in circles. Just tell me who he is so we can figure out how to stop him. There is no way this fellow is inevitable. He's the enemy we tried to shield from you for so long, his mother emotionally whispered. Everything we did was to prevent him from going after you after your father has given you our legacy. In the end, our efforts were in vain. Don't give up yet, Mother! We are better than this! Tell me the identity of this foe. Who is he and what powers does he have? Is he coming by himself or is he bringing an army? He's alone. He doesn't need any help. That should tell you enough of what kind of existence is hunting us down. His mother became so caught up by their impending doom that Ves did not sense any will to resist from her. He turned his attention to his father instead. As a true-blood Larkinson and a former military mech pilot, Ves bet that his dad should be more receptive to his intentions. Father, can you answer my questions? At this point, it's useless to keep secrets. I'm already involved in your troubles, so you might as well give me the peace of mind of knowing what has led to this situation. His father sighed. Do you remember the gift that I have passed to you? It belonged to your mother. When she died, I didn't know what to do with it. I knew it was the reason behind her early death. It doesn't belong to me. I merely carried it. You can't imagine how far my brothers and sisters and I fled to keep it away from the hands of our pursuers, Cynthia said. We vowed to never let it fall into their hands again. Now I am the only one left, and it seems I am about to fail in my most important mission. Ves tired of all of this circling around. Are you talking about the compact? I know what the system really is. It's the metal scroll, right? It's one of the precious sacred scrolls that this powerful organization has used to dominate humanity, right? How do you know this? I have my sources. Am I right? His mother looked shocked. This is deadly knowledge. Don't ever mention those words again. It's too late for that, Wrinkle Larkinson said. Ves already knows. Since he is aware of some of the true nature of what we've given to him, then he might as well know more. After a bit of hesitation, Cynthia reluctantly nodded. The immortal that is chasing us is one of the highest leaders of the compact. He has been watching for our trails for a long time, and when he finally grasped one, he followed us all the way to the galactic rim. This sounded rather familiar. Ves glanced at the frozen form of Nita. Her heavy combat armor kept her upright, but he knew that she was already unconscious. Does this leader come from the ruined temple? You. That pretty much confirmed his suspicion. It turned out that the great envoy from the Compact's mythical temple had arrived sooner than he thought. The entire reason why Ves came up with the plan to leave the star cluster and travel all the way to the Red Ocean was because he wanted this powerful dignitary. Ves grew confused. From what I heard, shouldn't this fellow arrive at least a decade or so later? Where did you hear that? That's not important. Can you just answer my question? Temple Protector Aramidista has haunted our nightmares for decades, his father revealed. He stands close to the top of a galactic organization that still stretches its influence throughout human space to this day. You can imagine how powerful he must be in order to reach his exalted status. Ves finally obtained the name and title of this great foe. Though the answers barely revealed anything, at least his parents were more willing to talk. How come he arrived here so soon and with so little fanfare? He was pretty confused by this. Ves and Nita had already made some arrangements that could warn them should this envoy from the ruined temple ever reach this star cluster. He only just arrived, actually. As for how he arrived so quickly, well, his mother pointed at the transforming portal. Hasn't the Big Two been building their own gate network recently? Ves wanted to slap himself silly. Of course. Before the introduction of the Beyonder gates, humanity relied on slower and much more time-consuming methods to traverse the stars. It took decades for the fastest and most advanced starships to travel from the center of the galaxy to the outer borders of human space. Even the powerful figures of the ruined temple were no different. However, space travel in the galaxy was already changing drastically after the formation of the Milky Way Galactic Gate Network. The newly formed Gate Consortium was rapidly cobbling up Beyonder gates. Thousands of light years became more accessible than ever as the portals brought many different locations together. The gates ushered forth a revolution in transgalactic transportation. Not just the Milky Way, but other galaxies came within reach. Of course, the biggest downside to the portals was the prohibitive cost of activation. Regular tourists wouldn't be able to afford passage through these newfangled portals. Yet what Ves did not take into account was that this trivial barrier would never be able to stop one of the highest-ranking dignitaries of the Five Scrolls Compact. As long as the Temple Protector disguised himself well enough to fool the Gate Consortium, he could conveniently reach his destination in an instant rather than a decade. He truly comprehended at this moment why his parents behaved so morosely. Even he felt despair when he thought about confronting one of the higher-ups of the Five Scrolls Compact. As time passed, the portal looked increasingly more impressive. Strange glowing markings of demons, humans and aliens kneeling and in pain appeared around it. All of these tortured figures seemed to be stretching out their hands towards a certain undefinable figure portrayed at the top of the portal. The slaves were begging for mercy. Chapter 2405 Working Together. As someone who developed an appreciation for theatrics, Ves did not sense anything good from the symbolism of the changing portal. Only cult leaders and religious nuts would employ such a depraved portrayal of themselves. Was this what the Five Scrolls Compact aimed to achieve? Were the cultists plotting to enslave the entire galaxy so that they could be worshipped as gods? This was complete lunacy. Why hadn't the Big Two managed to wipe them out to last man? These scroll worshippers were nutcases who adhered to grossly outdated notions of how reality worked. The Big Two should never be able to coexist with Compact. Yet not only did the Compact survive the end of its secret reign, one of its highest leaders had successfully passed through one of the Big Two's Beyonder gates as if he was an ordinary traveler. This was a complete travesty. Resentment boiled within Ves. As much as he wanted to file a complaint to the MTA, it was useless to grumble about matters that had already happened. He needed to figure out some way of stopping or destroying this portal. Just in the last minutes, the power radiated by it had already tripled. Even then, that was evidently not enough to allow the passage of their greatest enemy. While Ves hadn't tried it yet, he knew that firing any weapons at it wouldn't work. While he felt tempted to take over the Scarlet Rose's helm so that he could crash his ship into the portal, the power emanated by it was simply too great for it to be shaken by such a simple attack. None of the assets at his disposal was comparable in power to this increasingly more ominous-looking window in space. The markings and symbols became more vivid while the depictions of enslaved worshippers became more defined. Not even running away would help. Unless he found a way to leave the Nixian gap in an instant, there was no way he could run away far enough to evade such a great existence. Ves kept thinking. From the performance of the Dark Gods, he knew that technological solutions could only do so much against enemies of their nature. Perhaps the story might be different if he had access to a CFA battleship, but he had exhausted his entire fleet. He could only do so much by himself. As for trying to stop the portal by trying to destabilize it with spiritual attacks, that obviously didn't have a chance of working. His mother already tried several more times, but every method she employed merely bounced off the elaborate portal as if to mock her weakness. Ves had even left the bridge to head for the vault in order to see how the mutated spiritual construct was faring. What he encountered was outside of his expectation. The construct had dissipated. It seemed that as soon as the temple protector hijacked the portal, he took over responsibility of maintaining it as well. This closed off any chance for Ves to sabotage it by destroying it from the source. Damn it! Isn't there anything we can do to stop the portal? He looked around his vault. He stored all kinds of valuable exotics, relics, and artifacts in here. Yet their usefulness in this situation was minimal. Their value lay elsewhere. TCH. What I wouldn't give for an antimatter bomb or two. Hell, I could use 100 of them right now. Such weapons were too far out of his reach. Even the superweapons he prepared for his fight against the pirate armada had all been spent. Perhaps some errant enriched nuclear missiles were floating around in some wrecks, but it would take way too long for Ves to retrieve them and fire them towards the portal. Not that it would do any good. If the missiles were incapable of splitting apart the Gravata Narlax, then they were even less effective against a portal that appeared to be at least 10 times more durable. Ves looked listlessly at the ceiling. Was he wasting his time? Was he delaying the inevitable? There has to be a way. He began to think through all of his options again. No matter how ridiculous they sounded, Ves didn't have the luxury to be picky. Wait a minute. There might be someone in the clan that can provide some answers. Ves raised his comm and tried to contact someone who he believed should have definitely remained awake. The projection of a tired, white-robed figure greeted Ves. James O'Vane looked as if he already knew this conversation would happen. I knew you would come to me in the end. James spread his arms as if to welcome someone in need. My arms are open to anyone who needs succor. Ves scowled. Do you have the answers I seek? I am a prophet, bright martyr. It is my job to guide you. Mind you, I am not all-knowing. I cannot promise you that I have the answers you desire. He didn't have time for this nonsense. Just tell me what I can do to stop the arrival of you-know-who. Who? You know. Who? Ves shook his head. Just tell me how to destroy the portal. James smiled. The portal is indeed very difficult to deal with. Even I am fearful of the great existence that has displayed so much power. While I genuinely do not know how to destroy the portal, I believe you can do it so long as you have faith. That's it. Faith? This was utter nonsense. In a crisis of such great proportions, how could faith ever possibly help? Do you have any real answers, or are you just full of crap? I'm being serious, bright martyr. While there may be other solutions to your problem, I truly believe that faith can resolve your problem. Believe in yourself, Ves. Do not dismiss the power of faith. Power is power no matter the source. The call ended shortly after that. James didn't have much more to say except to resort to faith. He frowned. What was he supposed to do now? Ves activated a projection that displayed the situation outside. Both his mother and the devil tiger floated in front of the portal without doing anything. They had already tried what they could to stop it, only to waste their energy in vain. As Ves stared at his parents while thinking back on his previous conversation, he suddenly froze when his eyes rested on his mother's form. The power of faith! Faith! Didn't he recently turn an aspect of his mother into a new hexer deity? Hadn't he set up the superior mother as an ancestral spirit that was harvesting the worship of billions or trillions of hexers? He directed his vision towards the dormant entity. She was still asleep, which was strange because his real mother was close by and fully conscious, but whatever. The only problem was that the superior mother was actually weaker than his mother's main form. He doubted that merging the two somehow would give his mother enough strength to challenge the temple protector. Power! I need power! Where can I find enough power to destroy power and screw the approaching enemy? He kept looking around at random as if he was looking for inspiration. His head suddenly froze as he looked at something he had unconsciously dismissed. The huge, transparent vortex that was spinning throughout the entire Nixian Gap was one of the most powerful spiritual manifestations that Ves had ever witnessed. Its power and reach was so ridiculously high that it had far exceeded the strength of any single god. Even the power reinforcing the portal paled in comparison to the power of an enormous spatial phenomenon. Ves immediately shared his idea with his parents. While his mother momentarily looked startled, she soon began to frown. I know what you are thinking about. It sounds good in theory, but how can it be easy to channel the forces of the vortex against the portal? Mind you, if we can make it work, we can not only survive this calamity, but also doom our enemy. One of the reasons why the Temple Protector is expending so much power to expand and reinforce the portal is because he risks a great disaster if the space tunnel is cut off midway. At best, he will get lost in some random dimensions. At worst, he could very well die instantly when he ends up somewhere that cannot sustain his life. That sounded great to Ves. Ending the portal was not enough to stave off the crisis. Only by killing or at least banishing the powerful Temple Protector would Ves and his parents feel more at ease. Even if the ruined temple dispatched more powerful dignitaries to retrieve the metal scroll, it would take a lot of time for the follow-up party to arrive, gate network or not. At that time, Ves would have long left the Komodo Star sector while his parents were safely hiding deep inside the murky core regions of the Nixian Gap. With such a promising outcome dangling before his eyes, Ves became even more motivated to solve this crisis. What do you need to direct the vortex's power against the portal? He eagerly asked. You're not listening to me, Ves. The power required to channel or even approach the vortex is too much. Besides, do you think the vortex is so easy to manipulate? Its true nature is far more complicated than you think. Ves dismissively waved his arm. I'm a mech designer, Mom. I learned a lot of engineering to be able to get to where I am. One of the basic principles that every engineer learns is that you don't need a lot of power to accomplish something. As long as you come up with something clever that is efficient and make use of leverage, you can do it even if you aren't strong. This caused his mother to take his suggestion more seriously this time. How? I don't know, but I'm sure we can figure something out. Tell me what must be done in order to subject the portal against the forces of the vortex, and I'll figure out a way to make it happen. His mother did what he asked without exhibiting any doubt this time. She wanted Ves to live. Ves nodded as he already designed an elaborate spiritual construct in his mind. I see what needs to be done. To get the portal to clash against the vortex, we need to move them into the same plane. The problem is that the portal is based in what I call the material realm while the vortex is a fixture of the imaginary realm. The two have already moved closer, but this isn't enough. We need to bring them close enough in the area encompassing the portal so that there is total overlap. This was a very difficult feat. Getting the realm to overlap at a coordinate was just the first step. They had to sustain it, and make sure that enough of the power of vortex crashed against the resilient portal. He and his mother worked intensely to cobble up a solution that blended both engineering and spiritual sorcery. Though both of them possessed very different opinions on many matters, the acute danger forced them to set aside their philosophical differences. Soon enough, his mother skillfully employed her power to form a spiritual product that Ves had largely designed. His mother didn't appear to possess much talent for spiritual engineering. Her only contribution to the project was offering some high-level solutions that Ves could have never accomplished with his current understanding of spiritual engineering. Ves felt very fulfilled as his mother rapidly created their combined work. Visually, the finished product resembled an engine. As soon as she completed it, she approached the portal despite all of the danger it emanated. When she reached a suitable distance, she began to pour her power into the spiritual engine. Space around his mother began to stir. The two realms slowly started to move closer to each other. "It's working!" The blue portal glowed brighter, but it didn't do anything else. Ves kept a vigilant eye on it, though his mother had already explained that the temple protector couldn't do much when he was still on the other end of the passage. Ves began to feel a strange pressure. His intuition sensed danger. It was as if there was something within him that told him that the two realms were never supposed to overlap to this extent. Chapter 2406, Ves' Faith. The process of merging the material realm and the imaginary realm at the space around the portal proceeded steadily at first. His mother continually poured power in the spiritual engine that he and his mother had designed. As a collaborative work, the creation encompassed both of their strengths. Ves provided the mechanisms that transformed power in a way that allowed it to do more work at much less cost. Cynthia added some very advanced spiritual components that took in the power and accomplished the feat they were trying to achieve. He found it very inspirational to work with his mother on such a project. If not for their many disagreements, Ves would have cherished the experience even more. Through the quick collaboration, Ves also gained a better sense of his mother's spiritual understanding. Just as he expected, her depth and heritage was very extensive. If Ves compared it to his profession, then his mother was probably analogous to a senior or a master while he was just a novice. The gulf between them was too big. However, Ves actually realized that this comparison was not accurate. While it was true that his mother possessed a lot of advanced knowledge, she didn't specialize in spiritual engineering. Most of what she learned was geared towards applications other than creating spiritual products. While she could do it, she mainly did so to create something simple. She did not specialize in it. What she actually excelled at was a mystery. Even so, her high understanding of a lot of profound rules granted her the ability to create spiritual products and components that simply defied his understanding. They were very specific, but also very powerful in their narrow roles. The spiritual engine could have never existed if Ves worked on it alone. He lacked his mother's extensive spiritual foundation. Even when his mother created the few components he needed to make the spiritual engine work, Ves simply couldn't see through what she was doing. There was no way for him to copy her efforts and replicate her work. "I hope it will work." He waited as his mother inputted more and more power into the spiritual engine. Through principles that he didn't fully understand, the physical dimensions and the spiritual dimensions were indeed moving closer. He could feel it in his bones. In fact, the creeping sense of danger made him feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that his involvement wasn't needed at this time, he decided to talk to his father. As a spiritual caveman, he played no role at all in the proceedings. "Dad, it looks like you and your mech are doing well." "We are," Wrinkle replied with evident satisfaction. "Your work is very unique, but great. I had some doubts about piloting a bestial mech, but I have grown comfortable in piloting it. While it is a temperamental machine, its power is beyond compare, especially against the opponents that we typically face in the Nixian Gap. Ves felt very happy that he made his father pleased with his work. His dad was one of his most important customers as far as he was concerned. The mech is not entirely safe to pilot, though. There are aspects about the neural interface and other elements that have not been designed with maximum safety in mind. I'm aware. Our resident mech designer has already explained the potential risks to me. The mech is very different from what it was from the start. We've taken extensive advantage of its nanomachines. Our head designer has also retooled it into an expert mech that suits my capabilities. You don't need to worry for me. This mech has served me well so far, and it will continue to be my fighting partner. Through their brief discussion, Ves discovered that the devil tiger he created had already taken on a life of its own. Not only had it developed a close bond with his father, some other mech designer had tweaked and upgraded the machine extensively. Who is this mech designer you are talking about? Ves asked with a hint of jealousy in his tone. That is not for me to say. It's better that you don't know, Ves. All I can tell you is that the mech you made is in good hands. I make sure that none of the changes alters the mech too much. I don't get as much enjoyment in piloting a mech that isn't made by you. I think at least half of my strength comes from the fact that a part of you is with me in every fight. Ves sensed the love expressed by his father. He felt warm in his heart. The affection from his family was too precious. He had missed this sensation. The two didn't have much time to catch up with each other before his mother's efforts hit a turning point. As the material realm and the spiritual realm began to move closer to each other, the spiritual engine experienced more and more strain. The convergence gradually slowed down until it stopped entirely. I can't get them to move any closer, Cynthia strenuously said, causing Ves to snap out of his leisurely conversation with his father. I don't have enough power. His heart sank as he heard this. He hoped the engine was ingenious enough to accomplish what they wanted without too much effort, but it wasn't enough. The immense vortex had become more substantial around the portal. Ves even saw signs that it was slightly beginning to impact the portal. It wasn't enough, though. The realms needed to overlap even more. How can we solve this, Mother? Isn't that obvious? I need power, any power. Do you have any more life essence? You took my only stash of it away from me already. His mother's giant mutated face frowned. If you can't provide me with any further strength, then I can supply it myself. It will cost me, though. If I give up too much, I won't be able to maintain my existence. No! You can't! Both Ves and his father objected to this solution. Neither wanted to see her die. We don't have any other option. We need to make our move fast. The temple protector is closing in. I can feel his presence nearing the portal. It won't be long before he passes through. Ves thought for a moment. He recalled his earlier conversation with James and the ideas he generated from it. Wait. I may have a better way. Do you recall the Superior Mother? She has grown very strong as of late. This may work. In order to help his mother derive power from her avatar, Ves brought forth the statue of the Superior Mother. The lightning-struck work possessed an incredibly strong association to the ancestral spirit. He was sure that bringing it to Cynthia would help. After locating and bringing the statue out, the devil tiger carefully grasped the marble-like statue with its limbs and hastily flew towards Cynthia's giant energy projection. His mother's eyes lit up as she saw and felt the statue approaching. She sensed something remarkable from it. Throw it inside me. Do it quickly! The devil tiger did as instructed. As soon as the statue entered Cynthia's giant body, it settled right in the middle. Soon, changes began to take place. Ves looked on with great fascination as he sensed the presence of the superior mother emerging from his actual mother. The energy projection changed shape as it became a little more human. Cynthia's bearing began to grow nobler and more regal as she began to take on traits of the Hexer Supreme. Her power grew along with these changes. Not only that, Ves sensed the shadow of an enormous collective of Hexers who earnestly believed in the greatness of the superior mother. It's working, at least for now. The two realms began to overlap more and more. Though the movement didn't seem very big, the vortex was drastically becoming more real. More and more force began to impact the portal. More blue radiance began to bloom from it. Yet, just as the vortex was about to surpass a critical threshold, the convergence stopped again. I can't! His mother cried. I can't go any further than this. They were still missing too much power. Even though the spiritual engine looked as if it was working at full gear, the two realms still weren't close enough. To make just a tiny bit of progress, they had to input vastly more power. Damn it! Ves rapidly tried to figure out where he could source more energy. His design spirits? They were too weak. Himself? He possessed even less energy. Wait, maybe this will work. A vague idea came to mind. Though Ves didn't feel sure about it at all, he couldn't come up with anything better. He took control of the shuttle and piloted it closer towards his mother, the portal, and the active spiritual engine. His mother didn't want him to come closer. What are you doing, Ves? It's dangerous here. I can take care of this problem myself. Though the increased pressure put him under greater strain, Ves could still bear it. I won't lose you again, Mother! He rose from his piloting chair and opened the hatch. He launched into space and allowed the maneuvering systems of his unending regalia to move him past his mother and towards the portal and the overlapping realms. Ves! Get back here now! No! I can do this, Mom! The strain on his mind, body, and spirit rose tremendously. If not for the beastone layer of his armor, he would have popped by now. Even then, he couldn't get much closer. Seems this will have to do, he murmured. He then proceeded to do something that caused both of his parents to be startled. He summoned his system comm. As the slim comm materialized onto his suit gauntlets, he stared at it for a few seconds before issuing a request. System, can you help us repel his threat? It didn't answer. The relic originally belongs to the temple, Ves. His mother softly said. It can help you in this fight. Can't or won't? His mother didn't answer, but Ves already knew that it was too much to hope that the system would bail him out. He felt a bit melancholic as he looked at the comm. Are you thinking about throwing it inside the portal? Cynthia distressingly asked. That won't help us at all. You're just giving what the temple protector wants ahead of time. He will still come and hunt us down. I know. I thought about it, but I don't want to earn the system's ire. He was sure that the system had a million different ways to kill him if he did something as brazen as that. If it was so easy to get rid of it, Ves would have already tossed it through the portal. No, he did not think about sacrificing it. Instead, he wanted to make use of it in a different fashion. Faith, huh? Maybe. Faith isn't so useless after. Maybe. I need to stop denying who I am. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. He clasped the system comm between his palms. Ves then proceeded to do something he swore he would never do in his life. He prayed. He opened himself up to the system comm. He roused his entire spirit and tried to embrace it in a way he had never done before. I may be just a mech designer, but I am also the Holy Son. The moment I made use of the Mech Designer System, I have accepted this heavy mantle. It didn't matter if he did so unknowingly. It didn't matter if he spent years bouncing around with the system without knowing its profound nature. As the holder of a relic that was very likely the metal scroll, Ves had become a figure that was in some ways central to the Five Scrolls Compact. Shouldn't the metal scroll be revered by every member of the Compact in and outside human space? Shouldn't a holy son like him be regarded as an absolute transcendent authority within the cult? From what he learned from various sources, only the higher-ups were aware of the details of the great betrayal. The lower and middle ranks were ignorant of the fact that the metal scroll had been lost a long time ago. As far as they were concerned, the Compact was still led by 5 holy sons who each bore the responsibility of bearing all 5 sacred scrolls. And many of these cultists are probably spirituality active, he boldly guessed. As Ves communed deeper with the system calm, he began to sense an inkling of what he sought. His extraordinary high perception of spirituality and exceptional sensitivity towards life allowed him to notice something he had never sensed before from the system. He managed to open his eyes to a minuscule portion of the immense worship directed towards Metal Scroll. The power of this collective worship was frighteningly powerful, but also completely inaccessible to him under ordinary circumstances. He had to move as close as possible to the space where the two realms were overlapping to even capture a trace of his immensely powerful phenomenon. "What are you doing, Ves? No! Don't! Only gods are able to harness this power." His mother had a point. The power he touched was too immense. He knew for certain that he would get crushed if he attempted to touch it. Just getting close to it was enough for him to feel as if his spirit would evaporate. Even so, he did not lose confidence. Ves smirked even as he maintained his concentration. "I don't believe in gods, Mother. I believe in machines." He proceeded to do something that he never thought about. He really didn't want to do this, but he couldn't figure out any other way to accomplish his goal. He grasped the grand dynamo in his mind, ripped it out, and threw it towards the channel where an immense amount of faith was being directed towards the metal scroll. The grand dynamo held out remarkably well, but the power of faith was too strong. It flooded the powerful construct, causing it to swell with far too much energy that it was never designed to take. It ruptured. Ves hastily flew backwards, and the devil tiger had rapidly swooped close in order to grasp him and bring him away as far as possible. Even then, the immense explosion that happened behind them practically flung the mech out. In the meantime, the close overlap between the two realms had abruptly become total due to the immense spiritual explosion. Cynthia Larkinson looked on with amazement as the vortex had fully entered the same plane as the portal. Immense corrosive spiritual winds and other dangerous forces instantly buffeted the portal. The initial explosion triggered by his son had also inflicted considerable damage, thereby opening up crevices that the corrosive winds eagerly expanded. Rage and emotion pulsed from the energy supporting the portal as it increasingly dimmed. Even if only a small portion of the vortex was crashing against it, the corrosive nature of the imaginary realm's winds happened to be incredibly dangerous to the portal's integrity. A soundless explosion took place as the portal collapsed. Cynthia became shocked as she perceived the rage and fear of the enemy that was falling into the cracks between dimensions. The danger had passed. Chapter 2407 Silent Battlefield. The battle was over. Wreckage and ruin spread throughout the battlefield. The final explosion that caused the realms to overlap and the portal to collapse had caused a fair amount of nearby mechs and ships to drift away. The overlap did not last long after that instance. Cynthia Larkinson immediately stopped channeling the spiritual engine that she and Ves had built. Without any further support, the unstable region affected by the explosion of the faith-infused Grand Dynamo rapidly stabilized, thereby no longer posing a hazard to the surrounding space. As Ves recovered from the shock of getting slammed away, he quickly tried to regain his bearings. He manipulated his unending regalia's customized operating system to connect to the nearby ships and gain a quick overview of the surrounding space. Practically every ship and mech showed no activity. The emergence of extremely powerful spiritual entities continuously subjected their fragile minds and spirits to heavy suppression. Even if most of the spiritually weak individuals were mostly able to avoid the brunt of the pressure, what little of it that managed to leak through was too much for the ordinary mech pilots to bear. Ves was horrified at how effective these powerful entities could disable entire mech armies with their presence alone. Only those who were more spiritually active, such as Ves, possessed the capital to fight against them. Every other human stood no chance in combating these creatures. What actually astounded him even more was the difference in power between the decrepit, half-rotten dark gods of the Nixian Gap and a single dignitary from the galactic center. He had no choice but to revise the threat level of the 5 Scrolls Compact upwards after seeing how his recently empowered mother did not even believe she stood a chance against this so-called temple protector. In fact, given how powerful and capable he truly was, Ves couldn't quite believe how quickly his parents and him managed to eliminate such a great threat. Shouldn't someone more versed in spiritual sorcery be more careful about traveling through a space tunnel? His mother did not seem to show any concern. She already directed her attention elsewhere. Her monstrous energy projection had dimmed and shrunk a bit. She just expended a lot of energy to feed the spiritual engine that initially caused the two realms to converge. In order to recoup her losses, she proceeded to deconstruct the spiritual engine in order to salvage its energy. His mother evidently never let an opportunity to salvage some spiritual energy to waste. "There is no need for you to put up your guard anymore, Ves," she reassuringly said. "The temple protector is gone. While I can't say he is dead, he is most certainly gone. Many dimensions are inherently lethal to life. The remainder are so harsh that it will take his utmost to preserve his vitality. If he happens to fall in between the dimensions, then he will never be going back." "Are you really sure about that? This fellow is one of the most powerful of his kind in the Compact. How can he open himself up to such an obvious vulnerability?" His mother smirked as she finished absorbing the remnants of the spiritual energy. "The temple protector was careless, Ves. Lord Dista is incredibly old and powerful, but he is far from his power base. He came alone in order to remain incognito and to keep his rivals from the ruined temple in the dark about the treasure you possess. On top of that, he had just arrived at the Nixian Gap and likely doesn't understand all of the perils of this region. With his arrogance, he thought that none of us could ever harm the portal." In other words, the temple protector failed to follow the basic rules of warfare that Ves and the Larkinson clan had intimately internalized during this eventful campaign. Understanding the terrain, hiding your own strength, studying the enemy, forming contingency plans, and accounting for failure were all principles that any power needed to master. Only by doing so enabled his forces to defeat more powerful foes that should have been able to win in straightforward battles. Ves found it difficult that someone who was alive before the arrival of the Age of Mechs could be so stupid. All of the other old monsters he encountered were always calm, calculative, and exceedingly careful. They only made huge gambits after setting up elaborate schemes. Senator Tovar was pretty much his model of what a multi-century fossil should be like. Then again, he had never met a sane member of the 5 Scrolls Compact either. He could easily imagine that the higher-ranking members of the Compact were even crazier than the rank-and-file. It was too much to expect these unhinged super-fanatics to abide by common sense. "Okay. If you think the danger has passed, then I'll take your word for it." He swept his gaze around the chaotic battlefield. "The battle is over, but my men are still in danger. There are people in danger but unable to get any help because everyone is knocked unconscious. There are also a lot of intact pirate mechs and warships that can go active at any time to resume the fight. A lot of work needed to be done to secure the battlefield and stem the damage. He's right. Ves Larkinson spoke. As the commander of the Oblivion Hand, he knew exactly how crucial it was to take steps right away. We need to wake our son's subordinates to perform search and rescue and to disarm the surviving pirates. Ves brought up a concern. We need to keep matters secret as well. I don't want to reveal you to too many people. Right now, you're already exposed to some of my men, but as long as the numbers remain low, I'm confident that I can control the spread of information. His mother nodded in agreement. I have already employed some precautions, but it is best to be thorough. He briefly discussed the problem with her. Ves was fairly confident he could wipe the data logged by various ships and mechs, but he couldn't do much to the memories of his clansmen. Some of them possessed implants as well that made it tricky to wipe their memories. I am not proficient in tampering the minds of people, Cynthia said. However, it is within my capabilities to scramble their short-term memory, especially since their psyches have already been impacted from the moment the dark gods have come in their true forms. The people I affect won't forget anything, but their memories will lose a lot of detail, similar to trying to recall something that has happened years ago. This is the best I can do without damaging their essence. Good. Please do so. For secrecy's sake, they can't know too much. There were some people in the fleet who possessed implants, but their numbers were small enough for Ves to make other arrangements for them. As for the expert pilots who were most likely still awake, he trusted them all to an extent. Besides, all of his communications with his parents took place on a spiritual level. As his giant mother proceeded to fly towards his unconscious men and began to scramble their short-term memories, Ves turned to the devil tiger. He couldn't help but study how much his initial work had changed over the course of a couple of years. He felt a bit regretful that he wasn't the one responsible for converting it into an expert mech. Still, he felt reassured the mech was in good hands. He could already see that the mech designer who upgraded and took care of the devil tiger was very attentive. The person who worked on it was at least a senior, and a proper one at that. Father, can you bring your mech to my ship so I can tweak it? He asked. Why? I made it, you know. I long wanted to tweak it and update it, but I never got the opportunity to do so. I programmed an auto-update routine in its operating system, but it never activated. I had our resident head designer remove it, his father said. I appreciate your efforts, but it's a security risk. I understand. Can you at least allow me to check on the mech and see whether I can improve it? If this plan of ours succeeds, you'll be leaving me again, right? That's correct. We are marked. Neither of us can accompany you for fear of leading our enemy towards you. As long as we remain apart, the enemy won't have reason to believe you are involved with us. You need to leave the Nixian Gap and this entire star cluster when this is over. Believe me, that is exactly what I want. Now, can you enter my vessel's hangar bay? There should be enough space to accommodate the devil tiger. Will do, son. His father's mech took hold of his armored form and flew to the Scarlet Rose. The large and imposing devil tiger smoothly entered the hangar bay and landed on the deck. Its large wings had to fold into its tightest form possible in order to prevent them from scratching the ceiling. We don't have much time, so I'll only apply some quick improvements. Ves didn't feel safe with the pirates able to wake up at any time. Though he knew his mother would never allow the scum to do any harm, it was best for his own men to take over the battlefield as quickly as possible. Since the devil tiger was already in good hands, Ves didn't feel the need to apply any major changes. Though he didn't quite agree with all of the changes made by its current caretaker, he could live with them, and that was enough. Ves used his suit to fly up to Mech in order to enter the cockpit. He retracted his helmet and grinned as he hugged his father's suited form. "I missed you so much." "Me too, son. You have grown so much." His father smiled back as removed his helmet and disguise. "I'm sorry that I left so abruptly. There is much I wanted to say to you over the years. We can talk about it while I work. This won't take too long." Ves proceeded to dive into the operating system of his mech and began to perform various inspections. He also proceeded to update or modify the settings whenever possible. He had improved considerably ever since he made the masterwork mech, and he wanted to impart as much as he could before he separated from his parents. One factor that allowed him to wield greater influence of the Devil Tiger was the fact that it was based on Asmus. While Ves deliberately made it difficult for anyone to alter the programming of pure Asmus, he was still able to implement some small modifications with the help of his control over the mech's design spirit. Overall, he improved its autonomous upgrade trajectory and opened it up for suggestions from other mech designers. Ves embedded a set of instructions in the mech so that his father's mech designer would learn about these changes. This ensured the Devil Tiger would fully be able to embrace more drastic changes that allowed it to reach the level of a second-class expert mech and maybe even first-class expert mech in the future. While he was at it, he improved the integration of Zygra into the Devil Tiger so that it became even more difficult to hack the mech. Of course, he couldn't forget about upgrading the spiritual traits of one of his greatest works. As an expert mech piloted by someone who had integrated well with it, the Devil Tiger had already developed a strong character. In fact, not even the Shield of Samar was as strong as the Devil Tiger in this aspect. Ves sensed the traces of his mother in some areas. This allowed him to skip some procedures. The only significant change he made to the spiritual makeup of the mech was to impart it with a couple of triggered abilities. He discussed them with his father. "The Devil Tiger is able to induce corrosion." "I know." His father grinned. "I have taken advantage of it many times in battle. My opponents never expect that my mech is capable of eating them up from the inside. I can improve this and grant you more control over it. Does that sound good to you, Dad?" "You're the mech designer here, Ves. I trust in your ability." There was something very satisfying about working on a mech piloted by his father. Ves had longed for this moment for so long that it felt surreal to him that he was finally able to access the Devil Tiger again. He missed this mech. Chapter 2408 A Long-Awaited Talk. With his father's permission, Ves decided to add 2 triggered abilities to the Devil Tiger. The first one was a corrosion pulse that was based on the pulsing abilities of some of his other mech designs. Simply put, the ability allowed the Devil Tiger to release a radial wave that possessed a concentrated corrosion effect. The closer the enemy, the greater its potency. The best part about the triggered ability was that it was capable of ignoring most physical barriers. Therefore, it was a killer move against any machine with delicate internals. Not even warships were immune to this effect. The ability worked best against materials and in particular against powerful opponents. In order to complement the corrosion pulse ability, Ves added the primal roar ability as well. Based on the roars employed by the dark gods and the fearsome glow of his Doom Guard design, Ves added a way for the Devil Tiger to release a spiritual wave that was able to frighten and intimidate mech pilots. This was a great way for his father to subdue a large number of enemy pirates. The weaker their wills, the faster they crumbled. Even stronger-willed pirates should experience some difficulties depending on the growth of the Devil Tiger and its design spirit. Ves didn't have the time to add anything else. He had already accomplished a lot of different improvements in a very short amount of time. Part of that was because he limited himself to easy changes. At his level of competence, he was able to work quite quickly, taking minutes to accomplish something that would take a typical apprentice hours to complete. Another part of it was because he already formulated and stored a lot of different potential improvements in his implant. The benefit of having the Archimedes rebel was that he could store all of his ideas and build on them whenever he was in the mood to do so. Over years, Ves accumulated quite a lot of them, and now he picked out the most appropriate ones, thereby allowing him to skip hours or days of work. While he had to work quite intensively to cram all of his desires into the Devil Tiger, he still retained at least some of his focus. He wanted to talk to his father in person for a very long time, and this might be the only window of opportunity he could get in his life. Once he and his parents went their separate ways, they might not meet each other again. This made it even more important for Ves to cherish this precious moment. "Dad, can you tell me who my mother truly is?" Ves hesitantly asked. "She's obviously not normal. Did she used to be part of the compact?" "I can't answer that question," his father said as he watched his son work on his mech. "I don't know too much about Mother's past. She doesn't want to share too much about it. All I know is that she has spent a long time fleeing from the compact. She lost all of her companions along the way. The setbacks she suffered and dangers she encountered has marked her deeply. It took a long time for her to recover to an extent. Having you and raising you was a turning point in her life. She was much worse before you were born." That partially explained why she was so secretive and bossy towards him. Someone who went through a perilous chase across the galaxy must have developed many instincts that were geared towards survival. "Why did she die early?" he asked. "And how come she was able to get back to life in this form? Do I look like I understand how all of this magic works? While I have long gotten over the shock that people can perform all of these amazing feats, that doesn't mean I understand how it works. I'm just a mech pilot." "An expert pilot," Ves pointedly replied. "Your sensitivity and understanding towards my mother's magic should be higher than normal people." "That doesn't make much of a difference." Ves momentarily paused his work in order to study his father very closely. Now that he was looking closely, he sensed that his father was different from the other expert pilots that he had encountered. For one, Wrinkle exerted a lot of control over his force of will. He kept an iron grip on it, preventing it from spilling out and affecting the people around him. Whether he did that to avoid influencing his son or because his mother taught him how to do so, it was impressive nonetheless. What distressed Ves a bit was that his father developed quite an aggressive orientation for his will. In fact, if he didn't know any better, he felt it was identical to that of Zygra. "Dad, how did you advance to your current rank? As far as I know, you aren't expert pilot material. You are long past the prime age for that. You didn't break through back when you served in the Mech Corps. How come you're completely different?" In the past, Ves and every Larkinson knew that Wrinkle was not comparable to his older brother. Venerable Ark Larkinson advanced early in his career and became a prominent star of the family. This was despite the similar battles they fought in during the previous Bright Visual War. "Your mother helped me, in a way. She told me that I didn't have the qualifications to become an expert pilot, but tried out a method that will allow me to become one by force. It was not something I wanted to experience, but it worked out in the end. I am fully in control of my strength." "Did she merge your mind with the Devil Tiger's design spirit?" Ves asked suspiciously as he observed several worrisome clues. "I had to fight against the big cat. The two of us were locked in a duel. To prevent him from eating me, I had to be stronger than him in order to absorb him instead." His father rambled on a bit about his experiences. He wasn't good at describing them, but his words offered Ves enough clues to get the gist of how his mother managed to elevate him to expert pilot. Ves admired his mother. If he interpreted his father correctly, His mother managed to forcefully elevate his father from a spiritually weak mech pilot into a potent, if abnormal, expert pilot. He eagerly took notes, and recorded as much of his thoughts and observations into his implant as possible. While Ves had already found a way to induce mech pilots with spiritual potential to become expert candidates, he didn't have a solution for the majority who lacked this precious quality. If Ves could enable some of these normal individuals to advance, then that would open up a lot of potential promotion opportunities for his clansmen. Of course, he also became aware of risks surrounding the method of his mother. Stuffing a piece of his design spirits in the head of a mech pilot was very dangerous, and he wasn't quite clear what techniques his mother employed to increase the safety and success rate of the merger process. Ves tentatively labeled this theoretical technique as spiritual talent implantation. This was because it could quite literally implant someone else's talent and spirituality to another person. The implications were staggering, but so are the many possible ways it could go wrong. From his current understanding of how spirituality worked, this was an exceedingly dangerous move. The recipient would always be weaker than the donor. This meant that the most likely outcome was that the foreign spiritual fragment would instead absorb the recipient and become the body's new occupant. Ves briefly shook his head. This was not the time to explore this notion any further. There was plenty of time afterwards to delve in this research topic. Your mother died due to succumbing to some sort of fatal wound. His father answered one of his earlier questions. She did not die of a wound to her body. Otherwise, she could have received treatment from a hospital back in the Bright Republic. Instead, one of her pursuing enemies managed to damage her soul. That was how she explained it to me, at least. That was a plausible, if worrying, answer. If the Five Scrolls Compact was capable of harming people's spirits directly, then they were probably very good at assassination. After all, most people and organizations simply weren't on guard against spiritual attacks. Do you know the details about her wound? I think she implied that her enemies destroyed or captured a piece of her soul. She has become incomplete ever since that. She's like a breached starship that is slowly venting air. She told me that she can't fix the whole breach. All she can do is to constantly absorb more air from other sources to keep herself alive. Your mother wasn't able to do that during your childhood, so that was why she died early. That explained a lot of unanswered questions. No wonder his mother wanted to suck him dry all the time. Just as he suspected, her existence literally depended on it. Fortunately, this shouldn't be much of a problem anymore. His mother had not only grown stronger and gained more options, but also gained access to another source of energy. Did she ever explain how she lingered after her death? Wrinkle shook his head. No. I'm just happy that she has returned. You cannot imagine the delight I feel for having her back. I don't care what she did to return to life, and I am not versed in the details. I think powerful individuals like her don't live and die like normal people. I have always suspected that she is older than she appears. How old? Maybe as old as your grandfather. Are you serious? That's just a conservative estimate. His father smiled wryly at Ves. Other times, she comes across as positively ancient. It's rather strange, because she also has some youthful aspects, though she only shows that side of her when she's happy and relaxed. If his mother used to be a member of the Compact, then Ves could buy the theory that his mother was much older than his father. His mother was too strong for her apparent age. Her abilities were so sophisticated that he didn't think that she could possess so much power if she was only 50 or 70 years old. It took a long time to accumulate so much power. Wrinkle did not talk about his wife any further, as he could say little else. Ves found it rather strange that his father knew so little about someone he decided to tie the knot with. This was not typical for a Larkin son. This is love, Ves. It doesn't always have to make sense. Sometimes, love doesn't need to abide by a checklist in order to work. No matter how old she is or what kind of weighty past she bears, I love her, and she loves me back. Despite her obvious power and height, she never thought or treated me as lesser. We respect each other, and we had you. Aren't you in a relationship yourself? Ves hesitantly smiled. Yes. She is. Quite a personality. We're quite different, but we respect each other as well. I'm about to get married soon as long as I can get back in time to make it for the wedding. I heard. Will you be able to attend? You know that's not possible. Unless the threat of the Five Scrolls Compact is completely gone, we won't be able to lift our heads out of the depths of the Nixian Gap. The last thing we want to do is to draw our enemies towards you. While the Compact is able to track your mother and I, it shouldn't know about our current identities. As long as that is the case, you won't attract their attention. Let's make sure it stays that way. Chapter 2409 Unwilling Separation. Ves and his father ended their conversation at the same time he finished his work on the mech. As much as they wanted to take the time to catch up on each other, his parents had to go. His mother not only scrambled the memories of his clansmen, but also made sure they woke up soon. Once that happened, it was very inconvenient for them to witness Ves acting chummy with the leader of the Oblivion Hand and the energy projection of a giant monstrous woman. Both Ves and his parents had several good reasons to keep their association as discreet as possible. Nothing good would come if the public became aware of the astounding events that took place during the battle. Ves was only willing to let the first half of the battle go public. As soon as the Gravata Narlax started spewing out different kinds of fog-like energy, he did not want the subsequent events to be leaked. As his parents were ready to say farewell and go, Ves looked emotionally at the Devil Tiger and his mother floating just outside the Scarlet Rose's hangar bay. I guess we won't be meeting each other for a very long time, he sighed. You're leaving for the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy, right? His mother asked. Yes. I want to explore new opportunities and get away from some of the problems here. I thought it would be a good way to distance myself from the Compact. Oh, you'll never be too far away from them. The Compact is everywhere. You can expect their people to be among the pioneers and colonists there. Don't ever let your guard down. As long as you take precautions and as long as you aren't too blatant with displaying your powers, you should be fine. This happened to be one of these latent concerns. Who knew what would happen if some hidden Compact member stumbled upon one of his mechs one day? Would the cultists be able to tell that Ves was connected to them? This was an outcome that he did not want to see. Are there ways to reduce the risk of discovery? It helps a lot that you don't practice your abilities like them. As long as you work more towards obscuring and mystifying your applications, you will probably be able to lay low. I advise you to take shelter under the Big Two, though. The closer you are to them, the more hesitant the Compact will be to approach you. While the MTA and CFA can't entirely be trusted, they are better than the alternative. I'll take that into account. Ves nodded. Before you go, I just came up with a proposal. Aboard one of our other ships is an alien communication crystal. It's the same kind of crystal that you or your men used to transmit your blueprint. Would you be willing to take one along? While there are a lot of limitations to using the crystals, at the very least we can still stay in touch. That is, if it is secure enough for your liking. His mother frowned and looked at the Devil Tiger. His parents must be having a private discussion. We know about the crystals. You can keep the two you have. Taking one will deprive you of a useful tool and may make your people wonder where it disappeared. Once your father returns to the Oblivion Hand, he will use his contacts to take over one of the other crystals, preferably in secret. Once that happens, we can remain in contact with each other, but only sparingly. We can't risk communicating too much in the event the connections aren't secure. Even I don't understand how this alien technology works. It was better than nothing, and certainly a more palatable alternative than calling each other over the galactic net. Ves felt fortunate that he was able to get his hands on the Zona crystals. He suspected that the oversized crystals were able to communicate with each other through the heavy spatial warping that engulfed the core regions. He also believed their range was unlimited. This meant that they did not have to make any special arrangements once he reached the Red Ocean. Instead of forming a portal that would allow them to return to the core regions, his mother and the devil tiger instead sped up and began to fly into the distance. There are numerous eyes and observers as well as other troublemakers in the periphery. We'll clean them up before we go. Good luck, Ves, and don't play with fire next time. Goodbye. Ves saw them go with a mixed expression. While the Zona crystals offered some hope for him to remain in touch with his parents, it was not possible for him to call them daily and have a chat whenever possible. Well, let's begin the cleanup. It didn't take long for the first Larkinsons to wake up. They opened their weary eyes in wonder as they saw the disastrous aftermath of the battle. So many assets were wrecked. The pirates suffered horrendous losses, but the Larkinsons weren't in good shape either. Ves immediately took charge of his men. Stop dazing around and wake your fellow clansmen. Although it doesn't look like it, we won the battle. Please organize yourselves so that we can police the battlefield. The Larkinsons hesitantly and confusedly began to do what they could. They bumbled around for a time until some of the officers woke up. When leaders such as Major Vol, Commander Melker, and so on began to issue orders, the Larkinsons became more organized. During this time, some pirates with spiritual potential had begun to wake up as well, but their numbers were too small to threaten the overall picture. The Larkinson mechs began to sweep the enemy mechs while transports and assault shuttles filled with infantry began to board the surviving pirate ships. While Task Force Predator had lost a lot of ships, the Alliance Alliance still retained much of them. There were not only a lot of intact pirate carriers, but every warship aside from the Gravata Narlax and Mortis Grayson had made it through without suffering heavy damage. None of the Larkinsons needed a reminder that securing these warships was a top priority. In fact, even the crippled hull of the Gravata Narlax had to be swept clean of pirates. Ves wanted to prevent the surviving pirate crew inside from doing something stupid, such as destroying his loot, activating an intact weapon system, or inducing the working power reactors into overloading. A heavy cruiser was still an exceedingly dangerous beast even if it looked as if she was on her deathbed. Fortunately, the Larkinsons worked quickly and efficiently. Due to manpower and vehicle constraints, they couldn't be as thorough as they liked. For example, the men only bothered to secure the more valuable-looking assets. There were too many pirate mechs floating in space for the Larkinsons to bother with retrieving them as intact as possible. To prevent their mech pilots from waking up and wreaking havoc, the Larkinson mechs simply pierced their cockpits and killed the pilots inside. Something similar happened to many pirate carriers and other ships. There wasn't enough infantry to take possession of all of them, so the Larkinsons simply blew them up no matter who or what was inside. Ves winced a bit at the destruction of so many usable assets. The Larkinson fleet lost too many ships. His task force didn't even have enough carriers left to berth all of its surviving mechs. This meant that his Larkinsons had to capture a lot of carriers in order to accommodate all of the surviving mechs. 2 hours later, Major Vro called Ves to appraise him of the latest developments. How is it going? I hope the pirate warships are no longer a threat. We have tentatively taken control over them, sir. We have already swept the Artis Fly and the Sundown at least 2 times as they are only frigates. It is taking longer to sweep the Ailing Fry, the Cardan Mativa and the Livid 7. As destroyers, they are larger and more complicated. Our men have already encountered various booby traps inside. We will need to bring in engineers to thoroughly go over every system to make sure they won't follow malicious programming the pirates have planted as a precaution. Well, just shut off the systems. There isn't much they can do if they don't have access to power. Believe me, our boarding parties are doing our best, sir. Vril tiredly smiled. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. Dealing with these problems is better than suffering a defeat. It is just that the number and scale of our surviving opponents is a bit too big for us to secure right away. We're suffering from success. Ves put it succinctly. The Major nodded and looked sharply at Ves. Indeed. There are a lot of stories circulating around. Many of them sound astounding. What? Happened in the later stages of the battle? Haven't you looked at the footage? I did, but that has only made me more confused. The footage is not only fuzzy, but each of us are getting headaches whenever we try to think back on what exactly occurred. Ves smirked. His mother didn't let him down in this regard. I can't satisfy your curiosity. It will harm the Larkinson clan if the details are spread. Make sure that everyone doesn't look too hard on what happened at the end. Have I made myself clear? Though Vril obviously did not like to be deprived of information, he understood the danger of spreading dangerous information. As a former intelligence operative, he took part in several cover-ups. This was no different in his regard. Understood, sir. I have already received word that Calabast and the Black Cats are scrubbing as many systems as possible. Ves knew, because that was the first order he gave his spymaster after he slapped her awake. Let the Black Cats do their work without obstruction. Now, what can you tell me about the state of the Gravata Narlax? I believe Ophelia Cronin can tell you more about the ship's condition. Right now, our boarding parties still haven't finished their initial sweeps. There are too many decks and compartments to go through. Have you found Lord Hyvex? I can't imagine how much damage he can do if he wakes up and takes control of the remaining systems of the heavy cruiser. Crippled or not, Ves knew that ships were built to take a beating. This was especially the case for warships, and large ones at that. Her rear turret had not suffered any significant damage. As long as it woke up, it could do immense damage to the remnants of the Larkinson fleet. We are on it, sir. Trust in our men. While our infantry aren't as flashy as our mech pilots, they know what to do in this situation. They have drilled extensively on how to board and take over many different varieties of warships in the last month. This was the power of preparation. It would have been a lot different if the pirate armada ambushed Task Force Predator out of the blue. Though Ves still felt concerned about possible accidents, there wasn't much he could do short of boarding the crippled flagship himself. While he was very interested in doing so, he doubted that his circle of advisors would agree to such a reckless decision. Have your men retrieved all of the expert pilots and expert candidates? He changed the topic. Vril smiled a little brighter. Yes. As the current and future standard bearers of our clan, I have made sure that they are receiving our best care. Of the expert mechs, all of them are exhausted. Venerable Tusa has suffered heavy injuries, though. Something smashed his mech apart and transferred a lot of shock to the cockpit. Will he survive? He'll make it. Dr. Rania Woden is already administering to him in person. She is optimistic about his recovery, though it will take a lot of time and treatment. Oh. Okay. Ves no longer worried about the light mech expert pilot. What about our expert candidates? How many survived? Vril shrugged. We don't even know how many have originally broken through to expert candidates. According to the current figures, we have brought in 9 injured or exhausted expert candidates. I don't think there are any more. None of the other surviving mech pilots have triggered the resonance sensors. Only 9 made it through. The inexorable one had slain the rest. Ves lowered his head. This was a heavy loss. There were others. They burned bright and sacrificed themselves so that we may live. They deserve to be honored. Our clan will not forget their names. Chapter 24:10 Fallen Grandeur. Occasional fighting erupted inside the ships of the pirates. Boarding parties consisting of well-armed and well-trained infantry stormed through the passageways and compartments like enforcers quelling a riot. The difference in gear and organization gave the invaders a considerable advantage. While the internal defenses of the ships were quite robust, the Larkinsons possessed too much excellent gear for those measures to make a difference. Infiltrators ran ahead to sabotage key defenses. Saboteurs blocked essential power flows. No matter how well the pirates built their warships, their tech and sophistication fell far short of that built by proper organizations. Not even the flagship of the Alliance Alliance resisted the invasion. Already damaged and partially crippled, there was too much chaos to organize the surviving crew properly. They barely woke up and couldn't do anything. The Black Cats prioritized knocking out as many command and control systems as possible, thereby isolating the crew from each other. They also deployed numerous jammers throughout the ship, thereby preventing the pirates from relaying messages to each other through short-range wireless communications. All of this enabled the Larkinsons to divide and conquer the considerably large ship. By attacking the numerous sections of the ship one by one, the Larkinsons didn't have to employ too many squads of infantrymen at a time, thereby allowing other troops to be sent to other ships. Ves constantly kept himself appraised of the situation as the massive cleanup operation continued. Just to be safe, Major Vo prioritized resupplying and servicing the most intact mechs the Larkinsons retained. There wasn't much left. The secondary gun batteries of the pirate warships had ripped through numerous mechs. The thousands of pirate mechs had also exacted a considerable price. The Larkinsons were still counting their losses, but in the initial hours, less than 40% of mechs were still capable of putting up a fight. Ves did not mourn too much for the fallen mechs. Alive or not, they served their purpose. Ves could easily rebuild or replace them in time. What he truly cared about was the loss of life, particularly the lives of mech pilots. Ves considered every bloodied, veteran mech pilot to be a treasure. After all of the battles they lived through, they were destined to become the backbone of the militant arm of the Larkinson clan. Forged in battle, united by brotherhood, tested through hardship, Ves knew exactly how important it was to have his future mech forces led by those who experienced true war together rather than training for it in false simulations. "This is something that money can't buy," he murmured as he sat behind his desk while stroking Lucky's back. "Meow," his cat tiredly replied. Even hiring existing veteran mech pilots didn't quite cut it. No matter their prior experiences, they weren't brothers yet. The newcomers wouldn't be able to integrate with the Larkinson clan's martial tradition unless they fought at the side of other Larkinsons. In the future, the Larkinsons who earned glory in this bloody campaign would definitely dominate the hierarchy of the clan. This was inevitable as the Larkinson culture centered around rising to prominence by achieving great and difficult feats. The Larkinsons who had stayed behind at Synnax 6 may be happy that their lives were never at risk, but this safety came at a price. "I will definitely continue to have more say over the clan than Gloriana after I reunite with her," he confidently stated. "Meow?" Lucky swatted his tail against his hand. "I am being serious." "Meow meow. You've been sitting out the entire last battle. Your opinions don't matter." "Meow. Producing some gems is hardly a contribution. It's your job to begin with. If you weren't so bad at digesting unending alloy, you could have produced a lot more of them in the same time span. If we had a dozen more highly unstable Chaos Essence gems, we could have probably blown up the Gravata Narlax straight away before the cultists inside had a chance to summon their dark gods. The painful battle illustrated that the Larkinsons were still too weak. If his mech pilots all piloted second-class mechs, then they likely wouldn't have lost so many lives. Upgrading the combat assets of his clan would likely become his highest priority after his wedding. He was tired of seeing his clansmen die because they were still making use of third-class mechs and ships. These low-tech, thinly armored constructions may have been suitable for him once, but he no longer placed third-class states and organizations within his eyes. Only second-class states offered what he and his clan needed to grow stronger. Acquiring ships won't be a problem, but the mechs are going to take a lot of work, he muttered. The LMC's design capacity was limited. He wanted his clan to depend entirely on his own mechs. With the various innovations he developed, he could offer each and every Larkinson mech pilot numerous unique advantages that would definitely put them ahead of the competition. As Ves ruminated over his future plans, he received an incoming hail. The projector came to life, displaying Calabasas in infiltrator gear. The background showed that she was in some sort of command center. "Have there been any new developments on the takeover of the Gravata Narlax?" he asked. "We're still working on it. There are some stubborn holdouts who have locked themselves in vaults and other difficult-to-breach compartments." "Did you focus on securing the ammunition stores? I don't want any crazy pirates getting the bright idea of detonating the ship's entire complement of nuclear missiles at once." She looked contemptuously at him. "We're not stupid. Our men immediately secured the most volatile compartments like the engineering bay and central control systems after we managed to obtain some maps of the ship. Still, there are plenty of other compartments that we are trying to clear. It will take at least 2 days to gain initial control over the vessel." The internal volume of an 800-meter-long ship was huge. A small city might stretch across a wider surface area, but the most defining traits about modern starships was that they were composed of many different decks stacked on top of each other. This effectively made it so that a ship as large as the Gravata Narlax offered a lot of ground for the pirates to make their last stand. "How stubborn are the pirates?" "Very," Calabasas replied dryly. "The Alidus Alliance is one of the most powerful pirate factions in the Nixian Gap, and the crew of the flagship largely consists of the most well-trained, die-hard elites. It's safe to say that most of them aren't willing to surrender. So far, we have killed the majority while injuring the remainder to the point where they can't resist." Ves thought for a moment. "You don't have to try too hard to capture them all alive. If it's easier to kill them on the spot, then just do so. It's too dangerous to leave them to their own devices. We can earn a greater bounty if we surrender them to the authorities alive, Ves. All of them have valuable intelligence that is of great interest to many people in civilized space. We have already won the most important prizes as far as I'm concerned." "Very well. I'll tell the men to speed up their work." They moved on to the reason why Calabasas called. "There is an update on the status of Lord Hyvex. He's dead." Ves closed his eyes and let out a disappointed breath. On one hand, he felt relieved. The owner of the heavy cruiser could have used his remaining authority to trigger a lot of mischief. On the other hand, he was disappointed. Capturing him alive would have yielded Ves a lot of high-level intelligence on the Nixian Gap. Parading him around in chains would have also brought a lot of glory and honor to the Larkinson clan. It just wasn't the same if the enemy leader was reduced to a corpse. "How intact is the body?" Ves asked another important question. "I'll let you see for yourself." A new projection appeared that depicted a luxurious and spacious compartment that was filled with trophies. Ves immediately recognized it as Lord Hyvex's stateroom. When he compared the pirate lord's abode with the compartment he currently resided, he felt deeply inadequate. The plush compartment in the projection befitted how a true great leader should decorate his personal space. The wall of weapons, the display cases of personal effects, and the banners of fallen organizations all exemplified the past glory of the Nixian pirate leader. When Ves finally received his factory ship from the hegemony, he resolved to set up something similar. He already set aside a bunch of trophies from the strong opponents he defeated in the past. Ves focused on the only discordant element in the room. Sitting behind a desk that was much more imposing than his own was the former leader of the Alliance Alliance himself. His grand armor with its numerous trophies and markings looked as magnificent as ever. What was wrong with this picture was that Lord Hyvex's head was missing. He had to zoom in the projection in order to figure out what had happened to it. He could see that the corpse had dropped a laser pistol onto the deck. That explained why the neck featured strong burn marks. I see. He destroyed his own head in order to deny us the opportunity to parade him as a recognizable captive. I can imagine he also did so to destroy every cell in his brain, Calabast added. That's a shame. The good news is that not every senior officer aboard the Gravata Narlax has chosen to go out prematurely like their leader. If we storm them fast enough, they won't have the time to shoot their own heads. They probably don't know as much, though. From what we have seen from the other pirate organizations, most of the secrets are concentrated at the top. That's pirates for you. Trust is in short supply here. Well, I'll get back to supervising the takeover operation. Good luck. Sometime after this call, Ves received an update from Major Vril. Sir, our security situation is deteriorating. Right now, we are still in the middle of pirate territory, and I don't trust the surrounding pirate groups to sit still for long. While it is rather strange that the scouts and other groups in our vicinity have disappeared, our forward scouts have detected some pirate gangs forming temporary alliances. It's clear that they think we are weak. Ves frowned. While he was grateful that his parents cleaned up the peripheral threats, they couldn't linger too long. There were still many pirates left in Maynard Fields that had adopted the attitude of waiting to see whether they could pick up a bargain. Do we have enough mechs to deter these hyenas? We're not sure. Certainly, I think we probably have enough strength left to defeat these rabble, but even with our new expert pilots and expert candidates, it's inevitable for us to suffer further losses. We need to project greater strength during this sensitive time. As long as we can stall the gathering pirates for a few days, we can restore enough mechs. How do you intend to do that? Major Vril smirked. We have the opportunity to take over basic control of the relatively intact pirate warships. Would you like us to expend our efforts on a single destroyer or a pair of frigates? If he uttered those words in civilized space, the Big Two would have marked him for death. I don't think the frigates are big enough to form enough of a deterrent, Ves thought. I agree, but having two ships instead of one offers us more tactical flexibility. The smaller and weaker pirates we are facing don't respect that concept. They're much simpler, I think. The bigger the gun, the greater the deterrent. Even if it's a lot more difficult, just focus on controlling a single destroyer as soon as possible. Shoot some asteroids with its guns. Give the secondary gun batteries some exercise. I bet as soon as the pirate scouts observe these movements, their superiors will think twice about launching an attack. I like how you think, sir. I learned from the best. Chapter 2411 Braver. The Larkinsons succeeded in bringing a warship online. They chose to spend their efforts on the Ailing Fry, as that happened to be the latest and most modern warship of the Alliance Alliance. While it was too much to ask the incoming personnel to control the ship as well as the original crew, the Ailing Fry was not that difficult to bring online. As long as the Black Cats hacked the ship's systems and made sure to sweep them for traps and safeguards, the engineers and officers came face to face with friendly, user-friendly control systems. This did not surprise VS. A good maker always took his target audience into account. While the Alidus Alliance was certainly well run, it couldn't ask too much of its own personnel. Most were pirates with mixed backgrounds. Expecting them to run a ship as complex as a CFA warship was way too unrealistic. Therefore, the pirate shipwrights who designed and built the Ailing Fry not only made sure to keep the interfaces and control systems as self-explanatory as possible, they also made sure to include dummy modes. Though relying on simplified controls did not allow the Larkinson prize crew to make full use of the Ailing Fray's capabilities, it took a record couple of hours to get the powerful destroyer to move. It only took a half hour after that for the temporary crew to figure out how to operate the main gun battery. When her forward turret started swiveling, many of the Larkinsons in the vicinity grew nervous. Nearby Larkinson Mechson patrol went on high alert. As soon as the massive gun turret directed its aim at an existing Larkinson asset, they would definitely do everything possible to shut it down by force. Fortunately, no weird programming took over the turret's systems. No traps triggered. The Black Cats already surmised that the Alidus pirates were too confident in their own strength to believe that their enemies would capture their own ships. VS was in the design lab of the Scarlet Rose when the captured Ailing Fry fired her main armament once again. The turret slowly swiveled until its triple barrels were able to point their muzzles towards a certain direction in the distance. A moment later, the 3 laser cannons simultaneously fired. 3 bright red beams instantly soared across space, threading numerous nearby asteroids and striking a distant pirate carrier at once. VS clapped with glee. Great accuracy! The ship hit by the lasers was just a small converted carrier. Her thin hull barely offered any resistance against the powerful lasers. The beams managed to transfer an enormous amount of heat inside, thereby causing untold internal damage. Just a minute after getting hit, the pirate vessel was already flying out of control. A small number of escape pods and mechs desperately launched from the doomed ship as she finally crashed into an asteroid. Many nearby pirates managed to observe the disastrous sight. Their ships and mechs quickly raced away from the battlefield. If the Larkinsons managed to get the Ailing Fry to hit one of their own at this distance, then remaining here was suicide. Ha! Look at them run! Serves those pirates right! Rena Orion gloated. The others in the design lab became impressed as well. So this is the power of a warship in our hands. Xanther sighed with admiration. Dukin French crossed his arms. The Ailing Fry is pretty nice, but the real prize is the Gravata Narlax. Can we step aboard those ships to study their systems, sir? Estelle Linwood asked. I'm especially interested in taking a look at how they engineered their massive primary armament. All in due time, VS replied. We haven't completely swept it clean of threats as of yet. Give our crews some time to gain more control over the systems. The battle that the Larkinsons had just won had impacted the Braves remarkably. Though VS hadn't spared any attention for his assistants, they acquitted themselves decently this time. The Battle of Ulamos Citadel had caused them to enter into full-blown panic. This time, they made sure to control themselves and each other. Though they did not play any role during the fight, VS was already proud of the progress they achieved. They were truly beginning to live up to their moniker as Braves. Teacher, we've gained a lot of new expert pilots, right? Michael asked. All of the candidates we used to have broke through, VS confirmed. There was no reason for Hism to keep this secret. In addition, we have also welcomed a batch of new expert candidates to the fold. Michael looked incredibly impressed. Wow! I never heard of so many experts breaking through. This is a miracle! Did they all break through with the help of the work you have performed on your mechs? There are many factors that affect a mech pilot's chances of advancing. Ves awkwardly coughed. Certainly, although I would like to believe that piloting our living mechs has helped, there are too many variables in play to know for certain. I think the single most significant contributing factor is the fact we clashed against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Situations like these always squeeze out the potential in those who have the courage to face the enemy despite the odds. Many mech designers in the design lab nodded in agreement. This was not an exotic theory in the mech community. The Larkinson clan highly advocated for its truth as well. It was just that not everyone had the stomach to develop themselves when they were weak and vulnerable. Too many mech pilots preferred to take it slow and steady, and only begin to fight in glorious battles when they advanced to expert candidate. This mentality was entirely wrong as far as Ves was concerned. True courage came from facing adversity rather than bullying the weak. Strong pilots such as Joshua and Tusa both polished their wills long before they became exceptional. It was the progress they made during this early period that largely formed the foundation of their future success. However, Michael, who was very interested in living mechs, was not entirely satisfied with this answer. Could our new expert pilots have reached this level if they were piloting something other than your mechs? I don't know, Ves truthfully answered, though he interpreted his student's question very loosely. We would have to perform a large-scale systematic investigation to make any solid conclusions. A small sample size of 4 mech pilots, 5 if you count Venerable Janzi, is wholly insufficient to make any definite statements. We would need to perform a massive quantitative experiment involving at least several thousand mech pilots split into at least 2 different groups. One group would be piloting our best LMC mechs while the control group would be stuck with piloting the closest non-LMC equivalents. Aren't we doing that now? Our clan's mech troops are already split up like this. Maybe we can announce to the galaxy that our mechs are truly capable of helping mech pilots advance. We'll become famous. Bonk. Ouch. That hurts, teacher. Ves did not regret knocking Michael on the head. Don't be crazy. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. What if you're wrong? What if some other factor such as the unique environment is the main cause? We'd be ruining our reputations if we're proven wrong. We would also be painting a target on our backs if your guess happens to be true, Catherine Evanson Larkinson added. As a former scion of a noble house, she was much more astute in these matters. While it shouldn't be unusual if 1 or 2 expert pilots or expert candidates emerge from the battle against the Abyss, gaining 4 of the former and 9 of the latter is a bit too exaggerated, especially when you consider that we fielded less than 1,000 mechs. We're Larkinsons, Michael retorted. Our mech pilots are way better than others. Combined with the fact that many of them have been piloting our teachers' mechs, it shouldn't be a surprise we gained so many powerful additions. You fool! Just think about it. We have witnessed 13 breakthroughs when we fielded less than half of a mech regiment's worth of mechs. That's a ratio of roughly 1%. While a single percent doesn't sound that much, the ratio is at least an order of magnitude smaller in any other outfit or military unit, and that is usually expressed across years, not the span of a single battle. Katharina had a good point. Ves worried a lot about the concerns she raised. If she could make this basic observation, so could others. He was already dreading his next conversation with Master Willix. Other authorities might also wish to investigate the circumstances of the so-called battle against the Abyss. Ves didn't know where that name came from. It certainly sounded dramatic enough to reflect the astonishing events, and it sounded a lot better than something generic such as Battle of some random asteroids or Subjugation of the Gravada Narlax, among other suggestions. He was already thinking about how to address these issues. The last thing he wanted was the MTA forcing him to take up residency at Halcyon Citadel. There was no way that he was willing to give up his freedom and autonomy. Ugh! This isn't going to be easy. At least it was better than suffering a defeat. This was one of the better outcomes that he and his clan achieved. Ves continued to check up on his braves on an individual basis. He approached and talked to each of them in person for several reasons. First, he wanted to verify how much they remembered from the previous battle. Those with stronger spiritual potential managed to remain conscious longer than the others. Second, he wanted to check whether the battle against the Abyss had left any serious scars in their psyche. His quick inspection did indeed allow him to observe some worrying signs. Ves mentally noted down the names of those who showed signs of trauma and made sure to assign some counselors to them as soon as possible. After witnessing how much battlefield trauma could warp someone like Carlos into a different person, Ves did not want his braves to break before he could even earn a return on his investment in their development. During these quick checkups, Ves encountered a very unexpected surprise. As Catherine Evanson confidently sat down, Ves noted a change in her demeanor. That wasn't strange in itself. Harrowing battles usually had that effect. What was different about Catherine was that she appeared to be more confident and brave. This was the opposite of what he saw in others. When Ves observed the former Sentinel Noble with his spiritual vision, it took all he got not to jump in surprise. To his utter amazement, Catherine had abruptly gained spiritual potential. While it didn't look exceptional to him, the fact that she had become spiritually active at all was a very positive development. If Catherine could do it, so could others. Still, Ves grew confused. How did she manage to develop spiritual potential? Was it the same as mech pilots, where overwhelming pressure caused them to bring out their latent strength? That didn't sound quite right. Catherine, what do you think of the previous battle? It is an amazing fight, and one that we will never forget, she said with a smile. Aside from the trouble that I have mentioned, our clan will definitely gain a lot of prestige for this. If we can haul the Gravata Narlax and the other pirate warships to civilized space intact, then I suggest we hold a triumphant celebration. With props like these, our reputation will definitely rise to meteoric heights. This will grant us numerous advantages in the coming years. You're right, Catherine. I'll take your words into account. You don't need to worry too much about these issues. You're a mech designer. You have been making some good progress already. Keep it up and there might be a promotion in store. Truly? I am a man of my word. Pushing her into working harder would enable her to tap into her new potential more quickly. Chapter 24:12 Celebrity Endorsements. The battle against the Abyss did not just ripple through the Nixian Gap, but also beyond. Of course, it took some time for those in the Komodo Star sector to learn about the outcome of this long-awaited confrontation. For more than a day, the Larkinsons in the Nixian Gap hadn't transmitted any messages back to the clan members who remained in civilized space. There were good reasons for that. First, they didn't want to transmit any sensitive information that Ves and the clan would rather keep under wraps. Second, even if they wanted to share the good news, they had no way to transmit their messages. This was because their ships no longer possessed any quantum entanglement nodes. A short time before the battle against the Abyss commenced, Ves commanded all of the nodes to be destroyed. The Black Cats made sure to remove every single communication device capable of communicating with the galaxy outside. Without any means to connect to the galactic net, Ves didn't have to worry about the Larkinson fleet leaking out sensitive information. He did not even let off the Dark Break module. His men had secretly removed the MTA communications device from the Scarlet Rose and hid it inside a random asteroid. Right now, a detachment of Larkinson mechs were cautiously on their way to retrieve the precious device. VS needed it back to talk to Master Willix on a frank basis. The clan also needed it for other communication. In fact, the Gravata Narlax and some of the other pirate ships that fell into their hands possessed quantum communication nodes as well. According to Calabas, the pirates didn't build or buy them legitimately. Instead, they just stole from their prey. None of these quantum communication nodes survived the battle. As soon as the dark gods appeared onto the battlefield, the pressure and interference they emanated caused the sensitive nodes to break. That is an unexpectedly good outcome, Calabas reported to VS as the initial takeover of the Gravata Narlax neared completion. Quantum communication nodes are fairly sensitive to outside shock and influence. While there are reinforced nodes for sale that are better able to cope with adverse conditions, the pirates all source their nodes from privately owned ships. Third-class private sector starships rarely hosted reinforced nodes. They cost so much that they could easily eat through half of the budget of the ship in some cases. There was no way that any customer wanted to pay such a huge premium to obtain a simple ship. They would rather spend their money on other features such as faster propulsion or larger cargo holds. Though VS preferred not to talk to Master Willix again so soon, he knew he had to take the initiative to act proactively. If he simply did nothing, then the MTA would certainly begin to demand an explanation. Due to the enormous power disparity between the Larkinson clan and the association, VS would have no choice but to obey every instruction. I need to control the narrative. This extended beyond just his relationship with the MTA. Though his clansmen were still in the process of tallying losses and comprehending the magnitude of what had taken place, the scope of casualties would soon become known to everyone. The figures didn't look good. How many dead, Major? Major Vole recited the figures from his data pad. Sir, during this battle alone, we have lost around 140 Avatar mech pilots, 80 Sentinel mech pilots, 30 Battle Crier mech pilots, 30 Vandal mech pilots, 2 Sword Maiden mech pilots, and also 60 Penitent Sister mech pilots. Naturally, we lost a lot more of the other personnel when so many of our ships went down. With more than 30 ships lost so far and many more damaged, over 6,000 Larkinsons have died, along with plenty of Penitent Sisters as well. This is the first time in our entire run that we suffered such serious losses from our ship crews and support personnel. Before that, the only significant loss in that area was when an anomalous hazard caused the disappear of the Nova Crocol. Compared to that little incident, the deaths from this battle were much worse. Not even the preemptive evacuation measures helped reduce this figure all that much. VS rubbed his forehead. It could have been worse. Still, with so many clansmen gone, the hole they've left in the clan is enormous. It will be difficult for our remaining men to get over so many deaths. He grew concerned about whether he could hold on to his position. When he and the Larkinson Assembly formulated the governing rules of the clan, the position of clan patriarch did not come with absolute power. This was necessary in order to reassure the rest of the clan that their highest leader remained accountable. While the barrier to remove the clan patriarch was high, it was not an impossible hurdle to overcome. Right now, VS felt it was very realistic for 80% of the assembly members to vote for his removal. While he had helped the clan rise, ruinous battles like these also proved that he could easily lead it to ruin. What I'm worried about are the reactions from the Avatars and Sentinels, sir, Major Vole noted. These two groups comprise the mainstay of our clan. Any dissatisfaction from them will have far-reaching effects. At the same time, gaining their support will offer you a lot of internal support. The influence of the soldiers in our clan is very substantial. Buying them over means you automatically gain the support of the majority. The former Brighter possessed a good grasp on what it took to swing people's opinions. When he pointed out that VS only needed to focus on swaying the Avatars and Sentinels, the problem didn't appear to be so unsurmountable anymore. Still, VS wasn't sure whether the two groups would be easy to persuade. The avatars are my original loyalists, he surmised. While my standing in their eyes has certainly taken a hit from this battle, I can still bank on my existing popularity. After all, out of all of our mech forces, I invested a lot of resources and attention in them. I also have a good relationship with some key personnel. As for the Sentinels, his face grew ugly. He called up the casualty figures of the Sentinel mech pilots. When his task force initially crossed over into the Nixian Gap, the Sentinels boasted a grand mech roster of 500 mech pilots. While the Avatars brought 600 mech pilots, that was mostly because VS did not give them a choice. The Avatars were the elites of the Larkinson clan. As the prime mech pilots who everyone in the clan should look up to in the future, they needed to be prepared to fight any battle under any circumstances so long as they wore their gold and white uniforms. If any of them disagreed with these terms, then they were welcome to depart after they ended their tours. In contrast to the high expectations placed upon the Avatars, the Sentinels had it relatively easy. This was the organization for soldiers and mech pilots who wanted to commit to defending the Larkinson clan but still be able to maintain an optimal work-life balance. In the old Larkinson family, VS met plenty of people like that. Not every Larkinson was cut out to be a full-throated soldier. In fact, many survivors of the Bright Visual Wars typically transition from full dedication to looking to start a family. His father was no exception. Therefore, subjecting the Sentinels to successive battles where they sustained heavy losses was not a good reflection of his leadership. It did not matter that these 500 Sentinels consisted of volunteers. Each of them entrusted their lives to him. When they signed up to take part in this excursion, they looked forward to taking part in a great endeavor. They did not expect to go through a gauntlet where those who showed any weakness were mercilessly culled. Yet that was exactly what happened. Of the 500 Sentinels that initially took part, only around 120 mech pilots were left alive. Of that figure, some were heavily injured and some had lost the ability to pilot mechs, thereby making the overall picture worse. VS continually furrowed his brows. If he was a Sentinel, he would probably feel pissed at the insanely greedy clan patriarch that constantly picked a fight against the pirates. Even though the Sentinels were the weakest mech pilots of the Larkinson clan, their influence reached far. They were the closest to the non-militant Larkinsons, and they valued family the most. Fortunately, Major Vril was not without ideas. The situation is not as hopeless as you think, sir. Directly gaining the support of the Sentinels is a bad idea. We are both good speakers, but there is only so much of the ugly truth that words can cover up. Engaging the Sentinels directly when they have suffered such a huge loss is not wise. Then what do you suggest instead? We approach a small but key group of mech pilots that the Sentinels universally respect. Pardon? Our expert pilots, VS. Major Vril smiled. The one trait that every mech pilot has in common is that they always admire and respect the few who have managed to become expert pilots. We have 5 of them in our fleet. Gaining the support of this small group of stakeholders is a much better way to influence the Sentinels than any direct appeal. It's no different from leveraging celebrity endorsements. This was quite an astute plan. VS lit up after he heard this. While expert pilots were different from normal people, he was still confident he could sway all of them to support him as long as he talked to them on an individual basis. I already have Venerable Joshua in the bag, he confidently stated. There was no doubt that his greatest fan would stick to him unless he literally started eating babies. Commander Dice probably doesn't care about the losses suffered by the rest of the clan, but that in turn means her influence isn't great. Commander Orphan has a bit more sway, but I'm not sure of her stance. Venerable Orphan may have developed some misgivings, but I believe she is still on your side, Vril noted. She is no stranger to losses. She just needs to believe that we haven't needlessly thrown the lives of our clansmen away. The deaths have to be meaningful for her to accept the outcome. That didn't sound too tricky. Ves was already beginning to warm up his devil tongue. It's always refreshing to talk to an expert pilot. While they're annoyingly stubborn, they're very predictable as a response. I just need to know how they think and how they act to formulate my approach. I will send you the updated behavior profiles of our expert pilots later today. That leaves us with Venerable Tusa and Venerable Janzi. Both of them aren't exactly my fans. Are you confident that you can get them to back you up for the decisions you've made up to this point? Vro asked. No. I've already talked to Venerable Janzi about a similar topic before. She's very difficult to budge. As for Tusa, I don't know what he thinks, but I haven't exactly treated him well. Well, the effect we want to accomplish won't be as good if you can only receive the endorsement of 3 expert pilots rather than 5. You truly need all 5 of them to give the Sentinels the impression that every new pillar of the Larkinson clan is fully in favor of your leadership. It will be very difficult for the dissenters to continue to voice their doubts on you. It would be like hitting on the faces of the expert pilots. This sounded like a relatively clever scheme. Let's do this then, Ves said. We'll have to move quickly before the negative sentiment spreads. Getting all 5 expert pilots to support him was difficult, but Ves believed he could find a way. Chapter 24:13 Unforgettable Tour. Just like before, Ves brought his students and braves on an eye-opening tour. Hardly any human in the galaxy enjoyed the unique privilege of stepping aboard an actual warship. The myths and legends surrounding this incredibly destructive class of warships caused the younger mech designers to feel apprehensive about getting close. Yet hidden behind the glint of their eyes, Ves noticed their intense curiosity and excitement. As mech designers, their job was to make weapons of war. While they favored mechs the most, they eagerly looked forward to studying an actual warship from within. All right. We're here. Put your helmets up and remember the safety rules. As soon as their large shuttle descended in one of the hangar bays of the Gravata Narlax, they emerged from their vehicle in hazard suits and other protective gear. The hangar bay used to be organized pretty well. The Alidus Alliance may not have been so diligent in organizing its other vessels, but it did not dare to neglect its pride and flagship. If not for the collapsed sections and all of the vehicles and equipment crashed into the bulkheads, the clan could have made use of this place as an extra place to store the numerous wrecks floating in space. Wow! Does the rest of the intact portions of the ship look as bad? Ves shook his head. Not quite. This hangar bay is fairly close to the damaged starboard section of the ship. Further ahead, the compartments aren't in as much disarray. Loose objects and unsecured equipment may have been flung against bulkheads or other obstacles, but there aren't too many of those. The ship is designed to take a lot of punishment. In fact, if not for certain abnormal circumstances, the Gravata Narlax could have fought on even in this awful state. It took a lot of sacrifices for his task force to even inflict this much damage. The penitent sisters lost most of their combat carriers to the Gravata Narlax's main cannons just to allow 2 more vessels to crash into the starboard side of the heavy cruiser. Even then, the ship still held on with the help of the Hallowed Abyss Temple. The warship's bow section suffered a lot of damage when Joshua charged into it. Flush with power from his perfect breakthrough, he managed to summon a powerful energy projection of the Larkinson clan's ancestral spirit. This was the first time that the Golden Cat directly fought in a battle. Many Larkinsons still remembered this glorious moment. This was before the dark gods emerged and exerted their soul-pressing auras. Ves had no intentions of hiding it because he wanted to boost the reputation of one of his strongest supporters. Let's take a look inside. Ves and his mech designers proceeded to cross the messy hangar bay. They moved through the passageways and entered some random compartments. The Gravata Narlax packed a lot of functions. Some of the more important ship components took up multiple decks. Witnessing the sheer scale of some of those systems left an unforgettable impression in their minds. Of course, the most exciting stop of their tour was when they visited the aft turret system. This behemoth of a turret could fire enormous rounds that were capable of piercing through dozens of mechs or punching a hole in most of the ships of the Larkinson clan. The sheer amount of decks occupied by the turret mechanisms reflected the enormous capacity it took to host such a powerful weapon. "Look at all of the space the pirates had to reserve for this weapon system," Molteringer remarked. "The turret that is exposed on the hull is just the tip of the iceberg." Rena nodded and grunted. "Turrets that big don't rotate by themselves. The ammunition feeding system also has to be big enough to make it safe to insert another round in the main cannons. Just look at the size of them." Xanther stepped towards a secure stack of ballistic shells that looked ready to be fed into the cannons. "They're almost as big as a light mech." What was interesting about the Gravata Narlax was that the ship actually possessed multiple types of rounds. Ves, along with many of his assistants, closely inspected these huge projectiles. "They're all simple, but big. That's enough to turn this ship into the terror of the Nixian Gap." There was something very inspiring about studying the armament of a huge warship. This was a completely new experience for all of the Braves. While Ves once had the pleasure of residing in a crashed CFA battleship, he never really got to access any of her formidable armaments from the inside. There was something brutally inspiring about pirate engineering. Simple and uncomplicated, the pirates harkened back to an early age when they built their warships. "How barbaric!" Catherine Evanson shook her head in disapproval. "We no longer live under the tyranny of warships. These blasted pirates should all be wiped out for trying to bring back the Age of Conquest." She still shared a lot of sentiment for her former state. The Sentinel Kingdom often bore the brunt of Nixian pirate attacks. Taking down the main fleet of the Alidus Alliance and capturing a large portion of their warships definitely weakened them as a whole. In a way, the Larkinson clan performed a huge favor to the surrounding states. Ves narrowed his eyes a bit at that. He resolved to make sure that the Sentinel Kingdom and any other beneficiary would pay sufficient compensation. With the astronomical amount of fame, honor, and prestige the Larkinson clan was about to gain from this overwhelming victory, it would be hard for those bystanders to remain idle. The tour continued for many hours. They crossed many areas which not only bore the aftermath of the crippling attacks inflicted on the ship, but also became the sites where many remaining pirates held their last stands. Hardly any cleaning took place in the days before. The Larkinson infantrymen may have tried to put some effort into capturing the pirates alive, but if they fought too hard, there was no other alternative than eliminating them on the spot. Though the follow-up parties had hauled the bodies away, the blood and broken pieces of tissue and gear still scarred the compartments. The Braves may have been spared from the awful smell by virtue of their vacuum-sealed suits, but the lingering presence of death still affected their mood. Fortunately, this was not the first time that his assistant mech designers confronted such ugly sights. They had experienced so many ups and downs throughout the campaign that they were starting to become desensitized. This was exactly what Ves sought. His two proteges had it worse than the others. They were still young and impressionable, so the impact of this tour was greater on them. The sights they had seen today would be seared in their minds for the rest of their lives. "I knew it would be bad, but I didn't know it was so much worse," Michael queasily said. He almost looked ready to vomit. "Human body parts aren't supposed to look like that." The ugliest sight by far was observing the aftermath of a heavy pipe weighing hundreds of kilograms slamming into a pair of legs. Ves didn't like to stare at it either. He was a lover of aesthetics and did not enjoy this eye torture. Still, he felt it was important for his mech designers to witness the consequences of battle. Everyone thinks that human society has reached a high standard of civilization, he spoke. Many humans have the privilege to be born in a decent home and a decent planet and state. As long as they don't go astray, they grow up and become someone normal. Yet that is only the surface of how our society works. Underneath this civilized layer is a more brutal society that is based solely on might. Stronger organizations and states get to dominate weaker organizations and states. If the latter thinks that society will protect them against abuse or exploitation, then they will easily fold once they meet someone that doesn't care about the rules. His words made a very deep impression on the braves. Ves grasped the situation well and couldn't help but take advantage of the situation to imprint some views onto them. He wanted to groom each of his braves into his loyal and like-minded subordinates. After half a day of touring, Ves eventually parted ways with the group. The Gravata Narlax had a lot more to offer. He didn't have time to experience the full breadth of a ship with an internal volume that was so large that she could fit an entire city inside her dimensions. She's truly massive. Ves sighed as he walked alongside Calabast. Sure, the Starlight Megalodon is positively enormous, but we were guests back then. Now we own this prize. For now, Calabast answered. She still wore her high-quality Hexer-built infiltrator suit. The heavy-duty suit offered both stealth and protection, though Ves doubted she actually made use of it these days. Just like him, she had transitioned to letting the grunts do all of the heavy lifting. Let me enjoy this illusion for a little longer. It would be great to parade our captured warships during my upcoming wedding. I'm sure it will make an unforgettable impression on our guests. You'll have to make some arrangements with the MTA to pull off such a stunt, and I don't think they will think highly to your request. The MTA has worked hard to make people revolted at the sight of warships. I'll figure something out, Ves muttered. You're going to have to figure a lot of things out. The battle against the Abyss won't be easy to explain to the authorities. Don't I know it? I don't want to become a long-term guest of the local branch of the MTA. Calabast didn't want to see this outcome either. How would she ever be able to exploit him when the MTA already had him in the palm of its hands? The two talked a little about how they should approach the inevitable inquiry. They didn't go too much into the details because they weren't speaking in a secure location. Even with this limitation, Calabast provided him with plenty of useful advice. The MTA is known for its long-term perspective. The officials in charge pay much more attention to the future rather than the present. The key to gaining their support is to present an argument that encourages the association to miss out in the short term in the hopes of gaining a much bigger prize in the long term. This was the reason behind most of the MTA's decisions. Its public history was rife with lots of decisions that seemed illogical at the time, but made a lot of sense a century or so later. From regulating the mech market to encouraging the mass education of mech designers, many of its policies went on to spark a golden age for mechs. When Ves thought about his problems in this context, he came up with several new approaches on how to handle his upcoming discussion with Master Willix. We're here. He interrupted his thoughts when he realized that they had arrived to a very special destination. Hidden within the bowels of the Gravata Narlax was a huge hall that hosted a shrine. It was larger and more elaborate than the one built at Ilamos Citadel. Made out of the same unknown obsidian stone, the Larkinsons had already tried to damage it. The stone resisted all manner of attacks. Ves had packed up the previous shrine in a ship somewhere, and he intended to bring back this one as well. There was no way he would let off all of this stone. I'll have to bring Lucky to split up this shrine, he muttered. It's way too big to cart off as a whole. The material the shrine was made of was just an extra to him. He withheld most of the excitement until he finally entered the shrine. Amidst all of the blood, remains, and ruined ritual markings, a large amount of broken metal pieces were strewn throughout the floor. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. So much unending alloy! Chapter 24:14 Requirements of Great Works. The main hall of the dark shrine inside the Gravata Narlax looked like someone launched a terrorist attack in the middle of a demonic ritual. While Ves had seen a lot of shocking sights, he still felt awfully disturbed at the scale of the ritual circle. The floor didn't offer enough space. This forced the Nixian cultists to extend the ritual circle onto the walls and ceilings. All of this blood made it so that the entire space looked like the insides of a bloody stomach. It was a good thing the blood had dried out by now. The Watchers who presided over this immense ritual had already died in order to summon the main bodies of their dark gods. No matter how strange the ritual circle made him feel, it did not distract him for long. He couldn't keep his eyes off all of the unending alloy pieces that were laying on the ground. To Ves, they were simply begging to be picked up. All of this metal will definitely go into my strategic materials reserve. The strategic materials reserve was his new inventory dedicated to exotics and other valuable materials. Ves only intended to draw out the materials stored inside the reserve when he needed to make exceptional products such as expert mechs. Ves took in all of the broken pieces of unending alloy and estimated how many mechs he could make from all of it. I can make at least 4 mechs out of this material. And that was if he used it on a mech that incorporated unending alloy liberally. If he held himself back and made greater use of substitute materials, he could easily stretch it out to double the amount of mechs. He already decided to make extensive use of this bounty in the expert mechs of his first batch of expert pilots. With expert mechs that were structurally made out of unending alloy, his expert pilots would gain a decisive advantage against other expert mechs. Ves seriously doubted that many second-class expert mechs incorporated so much first-class material. Seeing that Ves had gone mad at the sight of so much precious materials, Calabas quietly shook her head. Boys and their toys. Ves did not care about what others thought. Nobody in the clan except him understood the full value of unending alloy. While he still needed to inspect the custom mechs he had built for his expert pilots, he already knew that the unending gear he crafted for them had performed admirably. What impressed him the most about the new equipment was that the expert pilots were able to take advantage of the spiritually reactive properties of the material. This had massive implications for the future, and only stoked his greed for unending alloy even further. Those blasted Watchers don't deserve to make use of this material. As far as he was concerned, the Hallowed Abyss Temple solely existed to donate precious quantities of unending alloy to him. If not for the growing discontent in his clan and the need to distance himself from his parents, he would have loved to plunder more unending alloy for a few years. He lovingly approached a couple of the bigger chunks. Each of them were no larger than a cow, and most were actually smaller. Despite their irregular shapes and sizes, Ves scanned each of them with his Vulcan eye and confirmed they were all uniform in their physical makeup. Whoever made these statues did not cut any corners. He silently thanked whatever alien was in charge of their production. The Larkinson personnel who entered the shrine had already scanned the broken pieces. By piecing them together in a virtual program, they ended up with a simulation of 3 statues that all bore a disturbing resemblance to the dark gods. Seeing the complete forms of the unending one, the blinding one, and the inexorable one brought up a lot of awful memories to Ves. Suppressing them took quite a lot of effort, but the realization that he had made it through in the end was enough for him to find some peace in his mind. All of these powerful dark gods have become history now. Serves you right for targeting the Larkinson clan. After he had his fill of inspecting the unending alloy, he commanded his men to carefully collect each and every piece and bring them away. While the Larkinsons already intended to bring the Gravata Narlax with them, none of his people were sure they would be able to do so. Although her propulsion systems were still reasonably intact, the damage sustained by the heavy cruiser severely affected her structural integrity. His men needed to perform a lot of repairs on the move in order to have any hopes of bringing the huge warship back to civilized space. "We're lucky the Alidus Alliance hasn't skimped on FTL drives." This was the most pleasant surprise of all. While the Alidus Alliance never showed any indications of wanting to bring their warships out of the Nixian Gap, they were obviously thinking about it. The Gravata Narlax actually boasted 2 large FTL drives that were seemingly tailored to the heavy cruiser. The destroyers and frigates that accompanied the flagship also boasted FTL drives of their own. All of them were well maintained and in good condition. Of course, that did not mean that Ves and the Larkinsons were willing to trust them. One of the upsides to losing a lot of ships was that the Larkinson clan were currently coping with an excess of evacuated ship crews. Many of them would soon move into the captured pirate ships to crew them and to inspect every critical system. Even if Ves intended to sell or scrap most of them shortly after his task force returned to civilized space, they still needed to make sure the ship would even make it all the way there. Pirates always like to bury various booby traps and other nasty surprises in their own vessels. Ves and Calabas visited some other important sections of the ship. They stopped by the vast server rooms and data banks. The Black Cats were already having a great time extracting all of the useful data. They visited several vaults. All of them contained valuable materials and other trinkets. Ves did not care so much for the latter, but the former would definitely go into his strategic materials reserve. To his pleasant surprise, Ves found a large stash of beastone in one of the vaults. When Ves scanned the entire collection, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. "There's enough beastone here to build a shuttle out of it," he celebrated. "I don't even know what to do with all of this material yet. This is definitely the second best loot after all of that unending alloy." As a mech designer and a maker of products, he benefited immensely from obtaining rare and valuable materials. He stood to make a lot of progress in his development, as long as he made good use of their properties. "It will be like the Devil Tiger, but grander." His eyes glinted with glee. The gains he harvested from designing and making the Devil Tiger were incredible. Ever since then, his subsequent mechs never quite reached its level. With materials as remarkable as unending alloy and beastone, Ves could once again produce miracles with them. Whether it was unending weapons or his fantastic unending regalia, each product he could make with these exceptional materials would certainly be good enough to turn into heirlooms. He was so preoccupied with thinking about how to put all of these valuable materials to good use that he hardly paid attention to the rest of the stops that Calabas brought him to. Not even Lord Hyvex's stateroom with all of its trophies and trinkets impressed him much. "The Gravata Narlax is interesting, don't get me wrong, but I would rather appreciate my own work," he said as he was ready to depart the warship. "Besides, there is no way the Big Two will allow us to keep hold of any of the warships. Just strip of as many valuables as we can get away with before we inevitably have to hand the prohibited vessels over to the authorities." "Understood. We won't waste this opportunity." Calabas still had to remain behind in order to supervise some of the ongoing salvage and recovery operations aboard the ship. Ves returned to the Scarlet Rose alone. Upon arrival, he returned to his own space and proceeded to work on his approach towards the MTA. A reckoning was about to come, and Ves needed to employ all of his wits in order to avoid an undesirable outcome. Several hours later, he received an incredibly important notification. His men had retrieved the Dark Break module and had just returned it to its old spot inside the Scarlet Rose. He sighed. "I've been keeping the MTA waiting for too long." The news about the pirate armada's shocking defeat had already spread throughout the Nyxian Gap. Even if the participants of the battle against the Abyss weren't able to transmit any news yet, distant onlookers observed just enough to realize the Alidus alliance was about to become history. While the powerful pirate organization still retained a lot of assets in its territory, the loss of its flagship and several powerful escorts meant that Alidus no longer possessed enough power to defend its expansive territory. The subsequent pirate movements would definitely lend credence to the rumors that Lord Hyvex and his punitive fleet had met their end. Ves knew that not only the MTA, but also Gloriana and many other people wanted to get in touch with the victors. When Ves reached the isolated chamber where the Dark Break module had just been put back into place, he felt tempted to call Gloriana first. The MTA wouldn't mind, right? They were eavesdropping on every conversation that took place in its private network anyway, so it was not as if Ves snubbed them from his conversation. Unfortunately, he did not have the choice. Apparently, the Dark Break module was already active by the time he entered the compartment. As soon as he took a few steps closer, the physical projection of Master Willix immediately came into view. She wore a stylish white lab coat, which meant that she had immediately interrupted her work in order to meet with Ves. Impatience radiated from her entire form. "Hello, Master Willix. Are you here to congratulate us for our grand victory?" She tapped her heels against the deck. "You have made a great contribution to society. You deserve all of the credit for removing a cancerous growth from this region. That said, you didn't need to remove the Dark Break module from your ship before you entered into battle against the pirates. The MTA could have provided you with some helpful advice and technical support if kept it within reach." Ves tried hard not to wince. "We will do better next time. I don't think we'll be confronting pirates again anytime soon, though. We thrashed the Alidus alliance so hard and showed so much strength that I doubt anyone wants to tussle with us. Despite our losses, we have made immense gains. Please report on the battle you fought from the beginning. Do note that your words will be logged and included in our archives." The interrogation had already begun. Ves expected some other MTA masters or dignitaries to show up, but they never did. Perhaps they thought that he would be more candid if he spoke to a familiar and friendly face like Master Willix. "Keep dreaming." He proudly presented a vague and hyperbolic story of the battle. He also transmitted a pile of doctored logs and reports that the Black Cats had prepared beforehand. By all accounts, the first half of the battle was mostly true, yet the second half began to border on fiction. Master Willix quickly began to frown as she went over the footage that was practically filled with noise. Reading the reports hardly provided her with any clarity. All of the references to gods and heroes quickly strained her tolerance. "Enough, Mr. Larkinson. What in humanity happened after Mr. Joshua Larkinson broke through and attacked the Gravada Narlax?" Chapter 24:15 Insistent Invitation. Ves had to exercise his devil tongue to the limit in the next half hour. Under Master Willix's direct questioning, he could not gloss over the details he most wanted to skim over. He continually had to find creative angles to direct attention away from sensitive matters throughout the session. "The pirates summoned these supremely powerful dark gods. Our newly advanced expert pilots fought against these terrible alien gods and acquitted themselves well for demigods. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to hold out against the Nyxian gods after they exhausted their initial breakthrough release. Our multiple expert candidates managed to distract one of the enemy gods, the one the pirates call the Inexorable One. They stood even less of a chance against this avian god than Venerable Tusa, since they only attained a bit of divinity. Their mechs aren't as good and their releases didn't have as much power." As for explaining what happened afterwards, Ves talked as if nothing about it had anything to do with him and his clan. "The Nyxian Gap is not a completely dark place," he falsely enthused. In our darkest hour, we gained the assistance of a friendly god. I don't know who she is or why she decided to lend a hand against us, but it was clear that she is opposed to the dark gods. The divine confrontation that subsequently took place shook the surrounding space and knocked everyone unconscious for some reason. Including you? Master Willix pointedly asked. Ves nodded. Yes. Do you know how powerful those dark gods are? Mortals can't withstand their majesty. While I was a bit better off than most, I eventually missed out on what the friendly god proceeded to do. All I know is that when I woke up shortly afterwards, every god was gone. We won, apparently, and I was not about to let the surviving but snoozing pirates off. I woke some of my people, who proceeded to wake our other clansmen and swept the Gravata Narlax and other pirate assets before the scum even had a chance to mount a proper resistance. I see, Master Willix drawled. How did you conclude that your side has won the battle? While she retained her composure, it was clear that she did not enjoy the fact that he and the rest of his people conveniently lost consciousness at some point. Oh, that's simple. When I woke up, none of the gods were present. If the dark gods managed to beat the friendly god, then they would have proceeded to crush us while we were still knocked out. That didn't happen, so I guess the friendly god succeeded. This friendly god had to face 3 of her kind. How do you think she won? Beats me. Ves ignorantly shrugged. I guess she's stronger. I think I did feel that she possessed remarkably more strength than any of the dark gods alone. She also looks human, so she probably employed strategy rather than brute force to overcome her enemies. It's a shame she left before I woke. I would have wanted to show my gratitude to her for saving us. Maybe she isn't interested in regular humans. A pregnant pause ensued after he spun this tale. While his words sounded outrageous, he made sure to don a mask that truly believed that the battle proceeded in this fashion. Master Willix frowned while remaining silent. Ves guessed that she was going over the data that he transmitted in her implant. She could also be corresponding with other MTA officials who were paying attention in the background. I am sorry, Mr. Larkinson, but I find it difficult to believe that gods have interceded on behalf of both sides. Do you have any solid proof of this account? We already sent our sensor data and logs to you. Our expert mechs and expert candidates clearly fought against the gods for a time. The amount of noise in the footage and sensor data is remarkable. The sensors of your ships are very deficient. It is rather astounding how even the surviving vessels of the penitent sisters are hardly able to resolve more details. The Gravata Narlax focused all of her heavy firepower onto our second-class ships. They correctly concluded that the penitent sisters posed the greatest threat. I guess it was hard to leave them alone when it became clear that we converted them all into suicide vessels. We lost all of the combat carriers that carried the best sensor systems without being able to retrieve all of the data they collected. What about the other penitent sister ships? Ves helplessly smiled. They're merely logistics ships, and rather low-spec ones at that. The Hexers who exiled the penitent sisters didn't want them to get any of the good stuff. Your Scarlet Rose is a considerably more modern Friday Man vessel, though. I know for a fact that her sensor and scanning systems are quite capable for her class. She's just a frigate. What can you expect from a ship this small? When those gods appeared onto the battlefield, my ship was already having trouble keeping track of them in battle. Almost everyone fainted except our expert pilots who managed to keep their wits, but they exhausted themselves quickly after expending their strength against these powerful existences. We would like to interview them, Master Willix stated. That is going to be a problem. They are still recovering from their breakthrough and subsequent battle. This happened to be the truth. Ves did not have to lie about this. While it was possible for expert pilots to recover quickly after they had broken through, each of them overdraft their strength in order to resist the dark gods. Please bring them before us as soon as they are fit to talk. In fact, we would like to invite all of you to speak with us more extensively about this battle. Gods or not, this is an extraordinary achievement, and one of the few instances where a native mech force has overcome a stronger fleet that is centered around actual warships. We are already dispatching a fleet of ships to receive your forces outside of the border of the Nixian Gap. We are happy to escort you and your expert pilots straight to Center Point. That was exactly what Ves didn't want to hear. He seriously doubted that the MTA would ever want to let him go after confirming that the Larkinson clan truly welcomed so many expert pilots and expert candidates in its ranks. Ves modestly shook his head and spread his hands. I am afraid that I have to decline your generous invitation. I have a wedding to catch. In addition, our clan doubtlessly wishes to celebrate our grand victory. People will raise a lot of questions if I am absent. I am sure the public is eager to witness this historic and defining moment for our star sector. While the MTA did not have to pay attention to the public, Ves hoped that their expectations would be able to play at least some role. After all, the upcoming wedding of the miracle couple was already gearing up to become a high-profile spectacle involving guests from other star sectors. Master Willix didn't give up that easily, though. We can hold a much grander wedding for the two of you in Center Point. With our support, we can turn your wedding into the most perfect possible occasion. You can also celebrate your clan's considerable contribution to society at the same time. Our association is willing to organize and fund the events. That's not entirely appropriate, ma'am. Ves coughed. My fiancé is a hexer, and I'm already on the side of the hegemony. Hosting and organizing our marriage will definitely break some neutrality rules, I'm sure. What will the Friday Coalition think? Those poor Friday men will all have the impression that the MTA wants them to lose so that the Komodo Star Sector turns into a bastion of female supremacy as soon as possible. In fact, not just the Friday men, but also many other people from other star sectors will begin to think that the MTA is not beneath playing favorites. This was not something that the MTA could easily patch up. One of the biggest reasons why most human states in the galaxy put up with the Big Two was because all of the petty kingdoms and republics were still able to run their societies in their own way if they kept within their boundaries. If the MTA did anything that broke its image of neutrality, a lot of people would begin to think they were better off living under the heel of the Big Two. Perhaps you may have a point, but we would still like to bring you and some of your men to our headquarters. We can wait until you have your little wedding and victory celebration to transfer you to Center Point. We can then properly verify your accomplishments and award you with the merits that you are entitled to. The proof and testimony that you have provided to us so far is not sufficient. Ves inwardly grumbled. The MTA really wanted to debrief him and his men in their stronghold. Master Willix even implied that she would hold back the astounding amount of merits he was supposed to obtain. No one was allowed to touch his merits. Seeing that Master Willix was so insistent on this course of actions, Ves decided to adopt a firmer tone. Since persuasion alone didn't work, he felt he needed to employ more tangible means to stop the association from carting him off to Center Point. He relaxed his shoulders and pressed his fingers against each other. His slight change in demeanor was fairly obvious. I have places to go and merits to earn. I am hungry to explore the greater galaxy. I am sure that Center Point is a cozy place for professionals like you, but I'm the kind of mech designer who will go crazy if I stay in a single place for too long. I could have never accomplished so much so quickly if I didn't travel and explore so much. So please, if you want to investigate us, you are free to step aboard our ships and question our men while we are on our way back to the Synapse system. There are several important people here at Halcyon Citadel who wish to meet with you, Mr. Larkinson. It is not possible for them to leave their posts at this time. These are very powerful and influential people, so it is not wise to snub them. Just get over here already and satisfy our curiosity. We can learn so much from studying the circumstances that led to the advancement of so many expert pilots and expert candidates. She finally revealed the actual reason why the MTA really wanted to get their hands on Ves and his expert pilots. If he was in her place, he would probably issue the same demand. That made it difficult for him to parry this request. One of the main goals of the MTA was to find ways to increase the rate of advancement of mech pilots. The more expert pilots, the better. A larger pool of expert pilots produced more ace pilots, which in turn produced more god pilots, which the MTA was desperately short of. Halcyon Citadel was probably slobbering over the opportunity to present revolutionary research that actually increased the chances of mech pilots advancing to the next rank. Though Ves wanted to retort that the MTA would never be able to accomplish this without his help, he knew the local MTA officials wouldn't believe him. He needed to give them a reason to back off and let him go on his way. He directed a pointed stare at Master Willix. "I would like to suggest a proposal to you, ma'am." "Oh?" She curiously raised her eyebrow. "I suppose your proposal is not a trivial request." "Not at all. I would never waste your precious time. I believe you will be very interested to hear what I am about to suggest." "Well, let's hear it, then, Mr. Larkinson. I am all ears." Chapter 24:16 A Bold Proposal. Ves thought a lot about this conversation. It didn't take a genius to see that the MTA deeply wanted to know the secrets behind the Larkinson clan's success. After the battle against the Abyss, the clan suddenly gained 4 new expert pilots and 9 new expert candidates. In fact, there should have been even more expert candidates if some of them didn't die straight away. Such a result was so extreme that even an idiot could tell there was something fishy about how all of these powerful mech pilots came into power. Therefore, Ves could already tell the MTA would come calling. It was difficult to find a way to resist their insistent advances. While the MTA did not technically rule humanity as a whole, their power, influence, and reach pretty much turned the association into a de facto hegemon. When the MTA wanted something, few were able to say no. Ves and his closest advisors discussed and analyzed how to keep himself and the Larkinson clan free from the MTA's clutches. The MTA did not expose its hierarchy and internal workings to the outside galaxy. It was rather difficult for outsiders to get a sense of how much say certain officials possessed within the organization. Fortunately, there were plenty of clues. Both Calabast and Major Vo possessed deep insights into how organizations worked. The two already came to a consensus on what angle Ves should take to extricate himself from his current predicament. Similar to the issue of his continued leadership in the clan, Ves did not need to persuade the MTA as a whole to leave him alone. That was impossible. He only needed to win over someone powerful enough to cover for him and protect him from within the organization. According to the public profile of Master Moira Willix, she was a distinguished master mech designer who climbed up the ranks of the Mech Trade Association. She originated from the Galactic Heartland and quickly showed her talent in mech design. She traveled extensively and gained much from experiencing different locales and exchanging with many different mech designers along her journeys. When she reached Master, she slowed down, but did not stop her travels. Right now, she had reached the edge of human space and was residing at Halcyon Citadel as a guest of sorts. While Halcyon Citadel hosted many MTA master mech designers, Ves did not believe they all had equal say in important matters. The public profiles of the other MTA masters mostly stated that they came from the Galactic Rim. Perhaps they were born and raised at Centerpoint, perhaps they came from a neighboring star cluster, perhaps they originated from another region in the periphery of human space. The point was that these masters were likely not very prominent due to the fact they emerged from the backwaters. Certainly, the members of the MTA were technically equal to each other. Yet no organization was perfect, and no human was unbiased. Even if the masters were of equal rank, Ves bet that those who originated closer to the galactic center had slightly more say than those who came from the galactic rim. This was not the only part that was special about Master Willix. From what Calabast and Major Vaux surmised, the visiting master should wield a lot of power. They weren't sure whether she possessed a higher rank in the hierarchy of masters. What the advisors did know for sure was that Master Willix ought to possess a lot of soft power. This was because of the huge network of contacts she must have developed through her travels. She resided at various MTA strongholds throughout her journey. There, she befriended fellow MTA mech designers, collaborated with them on certain projects, and may have even stayed in touch with them. It was likely that at least some of these friends of hers were promoted to very high ranks after a time. Admittedly, all of this could be wrong. Yet Ves still felt very confident about this judgment. He had spoken with Master Willix often enough to get a sense of her identity. While she mostly portrayed herself as an approachable master who was easy to befriend, she occasionally revealed an arrogance that more closely reflected her exalted status. These observations allowed him to make two tentative guesses. First, Master Willix was very flexible. While she was obliged to project the authority of the MTA, she was more inclined to employ gentler means. This was probably a good approach to take when she traveled so widely and encountered so many different cultures. Second, Master Willix possessed a lot of power. She was not above resorting to firmer means if that was what it took to get what she wanted. Of course, if the former solution could be employed, then there was no need for her to generate animosity. Needlessly making enemies was not something a rational mech designer would do. There were too many downsides and not enough upsides. The fact that Master Willix was mostly rational was a third additional factor that Ves considered. Different from passionate mech designers, someone like the woman whose projection he was facing should be making decisions based on objective costs and benefits. While Ves did not believe that she had cut off her emotions entirely, at the very least she should be less affected by humanity's common faults such as pride, jealousy, and greed. This made it easier for him to formulate a proposal that appealed to her. He simply had to give her enough benefits. Ves was about to commence his most difficult and riskiest negotiation to date. If he and his advisors had gotten the wrong read, then his upcoming pitch might easily backfire. Even so, he made sure to project complete confidence in himself. He needed to show boldness, not timidity. There was no room for doubt or hesitation if he wanted to pull off this move. Master Willix, before I make my proposal, can you guarantee that our upcoming conversation will remain between the two of us? I would like to make an appeal to you in private, not just as a master of the MTA, but also as a friend. This was the first time he called her a friend. Inwardly, he felt sick to his stomach for even calling her that. Though they had developed a cordial relationship as of late, Ves never put down his guard in her presence. He merely considered her to be a necessary evil, and that he should make sure he remained on her good side. It was kind of like pretending to like your boss. Even if you hated the stupid bastard so much you wanted to whack his head and trample him under your legs, it was best if you just acted as if you genuinely liked him as a person. He never cared too much whether Master Willix saw through him or not. Human interaction was all an act to him. The masks that people wore in public played a vital role in smoothing over differences. This time was no different. While Ves loathed Master Willix and wanted her to get out of his life most of the time, this time he needed something from her. He felt no shame at all for lying if that was what it took to further his cause. A few tense seconds passed after he issued his request. Ves had the sense that she was contemplating whether it was worthwhile for her to indulge him. The matter they were discussing had wider implications. I cannot do that. As I have already said, what you and your fellow Larkinsons have managed to accomplish in the Nixian Gap is of great importance to the MTA. I cannot deny you from my fellow colleagues. I hope you understand. Damn. He really wanted to speak to her in private. Getting shot down meant that his plan would definitely become a bit more complicated. He had no choice but to proceed onwards. Very well then, he said as if it was not a big deal. Let me begin by summing up our current circumstances. My clan has just won a difficult battle where we have done our utmost to defeat an overwhelming opponent. Facing warships is no joke, especially when one of them is the Gravata Narlax, a heavy cruiser that not even your association managed to destroy despite placing a bounty on her for several decades. Master Willix did not like it when he pointed out the fact. We would have punished the transgressions of the Alidus Alliance sooner or later. Ves casually waved his hand. The point is that we are the ones who have managed to accomplish this feat. Even if we had some unexpected help, the Alidus Alliance would have never lost their flagship and other prized warships if not for us. This is indisputable. We lost a lot of good men, but gained something great as well. Right now, our clan has 5 expert pilots, and that is just the start. Unfortunately, none of them have any expert mechs. I believe Miss Woden is still in the process of approaching various masters to address this need. That is so. Yet what if instead of approaching some random mech designer who is qualified to design expert mechs, I turn to you? You're a master. You must have worked on plenty of expert mechs. Master Willix frowned and crossed her arms. I recall that we have already spoken about this topic. I am engaged in projects that are far more important than any private project. In addition, the neutrality issue you have mentioned earlier applies here as well. The MTA cannot show favoritism to any single human state, faction, or organization. Come now. Ves smiled as if she had just made a joke. Everyone knows that's nonsense. If the MTA is truly neutral, then your relationship with the first-rate superstates wouldn't be so tense. That is not something you are qualified to comment upon, she said to him with a chilling undertone. Ves innocently raised his hand. I just think that the MTA is flexible and open-minded enough to make exceptions. How else can a transgalactic organization remain dominant across human space for so many centuries? Not even the Terran Confederation or New Rubarth Empire managed to attain as much legitimacy and support as the Association. Clearly, your approach to governing and living alongside local humans such as myself is more enlightened than the ham-fisted approach employed by your predecessors. While I appreciate your views, I do not see how this is relevant. Oh, it is very relevant. You see, I think it is in your best interest to make an exception of the rules. I want you, or one of your subordinates if that isn't possible, to help our clan develop our new expert mechs. Master Willix began to grow impatient. I have already told you the reasons why this is not possible. I think you are wrong, ma'am. You are not looking at my proposal closely enough. Look, do you want to examine and work with my design philosophy? You can do this if you collaborate with me on some expert mech design projects. The mechs I intend to design for my expert pilots are so important that I will definitely pull out all the stops. Wouldn't it be nice for you to work alongside me and understand my perspective on mech design as it happens? That is not a reason to set aside our objections, Mr. Larkinson. The neutrality rules only prohibit individual MTA officials from playing favorites with the locals, right? This is not the case this time. Participating in our expert mech design projects is a matter of public interest to the MTA. There is no better way to understand my design philosophy and learn what is special about LMC mechs than to design a couple of expert mechs with me. Isn't this what you want? Master Willix looked a bit perplexed at his specious argument. You are twisting my arguments. Why should I possibly agree to your proposal? I'm a very private person, as you might undoubtedly know. My ideas are rather unconventional. I have only shared them with Gloriana up until now. I am willing to extend my trust to you if that is enough to end any intrusive inquiries from the MTA. Since you are a part of this organization as well, I think it is enough to reveal some of my trade secrets to you, but only if you promise not to spread what you have learned from me. My design philosophy is not yet ready to be shared with the MTA as a whole. So what do you say, ma'am? He looked at her with a hopeful smile. Unfortunately, Master Willix did not appear to be very receptive. Are you bribing me, Mr. Larkinson? Chapter 24:17 Attracting Master Willix. Not at all, Master Willix. Ves quickly refuted her accusation. I am merely offering an arrangement that should provide mutual benefits for everyone involved. He raised a finger. First, my concerns about my trade secrets spreading to the entire mech community will be assuaged if you are the one from the MTA that manages this case. As my friend, I trust you not to betray my trust and put me at a disadvantage without at least discussing the matter with me. I am sure that any deal you want to make with me over the course of our partnership will be equitable to both myself and the MTA. The physical projection of Master Willix looked quite impressed at what he said. It was too bad that she did not see how this could work. As professionals, it is important for us to separate our personal lives from our professional lives. While it is good to maintain friendships, it is not proper to allow personal bonds to interfere with your professional obligations. You may not fully realize it, but the responsibility that I bear as a master mech designer in the employ of the Mech Trade Association is immense. I oversee quite a number of matters of great importance to the MTA and the people it watches over. I cannot allow my personal biases to affect my judgment when I exercise my duties. That sounded like a very officious answer. It was the kind of spiel that politicians said when their constituents questioned their integrity. While Ves guessed that Master Willix was indeed someone who acted with integrity, he still believed he had a way of changing her mind. No one was perfectly honest. No one was completely selfless. No one could deny every temptation. In his opinion, humanity was flawed by nature. They possessed both virtues and vices. It was what made people complex and diverse. From the lowest administrator of a backwater village to the greatest galactic mech counselor that ruled the MTA as a whole, Ves believed that all of them were equally susceptible to temptation. He just had to offer the right incentives. Master Willix should still be a human with goals and ambitions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard to attain her current accomplishments. He continued listing out his reasoning despite her refutations. He raised a second finger. Second, what I am offering is experimental, dangerous and radical knowledge that could easily lead to disaster if something goes wrong. I care for the well-being of my fellow colleagues. I cannot subject them to dangerous fruit that they cannot resist taking a bite of. Don't believe me? Let me show you the outcome of some of the perfectly legal experiments that I recently conducted during my excursion into the Nixian Gap. He dug into his implant and began to dig out and decrypt some of the sensitive research data he accumulated. He rapidly selected a few noteworthy excerpts and transmitted them to Master Willix through the dark break module. She frowned and lifted a finger. The projector began to display a recording of one of his more dramatic experimental results. There is no reason to worry. Ves transmitted to the cockpit. Calm down and don't resist. Just interface the mech and everything will be over soon. MMHMMHPHMM. Wait a minute. This is heading into dangerous territory. Mfmfumfumwo. Bang. God damn it. Not again. The short recording ended at that point. Master Willix paused for a few seconds before directing a cold glance towards Ves. Have you been engaging in human experiments? I was engaging in legitimate science. He defended himself. As the extensive and complete documentation that I have sent to you will show, I did not cross any boundaries that merit sanction. It is your association that has ruled that individuals who are proven to be pirates are stripped of their human rights. Am I wrong? This was literally one of the MTA's rules. It was meant to serve as a chilling deterrent to any malcontent who was thinking about going pirate. Perhaps most people might treat the rule as a symbolic signal, but as long as it was in the books, there was no problem for Ves to take advantage of it. Plenty of researchers who needed to perform experiments on humans already did so as well. No, but I cannot fathom why a mech designer who does not specialize in neural interfaces or any other apparently dangerous specialty has a need to conduct experiments that may result in fatal consequences. Did you leave something out when you initially explained your design philosophy? Ves began to sense actual anger from Master Willix. He was entering really dangerous territory this time. My design philosophy is based on the symbiosis between man and machine, he quickly stated. As various disasters involving improperly designed and configured neural interfaces have shown, trying to do anything that puts the two together is inherently risky. While I have not messed with the neural interfaces, my specialty does entail some aspects that affect the man-machine connection on a different level. This is the reason why those experiments sometimes produced undesirable results. Did you perform any of these experiments on non-pirates, Mr. Larkinson? No. Absolutely not. Never. Ves lied. Master Willix looked incredulous. Well, I didn't do it before I entered the Nixian Gap. He offered her a less outrageous falsehood. You see, after we learned that the Alidus Alliance is targeting us, I became a little desperate. On paper, my forces were wholly incapable of overcoming the might of the Gravata Narlax and her escorts. If I didn't do anything, the pirates would have surely crushed my fleet. And that led you to perform dangerous human experiments? I had to pursue unconventional solutions in order to narrow the gap, and some of them involved new and creative applications of my design philosophy. I tested my ideas on the pirates first. After understanding what I shouldn't do, I conducted more refined experiments on my own men. Each of them has volunteered to take part in them. I did not supply any of my newly developed solutions to mech pilots who did not offer their consent. To be more precise, there weren't any mech pilots who refused the offer to allow the clan patriarch to upgrade their assigned mech. Ves built up a towering reputation for his ability in mech design. His mech pilots would have to be stupid to refuse this opportunity. And have those experiments succeeded? Yes. Ves nodded. While I do not dare to transmit any data on them because of how much they reveal, it is safe to say that I have found a measure to improve the effective performance of my mech pilots by as much as 20%. And this is without changing any component or setting of my mechs. The master looked a little shocked this time. If Ves was truly telling the truth, then his solution might have very large implications for the future of mech design in the galaxy. Ves knew he was taking a huge gamble, but he believed that it was very difficult for others to believe such a ludicrous statement. He was just a journeyman. What could he do when he was still in the early stages of his development? Nonetheless, Master Willix knew him better than most people. Perhaps she was used to hearing nonsense from him, but in the few times he made any concrete claims, he was usually honest. I have solid empirical proof. Ves spoke the magic word for mech designers. I have tracked the performance of every mech pilot who utilized the mechs that I have altered. There is always an immediate boost depending on how much I invested in them. After that, there is a gradual but very accelerated trend of improvement as the symbiosis between the mech and mech pilot continues to deepen. It's also fairly safe as long as I don't go too far. This is perhaps one of the greatest reasons why our clan has managed to overcome the odds. Can you send me the data? Master Willix leaned in. Her eyes expressed an increasing amount of interest in his claims. I would like to verify whether you are representing your research properly. Ves immediately shook his head. The data is proprietary. Anything that can elevate the performance of the mech pilots of my mechs to such a degree is incomparably precious. No offense, but I do not want to share the fruits of my hard work and labor. Even if I agree to show them to you, I am not going to transmit it over any network. You'll have to come and study my research data in person. You are the only mech designer from the MTA who I trust to keep my work confidential. Improvements as drastic as these are usually subject to stringent conditions. There are limits, but they are not as severe as you think. At the very least, it is not based on an expensive component or unique material. While it is not entirely feasible to apply this solution on a wider scale, it can theoretically be applied to every mech design that I have contributed to. I empowered hundreds of mechs with this specific solution before the battle. The result? A victory and several new expert pilots to boot. Those are bold claims. I know. This is why I don't want to share it with anyone except you. The implications of my research is great, but so is the danger and risk of abuse. As far as I see it, the most responsible course of action you can do is to vet my research and work alongside me on a couple of private projects. To prevent many mech designers from engaging in experiments that causes millions of mech pilots to lose their heads, you should keep what you have learned to yourself until my research has matured to the point where it is safe. Another pause ensued as Master Willix fell silent. She was probably contemplating what he said while also deliberating with her fellow colleagues. Meanwhile, Ves was sweating inside. When he saw that regular arguments didn't work, Ves had to resort to exposing sensitive and dangerous information in order to generate interest in her. As a powerful master who had traveled the galaxy, she must have witnessed a lot of great solutions from many different mech designers. In order to generate a sufficient amount of interest in Master Willix, Ves had no choice but to appeal to her inner mech designer. Everyone who designed mechs for a living wanted to attain better results. He believed that rational mech designers who stole other people's design philosophies as a habit should not be immune to this temptation. Their desire to improve their own work should be just as great as their passionate counterparts. Eventually, Master Willix broke the silence. We should continue this discussion on a more private channel. Please stand by for a moment, while I switch us to a more secure setting where you may speak to me in greater confidence. Wait a minute, Moira! A white-bearded figure dressed in a resplendent suit appeared. Mr. Larkinson is a native of the Komodo Star Sector. Any work he produces falls under the purview of Halcyon Citadel. You cannot just shove us aside while Mr. Larkinson has the potential to propel our branch to greater heights. Ves recognized the second figure. According to his research, Master Colin Drexel was a 200-year-old master mech designer who originally came from the Winged Serenade Star Sector. He didn't know much else about him other than that he specialized in quantum teleportation systems, whatever that meant. Moira calmly faced the newcomer's projection and raised her finger. You are not invited to this conversation. A small zap shot out from her finger. After striking Master Drexel's projection, it quickly began to break apart. Maria! Once the projection disappeared, Master Willix paused for a while before she calmly turned back to Ves. Now let us proceed with our discussion. You were saying? Chapter 24:18 Mech Designers with Integrity. Ves succeeded in making Master Willix hot. As soon as she expressed her intent to move their conversation to a more private channel, he knew he had succeeded in arousing the great MTA Master's desires. While he knew that he did not present a flawless case, he managed to persuade her just enough to gain a chance. Still, just because she pushed out Master Drexel did not mean that she was on board with V's proposal. He knew he still had some ways to go before he gained her support. Ves did not receive any indication that they changed to a different channel. He had no control over how the Dark Break module worked. Can we speak more openly now? He tentatively asked. I cannot guarantee that no one else is listening in, she warned. However, I am confident that none of the other masters from the Komodo branch should be able to patch in. There are others within our vast organization who can do so, but unless they vastly outrank me, we will receive a warning if they attempt to intrude. Okay. We take privacy very seriously within the MTA, she said with a straight face. Many mech designers within our ranks collaborate with colleagues who are located many light years away. Our internal network is designed to be extremely secure and resistant to any unauthorized intrusions. This is the only way we can facilitate earnest cooperation without burdening ourselves with concerns that our work will be leaked. Yeah, right. Ves would be a fool to take her at her word. Not a single network was truly secure as far as he was concerned. When two people wanted to communicate to each other, there was always room for others to sneak in and intercept some crucial tidbits. He had little choice but to continue on his current course. After successfully working Master Willix up, he needed to do his best to take advantage of her receptive state. She had opened herself up to Ves. How could he refuse her generous invitation? The two began to enter into a deeper discussion. Ves put down his guard a bit and revealed a little more information. One of the goals that Gloriana and I are pursuing is to find a method to increase the chances of breakthroughs. Ves felt very nervous about saying this, but he knew that Master Willix would not be satisfied anymore with his usual routine of misdirection and obfuscation. This was not the time to flood her with nonsense about proto-gods and divinities. His serious and plain approach may have been one of the reasons why she paid more attention to his words. He usually wasn't as straightforward about his specialty. Go on. Please explain why you think that the two of you are able to accomplish a feat that many other mech designers have failed to achieve. What gives you the confidence that you have any chance to succeed? Ves raised one finger. One battle. He raised 4 fingers. 4 expert pilots. He raised 10 fingers before lowering and raising one of his palms. 15 expert candidates. For her part, Master Willix looked intrigued. That is certainly a persuasive argument. The issue is that it is difficult to attribute these outstanding outcomes on whatever innovation you have claimed to develop. I am sure you agree that there are many other factors that may have played a role in facilitating those breakthroughs. You are free to inspect our data once you meet me in person, but only if we can come to an agreement. She frowned and tapped her heel against the deck. You are putting me in a difficult situation. While I am inclined to accept your views on the implications of your groundbreaking research, it is very difficult for me to deny it from the rest of the MTA. What you are asking is not normal procedure. I will face considerable pressure from my colleagues and supervisors if I insist on breaking protocol to accommodate your requests. I believe in you, ma'am. You're a big shot within the MTA, right? I am confident you can make things done. Perhaps, she conceded, but she did not soften her expression. That does not mean that I am willing to do so. I will have to cash in many favors and expend a considerable amount of political capital in order to keep our cooperation between ourselves. This is a private deal that breaks many rules. I disagree. That's the wrong way to look at it. Even if our arrangement breaks some rules, you can justify it as long as it serves the greater interest of the MTA. Some of my experimental innovations are literally head-popping. Do you think that faced with the temptation of unlocking the secret behind producing more expert pilots, your fellow mech designers within the MTA could resist the urge to conduct experiments on a massive scale? The silence was deafening. Though she did not explicitly deny his prediction, her silence was a very obvious signal in itself. Ves inwardly grinned. He knew it. From what he heard about their secret manipulations and unethical experiments on unwitting mech pilots, the MTA was hardly as pristine as outsiders thought. Those lurid tales shared by fellow mech designers made Ves suspect that the researchers of the MTA may not be so different from their counterparts from the Five Scrolls Compact. Of course, Ves did not think that his own kind were too unscrupulous. Unlike the nutcases of the secretive cult, the mech designers of the MTA generally served a greater cause. An organization as strong as the MTA probably invested a lot in indoctrinating its members. This was why Ves never phrased his suggestions in a way that gave Master Willix the impression that she would be turning against her own organization. He needed to delude her into thinking that his attempt to bribe her would actually serve the MTA's overall interests. The opening was small, but as long as it existed, Ves was confident he could succeed. Since Master Willix didn't say anything, he proceeded as if she tacitly consented with his words. He continued to paint a distorted picture. Mech designers like us are greedy for progress. That is not inherently bad. I am sure that masters such as you have managed to achieve great feats that have elevated the standard of mech design. Yet the pursuit of knowledge can easily go astray. I am also plagued with temptations. Are you saying that you are filled with unclean desires? I wouldn't put it that way. He frowned. Many of my ideas are both great and terrible, but that does not mean I am eager to try them out. You are lucky that I am someone who possesses excellent restraint. As a classically trained and educated mech designer, I follow the scientific method to a T. I have never let my intense desire for progress override my sense of what is right. We have seen how depraved researchers can be during the Age of Conquest. We have moved beyond that and become better humans as a result. Well said, Mr. Larkinson. She offered him a warm smile. Many people take this for granted, but it is truly important to safeguard our current standards. When we no longer show any restraint, we devolve into monsters. I feel as if you and I are like-minded mech designers. Ves quickly continued. While we are completely different in terms of age, background, design philosophy, and many other details, we are still mech designers who humbly wish to serve mech pilots. How many of your fellow masters will keep this mission in mind when they have gained access to one of my dangerous new methods? The association holds its mech designers to a higher standard. Do you truly stand by this statement? Can you seriously tell me that the MTA is truly filled with virtuous mech designers? While it was difficult for Master Willix to acknowledge the MTA's dirty laundry, she possessed too much integrity to say anything disingenuous. It is not wise to speak of this. As with any large organization, the association has its fair share of bad apples and skeletons in its closet. As a whole, the MTA still serves a noble cause. The proliferation of mechs is key to pacifying humanity. The advancement of mechs offers everyone the hope of moving beyond warships. Developing the mini-drive has brought us one step closer to phasing out destructive warships as humanity's ultimate weapon of choice. She was simply waving the flag at this point. Her words were largely hollow to Ves. She merely wanted to restore some dignity. Let's be real. If I told you that my method can potentially double the chance of breakthroughs, but can also backfire and kill 10% of the mech pilots who participate in an experiment, will all of your fellow mech designers really show restraint? Ves certainly wouldn't, that was for sure. You have made a very persuasive argument, she conceded. However, it is not enough for me to take you at your word. If your experiment is truly dangerous enough to warrant withholding your research data from the rest of the MTA, then I will need to inspect your complete records in person. Does this mean you agree to my proposal? She shook her head. Not so fast. While I am open to studying your complete research data, that does not automatically mean that I am receptive to collaborating with you. Aside from the substantial gap between us, the services of a master of my stature is immensely valuable. You do not deserve my help. I disagree. Sharing some of my research with you and letting you see me at work during our collaborative mech design projects should be enough, right? Ves began to fear that Master Willix would suggest that he pay her with much of the merits that he had earned from defeating the Alidus Alliance. This was not acceptable. Ves needed to steer her away from this topic as soon as possible. Don't discount the value of my accomplishments just because I'm a journeyman. How many journeymen develop something as unique and effective as glows? How many journeymen produce mechs with enhancements that have contributed to the sheer amount of mech pilots breaking through during just a single battle? Even if my methods are still rudimentary, my radical paradigms are completely unique and unlike any other established methodologies. In the future, my methods will only become more effective. Wouldn't it be better for you to get in on the action before they have lifted off? With you involved, you can also make sure that I do not go astray. Master Willix raised her palm. Enough. You have made your case. While I have not made any definite decisions, I am open to make some exceptions if it turns out that this course of action is truly the best way forward. Let us meet when you reach Hisneck. I need to comb over all of your research data and study your mechs. Yes. While she hadn't accepted his proposal, Ves knew that he had passed the most difficult hurdle. Her willingness to do this much already showed that she was inclined to accept his proposal. The thought of gaining the services of one of the best master mech designers in the star cluster and his expert mech design projects already made him salivate. There were hardly any other mech designers who could fulfill his need better than Master Willix. Though Ves no doubt had to make a lot of concessions, it was worth it if he gained her support. Can you keep the rest of the MTA off my back? He asked. As I have already stated, I work best if I have ample space to innovate. Too much meddling and intervention will only slow me down and rob the mech community of my revolutionary new solutions. I can do that, but remember, you better make sure that you can justify these extraordinary measures. I do not enjoy breaking or bending the rules without a good cause. Ves grinned. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. My mechs will prove you have made the right decision. It was at this moment that he truly began to relax. He succeeded in hooking Master Willix. Now he just had to reel her in so that he could have fish for dinner. Chapter 24:19 Happy Gloriana. The conversation ended after he agreed with Master Willix to discuss their new arrangement in greater detail when he returned to civilized space. He kept his face carefully composed as Master Willix's physical projection disappeared. Who knew whether this module was still transmitting recordings of him back to Centerpoint? Inwardly, he felt both ecstatic and defeated. The reason why he felt defeated was because he had no choice but to reveal some of his secrets to someone outside of his circle of confidence. There was no other way for him to get out of this predicament. He could either share his work with someone from the MTA, or expose it all to the MTA as a whole. Between these two unpalatable options, he chose the least bad solution. Fortunately, his choice worked out. With the help of his persuasive ability, he managed to get Master Willix on his side. This was the reason why he felt ecstatic. It didn't matter if he managed to convince Master Willix completely. It didn't matter if she was more shrewd and observant than she showed. What just took place was mostly theater. It was similar to trying to bargain with a stall owner to buy something on the cheap. Ves certainly wasn't stupid enough to assume that master mech designers were easy to fool. There was no way a 30-odd-year-old brat like him could get the better of a supreme master who traveled the breadth of the galaxy. Master Willix definitely interacted with all kinds of people from many different parts of human space throughout her long life. Successful people like that ought to be very socially adept. That simply meant that Ves had to be sincere enough. While he lied plenty of times throughout the previous conversation, his underlying message still conveyed an earnest concession. He was willing to share some of his trade secrets to her as long as she kept it to herself. All of the excuses he spouted, such as tempting other mech designers into performing dangerous experiments on mech pilots, were merely window dressing. Ves didn't care if his research corrupted other mech designers to the point where they made the skull architect look like a compassionate researcher. Their misdeeds were none of his business. He merely wanted to establish a convenient excuse to make their arrangement work. An organization as big as the MTA abided by a lot of rules, so it was important to ensure they wouldn't get in the way. Well, now that I've got this out of the way, it's time to talk to my beloved, he called Gloriana. As expected, it took no time at all for Gloriana to accept the call. Ves! You've finally called! It was about time! She wore a stylish red fabric coat with golden buttons that depicted the emblem of the Larkinson clan. The way it hugged her svelte body looked lovely, so much so that Ves couldn't hold back. He stepped forward, embraced her physical projection, and dove in for a kiss. Hi! Gloriana giggled as her projection leaned into him. I heard the good news some time ago. You can't imagine how many fretted for your safety. Our fellow Larkinsons were deeply concerned whether we would lose all of our best soldiers. My blood relatives were also concerned whether the wedding would even go through. The Woden dynasty invested a lot to build a grand wedding stage for our coming union. Losing you would have dealt a great blow to our prestige. Did you ever doubt our ability to win? He smiled as he brushed her soft cheek. I knew you would make it through. You're so great, Ves. Not even a bunch of overconfident pirates with some bootleg warships can take you down. Ves wasn't sure whether she meant what she said. In the last month, she expressed plenty of concern. She placed plenty of blame on him for stirring up so much trouble in the Nixian Gap. Well, it wasn't important. His task force managed to overcome the unthinkable, though not without paying a heavy price. The two of them began to sit down on the deck while leaning against each other. We lost a lot of good clansmen, Gloriana. I'm sending you the current list of casualties right now. Aside from losing hundreds of mech pilots, our fleet has also lost thousands of spacers and support personnel. You need to prepare the Larkinsons back in the Hisneck system for the bad news. She rapidly skimmed the list. Did you lose anyone important? Other than the 6 newly advanced expert candidates, not really. All of our expert pilots are still alive, and we still have 9 expert candidates left. The Avatars lost more than half of their mech pilots, but the Sentinels that have traveled with us were almost wiped out. I don't look forward to explaining that to the rest of the clan. Expert pilots? Expert candidates? Did you gain so many? Her eyes widened at him. The revelation that the Larkinson clan gained so many exceptional mech pilots completely caused her to ignore what he said afterwards. Tell me what happened! He began to spend a bit of time to explain what had taken place. Of course, since he was conveying his words through the MTA's private network, he made sure to control his information. He barely glossed over the fact that they were fighting gods, but even then Gloriana ate it all up. That was one thing he could count on. She never doubted him when it came to these matters. Those disgusting Nixian gods had it coming. It's a given that they lost. They were fighting a female god. The inexorable one is female according to the pirates. She fought for the wrong side. The moment she stood in your way, she was destined to lose. To Gloriana, the battle against the gods did not merit that much attention from her. She hadn't witnessed the battle up close, so it was difficult for Ves to convey the full magnitude of how difficult it was to defeat them. If not for his mother's timely assistance, the dark gods could have easily devoured his fleet. Instead of focusing on the gods, she instead wanted to know more about their new expert pilots. Did all of our expert candidates back then break through? Yep. That's remarkable. She grinned, but her face quickly fell. It also places a huge burden on us. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy that we gained so many expert pilots at once. The news will definitely turn a lot of heads once we announce it to the public. It's just. Ves grabbed her hand and took comfort in its warmth. We need to supply them all with expert mechs as soon as possible. We can't allow Venerable Janzi, Joshua, and the rest to remain in squalor by depriving them of the machines they need to further their growth. It's already difficult for me to negotiate a single collaboration with a master mech designer. Now we need to arrange for the development of 4 more expert mechs. She suddenly jerked. Wait, defeating the pirates must have netted you at least 10 million merits, right? I'm not sure. The bounty on the Gravata Narlax and Lord Hyvex is very generous. I'm also expecting a reward for all of the warships and illegal possessions we've taken from the pirates. We'll know for sure how much I've earned once the MTA completed its investigation. Well, it's bound to be a large amount. Instead of keeping it all to ourselves, we ought to invest a portion of it into our expert mech design projects. It is a lot easier to gain the help of a master when we are willing to spend. Ves held up his palm. Whoa, before you take this idea any further, let me tell you about a new arrangement I've made with a familiar master. He quickly explained the preliminary partnership he struck with Master Willix. He left out a lot of details, but he knew that Gloriana should be smart enough to realize the implications. She became impressed at his ability to negotiate this deal. Did you really get Master Willix to make an exception for you? That's amazing! Someone in her position can't easily bend so many rules. The way she looked at him was as if he had convinced the Hexers to put a boy in charge. While Ves felt very flattered by her compliments, he knew that it wasn't entirely due to him that he managed to get Master Willix to play along. They cuddled and kissed each other for a bit. Despite the immense distance separating them, they felt closer than ever to each other. The intense crisis he lived through had given him an even greater appreciation of life. He could have lost it all if he had fallen short in some way. Our wedding is up soon, she happily noted. After so many years, we will finally bind ourselves to each other. We will be together forever. She lifted her finger to show off the engagement ring he made for her. One of Lucky's gems proudly glinted in the light. Ves lifted his own finger and clinked it with his own ring. The wedding preparations are pretty much complete on my end, she stated. Have you prepared our wedding bands yet? I'm still working on them, Ves admitted. Don't worry. I'll get it done. I managed to plunder a lot of special materials from our defeated opponents. The Gravata Narlax alone is practically a treasure house when it comes to how many goodies she carried. All of it is ours now. I already have a great design in mind for our wedding rings. You better do a good job, Ves. I don't want to see any of the sloppiness that you usually exhibit in your work. Hey! I can be careful when I need to be. I know how important it is for my work to be perfect this time. Just trust me, Gloriana. They discussed a few other household matters. Gloriana brought him up to speed on some of the developments that took place in civilized space. On our end, my assistants and I made sure to progress all of our mech design projects, she stated. Even without your help, we have made a lot of progress. Some of them have even reached the prototype testing phase. That's great news! He was worried whether the 6 projects would stall, but Gloriana did an admirable job of compensating for his absence. Certainly, Ves knew that he might need to do a hefty amount of makeup work in the coming month, but it wouldn't take long for the designs to be complete. He had waited a long time to complete all of these projects. All of them were running behind schedule, and Ves was more than ready to move on to other projects. He also wanted to publish them so he could obtain a lot of design points from the system. After neglecting it for so long, Ves intended to focus on it for the next few years. In order to lessen his dependence on Master Willix, he needed to gain the capability of designing his own expert mechs by himself as soon as possible. To do so, he needed to accumulate at least 1 million DP. That meant he needed to design a lot of mechs. As long as he didn't engage in any distractions for the next couple of years, Ves should easily be able to earn this sum of design points. There's something else that you should know, Ves. The Komodo War has taken a new turn. Did the Friday Coalition turn the tides or something? In a way. Its masters have finally begun to push out their counters against our mechs. The blessed squires can't exert their glows onto the battlefield with impunity now. While only a couple of counters have appeared, they are already nullifying some of the advantages of our mech design. A heavy weight fell onto his heart. He knew this day was coming. Show me. Chapter 2420, The First Counter. Ever since the Blessed Squire debuted on the surface of Marikath 3, the Hex army embraced the new mech model with great enthusiasm. Not even the hesitation exhibited by the Council of Matriarchs could stop the adoption of the mech design by the miracle couple. Its unique benefits amplified the success of the Hexer mech pilots, fighting alongside this seemingly modest supportive knight mech. With the Friday Men defenders constantly being put on the back foot by invigorated Hexer soldiers, the border territories of the Friday Coalition came under threat of Hexer aggression a lot sooner than the Friday Man strategists had anticipated. And this was just due to a single odd mech model. Everyone could see that the Blessed Squire was just the start. The miracle couple had a history of publishing mechs that had the potential to change the way that mech pilots fought their battles. As long as the two unusually talented mech designers pumped out a few more mech designs, the tyranny of glows would probably swamp the coalition. Hardly any Friday men of importance looked down on the miracle couple's work. Many Friday Man strategists and analysts already concluded that they needed to find some way to counter V's design philosophy. It took almost no effort for the Hexers to employ glows as a force multiplier. In fact, in just a few months, the majority of the Hexer military mech pilots had already become addicted to the glows. They began to fight much better in the presence of a Blessed Squire, but also a little bit worse than normal if a glow was absent. Before the introduction of counters, the Friday Men mech pilots all learned that taking out the Blessed Squires within the ranks of the enemy was the most effective way to defeat the Hexers. While the Hex army units did not make it easy for their opponents to target their critical Blessed Squires, the Friday Men had already begun to employ various solutions at ranges where the glows could not reach. These were clunky methods. It forced the Friday Men to favor ranged combat over close-quarters combat. It limited the options of their fighting forces and directed a lot of resources that could have been spent elsewhere. All in all, these stopgap measures failed to stall the growing Hexer momentum. This was why the Coalition tasked a lot of top-level design teams to develop true counters. While it still took up resources to design and produce these specific counters, as long as they proved effective, the Coalition wouldn't have to expend as much resources to counter the Blessed Squire as before. This was a pretty good deal to the Friday Men. "Show me what Master Olson cooked up first," Ves requested. "My former master knows me best. Her counter will probably serve as a reference on how other mech designers ought to be able to counteract my glows." Gloriana frowned briefly when she mentioned the master from the Vermeer group. "Master Olson is really shameless for targeting you. Masters normally don't bully their students like this, you know." "We're on the opposite sides of a war, Gloriana. She is merely doing her duty to her state. She still deserves to be scorned for betraying you. I hope the Hex army manages to raise the Vermeer group for her treachery." Ves decided it was best not to comment any further on this issue. He deliberately did not point out that Gloriana was at fault here. She was the entire reason why Master Olson cut ties with him and subsequently treated him as an opponent. Gloriana projected a design of a distinct-looking Lancer mech. The mech looked fairly economic relative to other second-class mech designs. "This is the mech designed by a team led by Master Olson," she began. "It's called the Glow Crusher OGC 1000. Ves studied the design schematics with great interest. He wasn't surprised that Gloriana had access to such detailed design files. The Hexer Intelligence Services probably obtained it within days or weeks of the Glow Crusher's release. Leaving aside its purpose and distinctive features, the Glow Crusher design was a magnificent work. Master Olson designed mechs in a way that was elegant and efficient. Ves knew that he and his fiancée were far from reaching this degree of sophistication. "What a well-designed mech!" he sighed. "Sure enough. A master mech designer can easily surpass us in pure design ability alone. The degree of performance that Master Olson can achieve with such a limited budget is astounding." "Hey!" Gloriana angrily punched his arm. "Don't get all googly-eyed by the work of our enemy. This mech is causing my fellow Hexers a lot of grief on the battlefield." Ves tried to see how the Glow Crusher was able to counter a Blessed Squire. Of all of the mech types that Master Olson chose, he was surprised that she opted for a melee mech. These days, the Hex army treated its Blessed Squires like treasures. None of them stepped onto the battlefield without being accompanied by their own guards. This was actually pretty ridiculous to Ves. He initially conceived the Blessed Squire as mech that was meant to take a beating. It was piloted by boys, after all. Before its introduction, the Hexers always valued their female Hexer mechs more. "I don't see how this so-called Glow Crusher mech can neutralize a Blessed Squire," he murmured after some time. "Sure, in a one-on-one duel, the Glow Crusher can just charge forward and impale the Blessed Squire on its lance. In practice, this is never the case. The Glow Crusher has to go through at least one defensive line in order to attack any Blessed Squire mech." Gloriana nodded. "You're right. As efficient and optimized as the Glow Crusher design looks, the chances of this mech running down a Blessed Squire is low, at least in the early stages of a battle. Later on, when the Friday men have worn out the defenders, a Glow Crusher may be able to get a straight shot at impaling a Blessed Squire. It's too late by then. The Blessed Squire should have remained active up to this point. The Hexers gained plenty of advantages during this lengthy period." "This is also true. I do have to mention that the Glow Crusher aren't designed to be deployed by themselves. They are relatively cheap because they are meant to be deployed in greater numbers." He could see how that could make a considerable difference. A single Glow Crusher charging forth was hardly intimidating to the typical Hexer unit. It was a different story if an entire mech company of Glow Crushers rushed a Hexer position. Nonetheless, he still hadn't figured out what made Master Olson's work so effective against the Blessed Squire. With a name as plain and brutal as the Glow Crusher, the model was meant to restore confidence to the beleaguered Friday men mech pilots. It would be a disaster if the mech model failed to live up to its name. "This design is not as simple as you think. There's more to the mech than what is obvious on the surface. Can you see what gives this mech the ability to counter the Blessed Squire?" He already observed some unusual traits from the Friday man mech design. These unique traces denoted the areas that high-ranking mech designers empowered with their design philosophies. "The engines and movement systems clearly stand out to me. When I try to look at them closely, I begin to get a headache." It was not so easy to decipher the inner workings of other mech designers. While rational mech designers possess the ability to simulate someone else's design philosophy, they didn't always achieve success. Otherwise, Master Willix would have succeeded in replicating his design philosophy. "I don't get it." Ves sighed after trying and failing to decipher the meaning of what Master Olson had imparted to the Glow Crusher design. "Can you just show me instead of teasing me like this?" I'm dying to know what makes it so special. Very well. There's plenty of footage available. I've selected some of the clearest ones for you. Watch carefully. The first footage showed a typical urban battlefield on some coalition planet. A lot of structures had been flattened by incessant bombardment and fighting. At a certain supply depot, a unit of Hexer Mechs were trying to overrun the defenders. VS recognized the emblem of the Carnegie Group's Fortune Legion from the resisting Mechs. Though the Fortune Legionnaires put up a valiant fight, they were slightly outnumbered and fought with much less zeal than their Hexer counterparts. Just as the Hexer melee Mech succeeded in collapsing the defensive line, a squad of reinforcements appeared from the flanks. The 8 Lancer Mechs were all armed with long lances and kite shields. The Hexer Mechs were initially caught off guard, but quickly redirected some Mechs to engage the newcomers. VS paid close attention to what happened next. As expected, the Glow Crushers did not back off. They all charged forward, building up a lot of momentum in a short amount of time. Not just their powerful legs, but also the boosters built into their rear made sure that the Lancer Mechs got up to speed without much delay. As the new Friday Man Mechs neared the closest Hexer Mechs, something odd happened. The Hexer Mechs assigned to block the Lancer Mechs all jerked for some reason. Though the interruption was minor, the Lancer Mechs already ran through them by the time their Hexer Mech pilots recovered. Ha! VS wasn't stupid. He could tell that as the Glow Crushers neared the enemy Mechs, the glow exerted from a nearby Blessed Squire somehow failed to cover the affected Mechs. How? While he wondered what had happened, the footage hadn't ended yet. Not all of the Glow Crushers had stopped after impaling their lances on their unbalanced opponents. 2 more Mechs designed by Master Olsen proceeded onwards to attack the critical Blessed Squire. A second defense line consisting of some Hexer Knight Mechs stood ready to meet the charges with their heavy tower shields. VS estimated that even if the charging Friday Man Mechs managed to pierce through the shields of the enemy Mechs, they shouldn't be able to go any further. The Blessed Squire should remain safe if that was the case. However, just as the new Mechs neared the Blessed Squire, VS faintly sensed as if something significant occurred. From the way the Hexer Mechs all reacted abnormally for a moment, VS knew that the Blessed Squire's glow no longer affected the entire unit. So this is why this model is called the Glow Crusher. What happened next surprised him as well. Instead of continuing on, the 2 Glow Crushers forked away and beat a very hasty retreat. The Glow Crushers had done their job. Somehow, the Lancer Mechs managed to break the Blessed Squire's glow once they came close enough. As soon as they accomplished this job, they disengaged and let the other Fortune Legionnaires resume the fight. While VS was a bit confused why the Glow Crushers didn't continue to pressure the Hexers, it turned out that their presence weren't needed anymore. Surprised and alarmed at the sudden loss of their Blessed Squire's glow, the confused Hexer Mech pilots fought with a lot less enthusiasm than before. For their part, the Fortune Legionnaires regained a lot of confidence. Not only were their opponents fighting significantly worse, they didn't have to fear anything if they fought their opponents at close range. The final result was a complete rout for the Hexers. The surviving Hexer Mechs pathetically ran back to friendly lines after losing over half of their attacking force. The footage ended. VS remained silent for a time. The performance of the Glow Crusher completely surprised him, and not in a good way. How? He asked with a hollow voice. Master Olsen's new mech design is called the Glow Crusher for a reason, VS. As far as we can ascertain, these mechs don't have to impale the Blessed Squires in order to fulfill their function. They only have to get within a certain range to overwhelm a glow. Once this happens, it takes up to 10 minutes for a Blessed Squire to repair its glow. 10 minutes. This was enough time for the Friday men to swing a battle around, Chapter 24-21, Glow Crusher. The Glow Crusher was very effective at its job. As a Lancer mech, the mech was already good in regular combat. It didn't require a lot of time to build up speed, allowing it to exert its strength in many different situations. It could even function in cramped environments. Though the mech was too cheap and barebones to incorporate other functions, it didn't need to incorporate any additional bells and whistles. This was a mech with a very narrow scope. Against enemies that lacked glows, the Glow Crusher didn't function any differently from comparable Lancer mechs. It was only when the Glow Crusher was employed against an LMC mech that it showcased its true value. When Gloriana showed him other footage of the Glow Crusher at work, Ves began to understand the most important aspect of its operation. The Glow Crusher isn't attacking the Blessed Squire. It's attacking the glow. Ves equated glows to auras. They were spherical fields that influenced anyone that entered its effective range. Glows were most effective up close but weakened considerably further away. At a certain distance, glows weakened to the point where humans no longer came under their effect. When Ves carefully studied how close to the Blessed Squires the Glow Crushers needed to be in order to pop the glows, he noted that the exact distance varied considerably. All of them had to get very close, but those that had to get dangerously close were either outnumbered by Blessed Squires or hadn't gained the opportunity to build up a lot of momentum. "I see now," he said and closed his eyes. Gloriana curiously looked up at him as her physical projection leaned on his shoulder. She knew that the footage had dealt a considerable blow to his confidence in his work. He needed time to process this new development. The footage she displayed to Ves showcased the performance of the Glow Crusher in many different situations. What Ves paid attention to the most was the distances, the speeds, and the quantities. He sensed that these three variables played a key role in determining the effectiveness of the Glow Crusher's main function. If the footage of the early usage of the Glow Crusher model was representative enough, then he pretty much figured out its conditions. The closer the Glow Crusher gets to the Blessed Squire, the more likely the latter's glow will collapse. The greater the momentum of the Glow Crusher, the easier it becomes to collapse a glow. The more the Glow Crushers outnumber the Blessed Squires, the further away they can disable all of the glows. These were the three characteristics that both the Friday men and Hexers needed to take into account when Glow Crushers fought against Blessed Squires. It didn't matter whether the Glow Crushers were able to physically down the Blessed Squires. That wasn't necessary when they only had to get within a certain distance to accomplish their main job. This was the part about the new mech model that Ves really couldn't accept for some time. "How many masters participated in this design project?" he asked. "Just 2. Master Carmen Olsen partnered up with Master Meredith Katzenberg to design this mech. That's why the Glow Crusher's design is fairly basic. I'm still amazed it is so effective, though. I thought it would take more masters to defeat your glows." Both masters taught at the Limar Institute of Technology, though Ves wasn't sure whether that was still the cause. With the fall of the crestfallen stars, the Limar system should be vulnerable to Hexer attacks. The LIT should have certainly evacuated its students and personnel some time ago. This must have given the two masters a very powerful motivation to design an effective counter against his mechs. Ves already knew plenty about Master Olsen. He also knew a fair bit about Master Katzenberg because she took in Tristan Wesseling as one of her direct disciples. Whereas Master Olsen specialized in enhancing a mech's mobility, Master Katzenberg specialized in developing better materials. More specifically, Ves heard that she was famed for developing new formulas that substituted the effects of more expensive exotics. He couldn't quite see how these two masters were able to grant such a ridiculous ability to the Glow Crusher design. "Tell me how these two masters managed to find a solution against my glows," he requested. Gloriana did not string him along this time. She pointed at the mech engine of the glow crusher in the projected design schematic. There is something about the locomotion systems that causes it to transform some of its momentum into another form of energy. So far, the Hexer mech designers who have studied the design are temporarily calling it motion energy. Generating this motion energy causes the Lancer mechs to slow down to some extent because it isn't free. Why does motion energy have to be generated on the spot? It disappears quickly if the glow crusher slows or stops. It's very fleeting and perishable and can't be stored in some kind of battery. Gloriana shrugged. You'll have to ask Master Olson to learn more. I think this is one of the most advanced applications of her design philosophy. It involves so many advanced concepts that not even the Hexer masters understand how it's made. This wasn't actually rare. Many different kinds of energy existed in reality. Master Olson managed to touch upon one of the higher level ones over the course of her career. Perhaps it was something that she could have only developed once she reached the rank of master. Whatever the case, this motion energy ought to be the principal reason why the glow crusher was able to overwhelm a glow, for a lack of better word. This wasn't the complete story, though. What role does Master Katzenberg play? Master Katzenberg has developed a new alloy that is able to contain motion energy, Gloriana answered. If the glow crusher simply charges forward without incorporating any of the new alloy, then the motion energy will just drift away from the mech. The machine has to have something that can keep this motion energy together until it is ready to unleash it against the blessed squire's glow. Ah, I see. So that is what this odd material is for. It's built into the mech engine and the lance, among other parts. The mech engine generated motion energy, and also kept it around for a limited amount of time. If the glow crusher didn't expend this motion energy on an attack, then it would evaporate on its own after a time. This meant that there wouldn't be any ridiculous situations where a glow crusher ran forward for several hundred kilometers, building up more and more momentum and motion energy along the way, enough to shatter the collective glows of 100 blessed squires. Nonetheless, despite the many limitations, Ves could already foresee that Master Katzenberg's latest invention might become a persistent thorn in his side. Gloriana continued her explanation. The special new material she developed for the glow crusher design is called Olson-Katzenberg alloy, or OK alloy in short. It's an alloy made out of two valuable medium-grade exotics along with some other lesser materials. What are the key materials? They're both metallic exotics with fairly mild effects by themselves. The first important material is Verma steel. It is notable for its ability to inhibit some higher dimensional energies. The second important material is Faha 33. It's also a medium-grade exotic and possesses a very weak ability to inhibit all kinds of energy. I don't know how Master Katzenberg managed to combine the two together to develop a vessel for motion energy, but some of my colleagues back home are very impressed. How widely available are the two exotics? Not that much. The Friday men never specifically focused on mining these two exotics. While the Coalition has accumulated a sizable stockpile of both key materials, once that runs out, it will have to look elsewhere to obtain more. Trade will become the Friday Coalition's main source of Verma steel and Faha 33 in the future. It sounded as if the Friday Coalition truly couldn't pump out glow crushers as if they cost nothing. Certainly, the mech was already relatively cheap to the Friday Coalition. It was just that adding the crucial OK alloy to the machine that would limit its production. Still, for a first-generation counter to an LMC mech, the glow crusher should already be considered a success. Have the Friday men started using these glow crushers en masse? Gloriana nodded. For months, we Hexers lorded it over to the Friday men. The constant losses must have truly infuriated our enemies to the point where they eagerly embraced any solution that worked. Already, hundreds of thousands of glow crushers have appeared on the battlefield. Its first variant has already debuted in space. She waved her hand, causing hundreds of different footage to play at once. He became fascinated by all of the sights. While most of the battles involving the Glow Crushers took place on land, a small but growing number of clashes happened in space. Unlike the inelegant solutions the Hex army resorted to in order to make the Blessed Squire fly, the two masters designed a proper space-borne variant of their Glow Crusher. The Glow Crusher OGC 1000 is the base model, and one that is intentionally designed to be adapted by different mech designers or organizations. The Glow Crusher OGC 1050 is a space-borne variant that can serve the same purpose. In other words, the basic incarnations of the works of the two masters were just the start. In the future, the Friday Men mech regiments and mech divisions that adopted the designs would develop their own variants of the Glow Crusher that excelled in certain aspects. For example, an elite mech regiment might want to develop a higher quality version of the Lancer mech. Another mech regiment that specialized in aerial combat might take the OGC 1050 and turn it into a machine that was suited to fight in the skies. The possibilities were endless. VS was a bit put off by this, but not too much. No matter how many variants the Friday Men developed, they all abided by the same principles. Figuring out how to negate one Glow Crusher model meant that his solution should be equally as effective in negating the other models. He already began to think how he could counteract the Glow Crusher with his designs. Though the work of Master Olsen and Master Katzenberg was subject to many limitations, it nonetheless offered the Friday Men a targeted means to negate one of the Hex Army's significant advantages in a fairly simple package. This cannot stand. Should he try to develop a means of reinforcing the glows of his mech designs? What if he focused on dispersing motion energy instead? Many different ideas flitted through his mind. As long as there was a will, there was a way. VS did not intend for his former master to have the last laugh. Ahem. Gloriana gently interrupted his musings. The Glow Crusher isn't the only mech the Friday Men have designed to counteract our Blessed Squire. There are also several other mech designs that interfere with glows in different ways. She began to exhibit another projection. An enemy space-borne swordsman mech pushed through some Hexer mechs and managed to strike a Blessed Squire standing on top of a floater module. Though the Blessed Squire easily managed to block the attack by putting up its shield, something happened that caused the glow to grow unstable. The Hexer mech surrounding the Blessed Squire exhibited the now familiar reaction that signified that the glow was experiencing technical difficulties. The more the swordsman mech struck the Blessed Squire, the greater this disturbance grew. Unlike the Glow Crusher, the new model did not collapse the glow. Instead, it just disturbed it to the point it became a mess. VS could see from the reactions of both Friday Man and Hexer mechs that this chaos affected both sides without distinction. While the Friday Men did not have it easy, the Hexers weren't feeling better either. In this way, this unknown melee mech model managed to level the playing field. Chapter 24-22, Old Routine. Gloriana showed him some additional mech models that successfully interfered with the glow of the Blessed Squire. The Glow Crusher was the unquestionable winner so far. It offered the Friday Coalition a strong, targeted counter against the unique Hexer mech model that had given them so much grief over the last few months. The other mech models, such as the space-borne swordsman mech called the Turbid Nightmare, sought to interfere with glows in different but more demanding ways. They were not as practical on the battlefield due to the simple fact that these mechs had to get very close to their targets. So far, the Friday Men mech designers failed to develop a solution that could disturb a glow at range. This was one of his greatest fears, because developing a new weapon that could counter the glows of his mechs would instantly decrease the added value of his products by half. VS wasn't sure whether his competitors were close to developing such a solution, but he couldn't underestimate their ability. The glow crusher designed by Master Olsen and Master Katzenberg already exceeded his expectations. As an early, first-generation counter, it unquestionably did its job without any superfluous elements. He could already foresee other mech designers developing more specialized and tailored variants from this excellent base model. As long as they all incorporated Olsen-Katzenberg alloy and generated motion energy, then the new derivative designs should all be capable of popping glows as easily as popping soap bubbles. When Gloriana finished presenting the counters designed by their competitors, Ves fell silent for a time. Seeing one of the selling points of his mechs neutralized in such a fashion inflicted a severe blow to his confidence. He hadn't expected his glows to be so easy to negate. The glow crusher did not even have to physically thrust its lance through a blessed squire. It only had to get close enough in order to accomplish its purpose. This meant that the hexers needed to widen their security perimeter to adequately guard a blessed squire. It was not enough to deploy a bunch of night mechs and surround the crucial mech up close. "How has the Hex army responded?" he asked. "Our military hasn't abandoned the blessed squire," she reassured him. "Sure, it has become more difficult to take advantage of our work, but it is still a great benefit to the Hexers fighting on behalf of the hegemony. The glow crushers are difficult to mass produce at the moment, so there are plenty of battles where our blessed squires only have to stay on guard against the lesser counters. Even if the glow crushers become more ubiquitous, the burden on the enemy is still greater. These mechs have to get dangerously close in order to overwhelm a glow, and that puts them in a dangerous position." Just because the new Lancer mechs did not have to reach point-blank range did not mean that they were spared from taking risks. The glow crushers still had to rush close enough to put them at risk of getting surrounded by other hexer mechs. Ves could easily imagine that the likelihood of casualties among the mech pilots assigned to this new model should not be optimistic. Gloriana mentioned another piece of news. The Hex army discovered another simple means to ensure the glows stay intact. Some units have already begun to deploy multiple blessed squires at the same. Sometimes they like to put some in reserve. If a blessed squire ever loses its glow, the commander simply replaces them with a fresh and fully functional copy. The Friday men always get angry when that happens. Both of them chuckled. It took a considerable sacrifice to pop a glow. In many cases, deploying just one or two glow crushers wasn't sufficient. If the hexers pushed forward another blessed squire, then the Friday men would probably scream with rage. Of course, the hexers could also deploy many blessed squires together. While superimposing identical glows did make them that much stronger, it became much harder to break them because they mutually supported each other. Over the course of the Komodo War, both sides learned a lot more about the properties of glows. It operated similar to energy fields, but possessed distinct properties that made them different. As the Friday men and hexers researched them further, they began to develop better ways of employing or negating them in battle. Even Ves learned a lot of new nuances about his glows. "Are you okay now?" Gloriana softly asked. "I'm fine." He hugged her physical projection. It was so lifelike that Ves truly felt he was touching the soft red fabric of her coat. He even felt the warmth of her body as he pressed his hand on her hip. "Lately, I've shifted away from developing glows. They're nice and all, but they don't entirely relate to my ambitions. If there is one good outcome about venturing into the Nixian gap, it's that I've been forced to develop radical new solutions in order to survive. Once I return, we can design some truly revolutionary new mechs. I am truly looking forward to that." She giggled. "It'll be especially great if you can truly get Master Willix to co-design our expert mechs for us. I have long admired her and her work. As a master brought up by the MTA, she is much more skilled than the likes of Master Olsen and Master Katzenberg. Getting her involved in our projects will ensure our expert mechs will become even closer to perfection." He could already see the stars in her eyes, but Ves did not entirely share her optimism. Let's not get too excited, Gloriana. Our expert mechs have to be designed by us for the most part. We can't let Master Willix do all of the work. We need to own the expert mechs we design in order to ensure we can continue to iterate on them in the future. Expert mechs require a lot of care and attention, and I doubt Master Willix is willing to babysit them on our behalf. Her smile died down a bit. She sighed. You're right. We can't expect her to stick around forever. I just feel it is a wasted opportunity if we insist on keeping her involvement as minimal as possible. Sure, our expert mechs will reflect our strengths, but their designs will be a lot rougher than other expert mech designs. That is only temporary. If we want them to become better, then we have to work harder to improve ourselves. If we let Master Willix play a bigger role in the design process, then it will be difficult for us to implement any improvements years later. The most important part about expert mechs was that they never remained the same for a long time. It was customary to improve them as new technologies became available. Many owners also tended to change their configuration to improve their performance under specific circumstances. Even if the difference amounted to only 1 or 2%, this could still mean the difference between a total victory and a dead expert pilot. Ves deeply valued the lives of his new expert pilots. Talents such as Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi were pretty much irreplaceable in his eyes. Their presence not only boosted the confidence of his men, but also enhanced the prestige and reputation of his clan. He couldn't imagine what would happen if one of them died. He had to minimize this outcome as much as possible, and the best way to do that was to equip each of them with excellent expert mechs that could keep up with their evolution. The two lovers talked a bit about what kind of expert mechs they should aim to design for their new expert pilots. You're not keeping the Quint for Joshua? Ves shook his head. Our masterwork mech is a fine machine. However, I don't think it's a good choice to turn it into his exclusive machine. He's not like Venerable Janzi, who matches well with the shield of Samar. The Quint is based on an adaptable, modular mech platform that is designed to fit to a wide variety of mech pilots. Venerable Joshua is a mech pilot that adapts well to nearly every LMC mech. His partner pointed out. Doesn't that make them the same? It's different. Joshua's excellent compatibility with my mechs is more a reflection of shared ideals. I believe it would be better if we design a mech from the ground up that specifically takes advantage to his unique traits. It was difficult for him to explain his ideas to her without going into details he did not want to convey over the MTA's private network. Gloriana was used to that, so she did not ask for further clarification. In any case, once they reunited in person, he could say anything he wanted to her without worrying about eavesdropping. Before they ended their talk, Gloriana conveyed one more piece of good news. My sister Calandra told me that the Woden warriors she sent to reinforce you and escort you back to civilized space has almost reached your position. You'll have to sit tight for 5 more days or so. Will your task force be able to fend for themselves before that? No problem. Ves confidently grinned. We just brought some of the systems of the surviving warships back online. We scared away most of the vultures by firing their main guns a couple of times. Nothing scares pirates away better than demolishing one of their carriers with a single volley. That's great, but don't take any unnecessary risks. My sister dispatched roughly 5,000 mechs to your position. Once they link up with you, I expect no further problems. I hope you appreciate how difficult it was for our dynasty to send so many troops into the Nixian Gap. I know, Gloriana. I truly appreciate this gesture. To be honest, he expected the Woden dynasty to be a lot more reluctant and act in a more self-serving manner. Yet, just like Calabast, the dynasty at some point decided to commit to him in earnest. Hexers or not, that took courage. Of course, that did not mean that Ves let down his vigilance towards the Hexer people. If Gloriana thought that he would be willing to become a citizen of the hegemony or adopt more Hexer customs, she would be sorely disappointed. When they ended their call, Ves closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It's good to get back to normal. He no longer spent as much time on thinking how to survive and how to defeat his next opponents. Instead, he considered other matters such as his upcoming wedding, his mech design projects, and the Larkinson clan's impending migration. None of them entailed the sort of acute threats and dangers that continually haunted his thoughts in the last few months. Ves embraced this change. Perhaps the battle against the abyss succeeded in pushing him to the brink. After almost losing it all in his confrontation against the Alidus Alliance, he no longer felt so eager to repeat the experience. Some risks were too great for him to bear. That said, I did manage to progress my design philosophy by leaps and bounds, he muttered as he returned to his stateroom. Meow. Lucky listlessly greeted him. So far, he still hadn't recovered yet from ingesting the beastone. You look hungry. Fancy a meal? Meow. Wow. I still can't get used to the fact that you're not in the mood to eat. Lucky looked indigently at Ves. How could a human ever understand his longing for minerals? It was torture for him to be unable to eat anything during this time. Ves ignored his pet and sat down behind his desk. He activated his desk terminal and loaded up all of the messages and reports he had pushed aside for the last few weeks. Work never ceased. I miss this. It's good to be back. Chapter 24-23, Worthy Deaths. Ves took a seat in the conference room. Calabast and Major Vol followed suit and sat beside him. Both of them looked a little nervous due to the importance of the upcoming meeting. Relax. It will be fine. He attempted to project confidence. Expert pilots can be unyielding if you confront them head-on, but they're easy to handle as long as you don't get affected by their force of personality. I really prefer not to be in the same room as them, Calabast grimaced. You need to become accustomed to their presence, Major Vol noted. For better or worse, our new expert pilots have become the new fixtures of our clan. Even if they aren't interested in running the clan, they possess an outsized voice. Calabast came from a pure intelligence background, which meant she mostly worked with regular people. Facing expert pilots was something reserved for the military. As for Major Verl, he possessed experience with dealing with expert pilots. Just the Aeon Corona mission alone forced him to deal with the likes of Venerable O'Callaghan, Venerable Sia, and Venerable Foster. The Larkinson clan may not be a military organization like the Bright Republic's Mech Corps, but it was still militaristic by nature. In an organization where martial strength earned great respect, expert pilots naturally commanded respect even when they didn't do anything special. As a clan leader, Ves had to be wary of their motives. Every expert pilot possessed their own wants and needs, and sometimes they weren't above using their influence to support their cause. This was one of the other reasons why many private forces and organizations were reluctant to employ expert pilots. They not only demanded ludicrously expensive expert mechs which had to be designed by at least a senior, but their existence alone also presented a latent threat to the leaders. Instances where expert pilots became dissatisfied with their bosses and launched coups were not unheard of. It didn't help that the MTA's arbitrators often sided with them in disputes. Only state militaries possessed the structure and legitimacy to keep expert pilots in line. The ability to pilot a mech was not correlated with the ability to command. Not everyone was as multi-talented as Colonel Ark Larkinson. Most expert pilots recognized that they should leave all of the complicated decision-making to their commanding officers and simply focus on improving their combat abilities. Right now, Ves wasn't sure what roles his new expert pilots wanted to play, hence why he looked forward to talking to them. This would be the first time after the battle against the Abyss where he could enter into a proper discussion with the new stars of the Larkinson clan. The hatch slid open. 5 people entered. Each of them wore the uniforms of their respective troops. 3 avatars, 1 flagrant vandal, and 1 sword maiden stepped inside. None of them were average. Even before they entered the conference room, Ves already sensed their force of wills bumping into his mind, and from the faint reactions of his advisors, they felt it as well. Neither Vol nor Calabast possessed spiritual potential. On one hand, that allowed them to escape the brunt of the effects. On the other hand, they possess very weak defenses against this kind of influence. Both consequences pretty much balance the other out, causing the two norms to experience changing moods. It did not help that they were in the same room as multiple expert pilots, each of whom possessed different convictions. Ves smiled as he came in touch with Venerable Joshua's life-oriented force of will. He felt slightly abrasive when he touched Venerable Janzi's force of will. Both Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice felt prickly to him. As for Venerable Tusa, he hardly felt anything. Once the newcomers took their seats, Ves gestured to Calabast. She promptly activated a jammer and some other security measures. The air became charged with interference, giving both Calabast and Vol some relief. The sensation of jamming distracted them from the force of wills projected by the expert pilots. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that all of you have recovered from the previous battle. Tusa, how is your body doing? The light mech specialist smiled sardonically. I enjoyed the best of care from Miss Rania Woden Larkinson, though I do not feel as if my body entirely belongs to me anymore. I understand the sensation. It will blow over after a few weeks. Of the 5, Tusa had been the worst off. In his duel against the inexorable one, he fell short once the fog projection became occupied with the avian dark god's true body. In fact, Ves feared that Tusa may have died after the huge bird simply rammed through the blue shift, causing the heavily modified mech to break into pieces. Seeing that Tusa was recovering nicely, he fully put down his concerns on his continued ability to serve the clan. Let's move on the first item of the agenda. First, congratulations to the 4 of you. While Venerable Janzi has moved ahead of you, each of you have performed admirably by stepping up against our opponents when we most needed it. Your help was indispensable. Venerable Orphan interrupted his speech. That's all well and good, but when are you going to tell me about what we just fought against and who helped us out in the end? I asked some of my men to do some digging for me. And you know what they found? That winged tiger mech that appeared through the portal belongs to the Oblivion Hand. What are your ties with the Dark Mercenaries? Why did they decide to help us, and what the hell was that big alien woman? Ves did not feel flustered at her sudden inquiry. He already anticipated these questions beforehand. He briefly looked into the eyes of the other expert pilots, and recognized that they all wanted answers as well. We don't share a relationship with the Oblivion Hand, he told them. In fact, none of us expected the mech and that female alien god to appear out of nowhere to help us in our hour of need. While we did cooperate during the battle, they left shortly afterwards without expressing any other intentions. Why did they take the initiative to help us out? Orphan narrowed her eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Ves readily answered. If you have studied the history of the Oblivion Hand, then you should know that it has become a growing thorn in the side of the pirates. For some reason, the Dark Cleaver is hell-bent on toppling as many pirates as possible. The Oblivion Hand became interested in our clash against the Alidus Alliance and its allies because the Dark Mercenaries wanted to end the existences of the Dark Gods. What are those 3 giant monsters, really? Venerable Tusa skeptically asked. Are they truly gods? Why did 3 of them emerge from the Gravata Narlax, and who exactly is the god that defeated them in the end? Ves shrugged and decided to offer an ambiguous answer. Who knows? Gods or not, the unending one, the blinding one, and the inexorable one are all old and powerful existences that can't be fought with normal means. As for the alien woman who defeated them, I know even less about her aside from the fact that she must have been pursuing a vendetta against the three monsters. Throughout this entire meeting, he did not say anything that could tie him and his parents together. Fortunately, nobody knew that the Dark Cleaver who piloted the Devil Tiger was actually his father, though Joshua was looking at him a little differently. Nobody happened to recognize the giant energy projection of his mother. All of the alien mutations that warped her energy projection pretty much made her unrecognizable. At best, she was a completely unrelated half-human. At worst, she was an alien that only vaguely resembled humans due to convergent evolution. Another indication was that the Larkinson network didn't seem to work properly on his parents. He could already guess that his mother had done something to sabotage the connections so that they wouldn't inadvertently expose their identities or locations. This wasn't actually difficult to do. Even Ves cut off the connections if he wished. None of the expert pilots had any reason to doubt his lies. They all believed that the Oblivion Hand genuinely had nothing to do with Ves or the Larkinsons. To them, the Dark Cleaver and the alien female god simply wanted to take advantage of the situation to weaken the pirates. Though Ves felt tempted to tell them the truth, it was too dangerous for him to do so. They possessed their own principles that did not necessarily align with the clan. In fact, Ves believed that the Larkinson network was no longer effective in influencing their mindsets. This effectively meant he had to be very careful with exposing any information to them in the future. The meeting moved on. After answering a lot of questions about the battle, the expert pilots finally relented. They still looked unsatisfied as a whole. Ves hadn't provided them with many clear answers. All right, now that we are done with discussing the past, let's address our current and future situation. First, the Woden warriors will soon arrive and escort us out of the Nixian Gap. We won't be risking any further battles. This means we can start focusing on rebuilding. We have suffered a lot of losses. A lot of our clansmen are hurting right now, and we need your help to restore everyone's morale. Too many Larkinsons have died. Janzi spoke up in an accusatory tone. Out of our entire mech roster, we have lost more than half of our mech pilots on this disastrous venture. What's even worse is that we lost thousands more when the pirates targeted our ships. Why did we fight so much? Some of the other expert pilots nodded, which was a bad sign to Ves. He knew this reckoning was coming. I don't understand what we were fighting for either, Tusa said. Is it experience? Is it loot? While I am glad that I managed to break through, I would gladly give up the opportunity to become an expert pilot if all of our fallen brothers and sisters never met their end in this forsaken place. Their deaths were not worthy. We weren't fighting to defend the Bright Republic. We were just fighting to advance your goals. I don't know how to face the Vandals who fell because of your decisions, Commander Orphan added. Cut him some slack, Venerable Joshua said. What happened was regrettable, but we became stronger in the end. Not just us, but 9 other expert candidates rose up. This is proof that our patriarch is right. Only by going through hardship will we be able to rise above our current height. Once we return home and digest our gains, our clan will grow by leaps and bounds. Orphan and Dice nodded in agreement, though his girlfriend did not look pleased. Joshua, do you care nothing about the Larkinsons who have died? Don't get me wrong, Janzi. He quickly defended himself. I do care. It's just that I think our clan will ultimately become better because of it. If we hadn't entered the Nixian Gap, our force would have remained brittle and untested. That would leave us in a dangerous position when our entire clan comes under attack one day. Commander Dice agreed with Joshua. We are warriors. Living well sounds nice, but I never believed in putting my safety into other people's hands. While I care for my remaining sore maidens, I never thought of coddling them. That will only turn them dependent on others. I don't want the Larkinson clan to breed weakness and become unable to defend or take care of itself. Trust me, with the survivors we have today, we don't have to worry about any weakness in our ranks for the next 50 years. The expert pilots expressed different views. Ves listened and took note of each expert pilot's inclination. Chapter 24:24 Questioning Leadership. Ves made the right choice by gathering all of the expert pilots together. If he spoke to them on an individual basis, then it would be difficult for him to fend off their remarks. Now, the expert pilots pretty much argued amongst themselves. Ves, Calabast, and Major Verl turned into inanimate props as the expert pilots each expressed what they thought about the current campaign. Just as Ves expected, Venerable Janzi found the most fault with his decisions. To her, trading lives for training and plunder was a horrible deal. It didn't matter whether the Larkinson clan gained 5 expert pilots and 9 expert candidates in total. Each breakthrough came at the cost of at least several dozens of lives. To Janzi, this was no different from cutting off the necks of innocent Larkinsons in order to fuel a demonic ritual that directly enabled her to break through. It was a reprehensible trade that should have never taken place. Joshua thought the opposite. Each Larkinson that took part in the expedition ultimately agreed to face the risks. They all volunteered except for the avatars, but that was only because anyone who agreed to put on the yellow and white uniform already agreed to become the tip of the spear. Each of us had a choice, Janzi. None of us are in the Larkinson clan because we were forced into it. Both True Blood and adopted Larkinsons had to make several deliberate choices to end up here. Our clan patriarch has been very open about this. That many of our clansmen died in the end is not good at all, but they all accepted the risks. The two may be in a relationship with each other, but they held different views. As Janzi and Joshua continued to argue with each other, Ves found it increasingly difficult to imagine that they would stay together for long. You're not looking at it right, Joshua. Tusa shook his head. Sure, the Larkinsons who joined the task force did so on their own volition. This was because they got the impression that we would only be mucking about a bit by honing our skills against a bunch of pirate outfits. This is what all of the peacekeeper outfits do. None of us expected us to go so deep and crack open fortified pirate bases that are defended by thousands of mechs and an arsenal of illegal superweapons. That was indeed a bit difficult to defend. Joshua clearly didn't know how to respond to this argument. Commander Orphan crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. Tusa has it right. While I like Ves, that doesn't mean I agree with him on everything. This time he really bamboozled us. None of us signed up to attack heavily defended pirate bases, let alone alien gods and actual warships. Glory cannot be earned without sacrifice. Commander Dice surprisingly opposed her buddy. What we gain from this journey is something precious. Who in the galactic rim can boast of fighting against and winning against a real warship? This victory alone will send our reputation soaring. What is the use of that? Reputation can save the lives of many more comrades than we have lost in the past few months. Just think about it. All of the potential enemies in our way will never think about waylaying us when they heard we fought warships and came out on top. Even if they don't believe we have earned this victory, all of us expert pilots and expert candidates are already enough to force many people to respect our strength. Civilized space isn't as bad as the Nixian Gap, Janzi insisted. Once we get back to normal space, nobody will randomly decide to attack us because they are greedy for our possessions. We live in a decent, normal society. Tell that to the pirates. The pirates in civilized space are nowhere near as strong as brazen as their counterparts here, Joshua. What passes off for pirates are usually poor and desperate criminals who only pounce on individual cargo ships because they can only muster up a couple of dozen mechs at most. With our strength in numbers, we have already grown way past the threshold where we need to be concerned about pirate attacks. That doesn't mean the galaxy is safe. Even well-defended trade fleets are at risk of attacks. It's too difficult to ensure our clan will remain safe and sound as we travel to other areas where the locals aren't as familiar with our clan. I bet that having 10,000 mech pilots is not scary as a single expert pilot. Ves raised his hand. All right. That's enough. I think you are all arguing in circles at this point. You have all voiced your opinions. I have listened carefully to each and every one of you. You have all brought up some good points. Though he felt a bit nervous at facing 5 expert pilots at the same time, he already knew them before they reached their current rank. They weren't so different from their old selves. As long as he accommodated all of their views, he should be able to achieve his goals. Venerable Janzi, he spoke as he turned to the most outspoken critic. We have talked before about this. Each Larkinson who joined our clan did so with the expectation that they will have to work to rise above their current station. Do you know how many dispossessed Ovanans, downtrodden Reinaldan citizens, oppressed Sentinel commoners and other hopeful people have joined our clan? Each of them signed up with us with the promise that we would lift them from the mud. She glared at him. Our children and the Larkinsons born after that won't have a choice. The rules can be amended if the Larkinson Assembly believes it needs to change. There are good reasons why we expect total loyalty from our offspring, but if you think that's wrong, you are welcome to push an alternative. Ves brushed off her argument. We are in a different situation right now. Yes, I took risks. Yes, I've made mistakes. Don't let their deaths be in vain by throwing away the gains that they have secured for us. We should honor their sacrifices instead. Honor? What does that have to do with this? I see no honor in this ill-thought adventure. At least back in the Mech Corps, we didn't question our mission. I think we need a change of leadership. You're a good mech designer, Ves, but that's all you are. Either make way for someone steadier or we will force you out of your position. Oh. That did not sound good. Perhaps Venerable Janzi had already come in touch with the dissidents. He could not let her push this proposal any further. We have made some decisions that did not quite pan out, but as a whole we become far stronger and wealthier than just a few years ago. This kind of progress is astounding no matter who you compare us to. No clan or organization has grown so fast to the point where we are already wealthy enough to reach the standard of second-class citizens. You can't obtain this progress with your own efforts in any other way. Do you think that our clansmen will remain satisfied if we remain as poor and inconsequential as we were before? You are trying to move too quickly, Ves. What is wrong with taking it slow? Whether we become equivalent to second-class citizens tomorrow or 10 years from now shouldn't be too much of a difference. With all of the sales your mech company is making lately, I don't see a strong need to seek so much battle. You know nothing. Commander Dice shook her head. Janzi ignored Dice's remark. The last time we talked, Ves, I thought it was already enough to share my opinion. Now I think I should have pushed you harder. Maybe you should share some of your power to us. In the past, you were the only prominent Larkinson in the clan, but that is no longer the case. With us, we can return to how the Larkinson family ran itself. Our clan is different from the old family, Ves quickly responded. We have rejected many traditions that have held the old family back, and this is no different. Expert pilots like you have better things to do than to govern our growing clan. Also, putting people who know nothing except how to fight is not a good way to prevent more deaths. Just look at Vicious Mountain. We don't have to run the clan ourselves. We can just let the Larkinson Assembly and Executive Council continue to govern in our stead. We can hold veto power and reject any decisions that go too far. Isn't that a better arrangement? Ves shook his head. You are some of the greatest Larkinsons we have, but that does not mean you represent the clan in its entirety. Vetoing any decisions by the Larkinson Assembly means that you are in effect opposing what the majority wants. Look, during the founding of the clan, we have already formalized the powers you gain when you become expert pilots. Each of you already hold the position of judge in the Larkinson Court. Larkinson Court? Huh! Ves smiled. I am not surprised you forgot about it. So far, no Larkinson has committed any crime serious enough to warrant the involvement of the Larkinson Court. It's basically the institution that presides over the trials of clansmen who are accused of serious crimes. It doesn't waste its time on trivial issues such as stealing someone's comm or skipping work. What is the rationale for this? We aren't trained in law. Tusa frowned. The Larkinson Court will be filled with actual judges that will take care of most of the processes. The problem is that as our clan grows larger, they may grow partial to a faction or go astray in some way. Expert pilots like you are known for your integrity and adherence to values. I can find no better person than you to preserve our moral fiber. By issuing judgment during serious cases brought before the court, you can wield power without imposing yourselves too much in other people's lives. Several people looked confused. They didn't quite know what he was getting at. All of this judging business did not sound too appealing. While Ves meant what he said, he also had an ulterior motive in mind when he pushed to put expert candidates in the Larkinson Court. In a typical divided power structure, the executive, legislative, and legal branches were all supposed to stand apart from each other. Each of them wielded power, but only in a specific way. Ves always feared that expert pilots would somehow use their huge influence to force some undesirable changes to his clan. Blocking them from gaining power didn't help. This was why he had the bright idea of shoving them into the court. Of the three branches, the Larkinson Assembly possessed the most decision-making power while the Larkinson Court possessed the least. The job of a judge was to judge, not to legislate. Not only that, but judges were also expected to be fair and impartial. It was unseemly for them to be prejudiced and take sides before a trial had begun. By pushing the expert pilots into the role of judges, Ves effectively hoped to muzzle their outspokenness. If they took their new responsibility seriously, then they should firmly stay away from the actual decision-makers. After all, in a divided power structure, it was a great taboo for judges to be in cahoots with executives and lawmakers. You'll understand in the future. Ves shook his head. In any case, our clan already has a structure in place that the Larkinson Assembly has agreed upon. If people think I should go, then 80% of the assembly must vote me out. That is the rule. It is not proper for you to break the existing rules. You should instead think about your future role. While our clan has largely stayed harmonious up until now, that will doubtlessly change in the future. The power to pass judgment is a heavy responsibility. The expert pilots all looked uncertain at each other. Was this supposed to be their new role? Chapter 24-25, Blinding Carrot. As much as I fault Ves for killing a lot of vandals, I don't think it's a good idea to put someone else in charge, Commander Orphan said. We all depend on his mechs. Our clan wouldn't be as great as it is now without his ambitions. I'm fine with letting him run everything so long as he promises we won't throw ourselves in another senseless adventure like this one. The air in the conference room had become charged, and not just due to the jamming that suffused the compartment. Venerable Janzi's insistence on taking Ves to account sparked an argument where the expert pilots seriously discussed whether they should support the current clan patriarch. Commander Dice spoke next. Only power matters. Whether you're in the frontier or in the middle of a peaceful state, this rule has never changed. Spending resources on soft, weak and complacent troops is not only a waste, but will weaken us as a whole. Just look at the performance of the living sentinels in the Battle of Ulamos Citadel and the battle against the Abyss. It's not a surprise they died in droves. The living sentinels were never supposed to fight in offensive actions like the previous battle. Venerable Janzi objected to dice. Ves misrepresented his goals and sold a false narrative to the clan. The Sentinels are worse off by far because their mission is different from ours. All of the fiascos that took place since we entered the gap reflect a failure in the leadership of our clan. The Patriarch has too much power, and the Executive Council hasn't done anything. Major Vrol shook his head. You can't have too many leaders in charge during wartime situations. The moment our task force entered the Nixian Gap, we followed the command of one indisputable leader, as is proper. We put our faith in him, and he has delivered more or less. With multiple people in charge, any differences in opinion during battle can prove fatal. During critical moments, it is better to make a bad decision than no decision at all. In that respect, Ves has proven to be more than qualified due to his decisiveness and ability to maintain his wits under fire. I agree. Venerable Joshua enthusiastically nodded. The clan patriarch is the sole person who is propping up the clan. Let's face it. He's responsible for everything and the entire reason why people like me have been able to transform our lives. I knew what I was getting into when I was signing up for the Larkinson instead of enlisting in the Mech Corps. If I chose differently back then I would have remained a worthless, normal mech pilot in a devastated state controlled by its neighbors. I'm truly grateful for Patriarch Ves for brightening my future. We all knew that the opportunity to increase our status wasn't going to be easy. The tension between Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi had steadily risen throughout the contentious meeting. Neither of them showed any inkling of affection between the two. Ves already guessed that a breakup might happen as soon as today. Everyone looked at Venerable Tusa. He had mostly sided with Janzi so far, but he didn't sound as strident. I think both sides have a point, Tusa stated. There are plenty of clansmen who remain safe and sound at home. The Larkinsons who joined our task force did so knowingly that they might die. Yet they did so anyway because Ves dangled a juicy carrot in front of them, only for them to miss the minefield they were walking into. I think this entire sequence of events has exposed many shortcomings in how we run our clan. We need to implement some reforms to make sure that we won't ever suffer losses as severe again. The expert pilots did not manage to come to a consensus. Ves tentatively figured he could count on the support of Venerable Orphan, Venerable Dice, and Venerable Joshua. Venerable Janzi sounded as if she would be happy to see Ves resign from his position, while Venerable Tusa also wanted to see some change. Seeing that the other expert pilots failed to nudge the two dissenters, Ves knew that it was time for him to step in and resolve this situation. He abruptly stood up. Every expert pilot looked at him with expectation. It was difficult for normal people to face so many expert pilots, but Ves did so with a domineering posture. I built each of you, he began as he stared in all of their eyes. None of you could have reached your current level of strength without my mechs, my funding, my clan, and other arrangements. As far as I'm concerned, your rise and the emergence of another batch of expert candidates vindicates my approach. Not everyone agreed with that, but Ves continued to speak. Do you know how much blood, sweat, and tears other people shed in order to achieve this result? Trillions of mech pilots fight and die in order to better their circumstances and reach a higher rank. There are many people who are content to remain average throughout their lives, but the members of our clan are different. Ves activated his comm and projected some footage from the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. A panorama of strange new planets, boundless resource deposits, and pioneering fleets dazzled everyone's eyes. This is our future and our ticket to greatness, he claimed. This is where the Larkinson clan shall truly rise. Everything we did up until now has brought us closer to this goal. If we did not push ourselves so hard, we would have never made enough progress. We needed to go above and beyond to earn the merits needed to pass through the intergalactic gate, and we did that. We needed to accumulate strength in order to tackle our current and future challenges, and we have succeeded beyond our wildest dreams. He manipulated his comm and displayed a different set of footage. This time, his comm projected some footage of expert mechs in action. Whether in space or on land, these dazzling machines unleashed powerful attacks or moved faster than the fastest light mechs. None of the expert pilots were able to resist the allure of obtaining such a powerful machine. Janzi was no exception. "Let me inform you of a fantastic new development," Ves smirked. "As you know, it is not easy to obtain an expert mech. Not even I can design such an advanced machine. It is for this reason that I have been in talks with Master Moira Willix of the Mech Trade Association. She has shown interest in co-designing your expert mechs. As long as I leverage my good relationship with her, I might be able to gain her help." "Really?" Joshua burst out. "Will the MTA really design our expert mechs?" The reputation of the MTA was stellar. Everyone knew that the MTA employed the best mech designers and designed the best mechs. There was no way that any average mech pilot would be able to remain calm if what Ves said was true. "Nothing is definitive yet," Ves cautiously said. "Friendly or not, it isn't easy to convince an MTA master mech designer. However, we have contributed significantly to the security of the Komodo Star sector with our deeds. Knocking out Ulamo Citadel and ridding the Nixian Gap of some very dangerous warships has allowed us to earn a lot of merits and favors from the association." Everyone began to dream about their future expert mechs. Ves paid special attention to Venerable Tusa, who happened to show the greatest longing. Of all the expert pilots at the table, he was the only one who completely lost his mech. The inexorable one smashed his converted light mech into pieces, and so far the search and rescue parties were still combing over the battlefield to recover some of the debris. In that battle, Tusa experienced the helplessness of piloting a weak mech. While there was nothing egregious about the blue shift, the pared-down bright warrior mech simply failed to meet his demands. It was too slow, too sluggish, and too fragile. Ves could already see the wheels turning in his male cousin's head. As expected, nothing attracted an expert pilot more than obtaining a suitable expert mech. When he shifted his gaze to Venerable Janzi, he could see she was also tempted. "Venerable Janzi, the Shield of Samar deserves the best," he softly spoke. "Don't you want your personal mech to enjoy the best treatment? I made your mech. I know what it wants. The Shield of Samar wishes to become as great as Kalankso. Together with Master Willix, I can fulfill its wish. Once it passes through the MTA Master's hands, your mech will become so strong that you can use your own strength to prevent future tragedies." He could see his words having an effect on her mind. Expert pilots such as Janzi believed in their own strength. They wouldn't be so willful if that was the case. Having a good expert mech that complemented and enhanced their piloting ability was one of their persistent obsessions. "What expert mech would you like to pilot? Think about it. With Master Willix presiding over their designs, the possibilities are endless." 10 minutes later, the expert pilots left the conference room in a daze. Each of them were too preoccupied with dreaming about their expert mechs to think about the meeting. Only Venerable Janzi managed to hold back her urges. She glowered at Ves. "Well played." "This isn't a game, Janzi," Ves gently pushed back. "I have always tried to better the clan in one way or another. The sacrifices we made have pleased the MTA. Cleansing the Nixian Gap of so many evil and destructive elements has effectively earned us the support of Master Willix. This alone will bring numerous benefits to our clan." She glared at him for some time before she wordlessly rose from her seat and exited the conference room. "Well, you survived, more or less." Major Vo finally sighed as the force of wills impacting his mind moved away. Calabas did not look as optimistic. "Venerable Janzi will remain a thorn at your side. She likes your mechs but despises you as a leader. She's struggling inside. She knows that you are the best, and only Mech Designer who can keep improving the shield of Samar. That traps her. That sounded bad to VS. Expert pilots perform the best when they are free to pursue their ideals. If she is struggling with her conscience, then her development might stall. That is bad for our clan. Is it, sir? Major Vro questioned. The way I see it, Venerable Janzi will always be opposed to your agenda. There is no reason to go out of your way to accommodate her. She's not indispensable anymore now that we have 4 other expert pilots. Don't forget about our new expert candidates either. Each of them can replace her one day. Calabas looked concerned. Venerable Janzi has earned a lot of renown in the clan. It's not wise to attack her directly. We should employ subtler means to diminish her influence. For example, we can raise the status of compliant expert pilots. Train them. Show them that they will be rewarded if they stand behind your back. You can give them priority on expert mechs, allowing them to improve faster than the naysayers. This was a way of leveraging his power to compel the expert pilots to follow his lead. As the main mech designer of the Larkinson clan, Ves pretty much controlled every mech his clansmen used. This was especially the case for expert mechs, as they each required his involvement in order to be designed and built at great expense. These are good methods. I'll think about it. Thank you for your advice. In any case, Venerable Janzi failed to gain the support of her fellow expert pilots. This is a pretty good outcome.